Chapter 3052, Split Entry. With the Violet Estates under intensive siege by 10 mech companies worth of black mechs, time was of the essence. It took 2 hours for the main fleet to arrive at Trident 2 and be ready to save the Pernus family, but that took way too long. We need to go now, and we need to go fast. Skip the rest of the planning and just go forward as fast as possible. Every minute wasted on planning and preparation brought the Pernusers a lot closer to death than before. This was why the clan already moved into action as soon as General Verl conceived of his bold hot drop initiative. Unfortunately, according to the preliminary calculations of the Larkinson clan's engineering staff, not every combat carrier was robust enough to withstand the enormous forces acting on the hull by dropping from orbit at a high speed and a steep angle. It was already a challenge to allow a huge starship that possessed an incredible mass and was filled with lots of weighty mechs to boot to land safely on a planet. To put more extreme stresses on them by performing a faster but much more risky descent was so excessive that most ships that weren't in their prime condition would simply fall apart. While it's true that combat carriers are designed to make drops under hostile conditions, they're mainly optimized to fly in the face of enemy firepower. They're not meant to descend into a planetary atmosphere in such extreme conditions that they practically turn into meteorites. Vivian Sai, the Larkinson clan's resident shipwright, had suddenly become the most authoritative figure when it came to planning and realizing this hot drop operation. She looked completely befuddled as General Verl had urgently tapped her for her expertise in this urgent naval engineering challenge. We know it is inadvisable to subject our vessels to so much abuse, but we have to do it anyway. Vase told her, what we need is to transport our mechs to the surface as fast as possible. Even if we have to push our ships to the point where we are forced to scrap them, it is worth it as long as we can obtain the gratitude of the entire Pernus family. If the Pernusers didn't appreciate the huge effort that the Larkinsons put into this operation, then Vase would convince them one way or another. She frowned as she quickly called up an interface that listed out all of the combat carriers in the fleet. She quickly tapped a handful of ships. Some combat carriers are more suitable for the operation you have in mind than others. These are the ones whose hulls will likely survive a violent entry in my estimates. Mind you, I am just making a hasty judgment by relying on my intuition and expertise. If you want more precise results, I need to perform a lot of simulations. We don't have time for that. General Verl's projection spoke. We will go with the ships that you have chosen. As a precaution, I will command the ships in question to evacuate all of their non-essential personnel. There is no need to put them at risk. You can do more than that, sir. Vivian stated. It will be easier for the vessels to regain control after their descent if you lighten their mass. This will already happen once their mechs deploy from their hangar bays, but you should seek to dump any non-essential cargo beforehand. Supplies such as fuel, water, spare parts and so on should all be dumped overboard immediately. Every ton counts. I shall pass on the orders. Verl nodded. In addition, the crew left on board the vessels should do what they can to button down the combat carriers. She continued. The outer compartments will especially be in danger. Don't leave something volatile or explosive in those areas. The crew should also do what they can to reinforce the outer hull. There isn't much they can do, but they should at least retract whatever sensor modules and other vulnerable openings. Some of those sections can act as pockets that can concentrate a devastating concentration of heat and wind. After the crew have done what they can within a short amount of time, they should all gather in the interior of their vessels and pray that their rides won't fall apart too quickly. Vase waved his hand. You should get in contact with the captains or chief engineers of the ships directly. Don't waste any time explaining all of this to us. Just make sure the ships stay intact long enough to deliver the mechs safely and keep the crew safe. The survival of the combat carriers and whatever material assets are on board is not a priority. Trash them if you want, but make sure they complete their final mission first. Got it, sir. Vivian Sai quickly refined the initial hot drop plan a few minutes later. She separated the suitable combat carriers into 2 waves. The first wave would drop in first and had to endure the greatest amount of abuse. With just 6 eligible combat carriers, the avatars of Myth and the flagrant vandals wouldn't be able to drop too many mechs into the field. A second wave came roughly half an hour later as the 10 combat carriers that went next were not as tough. They had to come in slower in order to allow for a more gentle descent, and that delayed their eventual arrival. 6 combat carriers doesn't sound like much. Vase grumbled. That's just 240 mechs in total. Those are dicey numbers compared to the opposition. Fortunately, the opposition didn't look too formidable. When Vase studied the footage of the black mechs attacking the energy shields covering the Violet Estates, he affirmed that they didn't look like anything special. The primary purpose behind the design of the black mechs is to make them as untraceable as possible. This means that they don't possess any distinctive strengths or advantages bestowed by the unique design philosophies of high-ranking mech designers. That said, I can tell that whoever is behind their designs are at least seniors, so their fundamental performance parameters are highly optimized and not deficient in any major areas. Vase disliked bland and ordinary mechs, yet he did not deny such products could provide great value to the right customer. The black mechs were so devoid of personality that Vase truly wouldn't be able to figure out their designers or their origin even if he personally knew every mech designer in the star sector. If the people behind the scenes were thorough enough, then they might have even imported the black mechs from another star sector. When performing business as dirty as taking out a political enemy, it was best not to leave a trace too close to home. What will that mean for us? General Verl asked. While the highest military officer of the Larkinson clan knew a lot more about tactics and operations than Vase, he still had to defer to the experts when it came to specific matters. Out of everyone in the Larkinson clan, no one knew more about mechs than its resident journeyman. The only other person in the entire fleet who could do a better job was Professor Benedict Cortez, but Vase was not about to ask the man who used to be known as the Skull Architect for a favor. Vase grinned as he continued to study the various mech models coated in black. The enemy mechs are what you get if we live in a reality where mech designers aren't as special as today. These are normal, serviceable products that are mechanically sound but lack the charm of more competitive products. The inability to add any defining strengths to them is a significant handicap. It would be as if our mechs are not alive and lack any sort of glow. While his own Larkinson mechs would still be battle-worthy even if they lost all of the advantages that Vase bestowed upon them, there was no doubt that their desirability would plummet to the bottom. There were more useful alternatives on the market that provided a lot more value for money. I see. Telling this to our men will definitely boost their confidence. Verl smiled in satisfaction. What of the overall quality of the black mechs? They do not appear to be too upscale. They don't look like budget models either, though. You're correct, General. By my estimates, they are all mid-range mechs. In order to make life a little easier for the mech pilots who were about to drop onto the surface of Trident II, Vase continued to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of every individual black mech model. He even requested Gloriana and the rest of the design department to perform their own analyses. An expanding volume of detailed technical data entered the Larkinson database. Every Larkinson mech that constantly maintained an active connection to the rest of the data network would automatically download and process this data. The mech would subsequently be able to highlight specific weak points in an unobtrusive manner so that the pilot could target them whenever there was an opportunity. In the meantime, the two waves of combat carriers kept racing towards Trident II without too much regard to the challenges they were about to face. With 5 mech companies of avatars and 1 mech company of vandals, the initial wave had to relieve the crisis facing the Violet Estates as much as possible. Commander Melkor Larkinson had personally chosen to take part in this wave. He and his personal Bright Warrior had relocated over to one of the 6 leading combat carriers in order to command his men from the front right from the beginning. As he sat in the cockpit of his living mech, Melkor constantly paid attention to the developing situation. The mech technicians had mounted a special command and communication module onto the back of his Bright Warrior in order to ensure he would be able to maintain his command even when subjected to substantial interference. The ship he was on began to rattle as the first wave passed through orbital height and rapidly descended into the layers with actual air. Even if most people didn't realize that air was an actual substance with mass and volume, anyone riding a vessel that was dropping from space would feel how much of a difference this made. Soon enough, the vibrations affecting the entire hull became too severe for the combat carrier's various systems to suppress. Melkor found himself unable to maintain his concentration as his cockpit began to rattle like a drum. His heart beat faster as he realized that it wouldn't take long before he and his men faced adversity once again. Though he felt the familiar touch of fear in his heart, his excitement and sense of duty balanced it out. Right now, the avatars needed Melkor to lead, not to cower to the point of becoming paralyzed. "Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure to cover you if the black mechs go after you," Isabel Coden Larkinson reassured. The Bright Warrior next to Melkor's brandished its rifle in emphasis. Different from many other Larkinsons, Isabel was an expert candidate. She did not hesitate to volunteer for this action in the hopes that she would be able to find her breakthrough opportunity. Whether she would be able to succeed, nobody knew, but participating in any serious battles always provided a lot of harvest to expert candidates. I don't need the help. You should look after our new guests instead. Peef. I won't make any promises. Anything can happen in battle. I hope those snobs won't act too recklessly. A handful of MTA mech pilots took part in the operation as well. In fact, the 4 who dedicated themselves completely to the Larkinson training program were jumping right into the fire by taking part in the very first wave. While it was very reckless to push them into battle while barely giving them any time to get accustomed to the unique Larkinson mechs that had been specially prepared for them, Vase insisted on their participation. All of the guests from the MTA had to learn that he and his fellow Larkinsons were very serious when it came to pushing their limits. Chapter 3053. Hot Drop 6 combat carriers streaked through the skies of Trident II like flaming balls. The surface of these vessels may have been designed to take a considerable beating, but this was something else. So many different things could go wrong that the crews aboard the ships had to cling to any shred of comfort within reach. Even so, most mech pilots and combative Larkinsons took all of the dangers in stride. In their minds, they were made for combat, and an extreme descent like this was exactly why they chose their respective professions. We're riding straight into hell. Someone whooped. Ha ha ha, I haven't felt this excited since I almost died against the dark gods. Going through this torture is nothing special. You should try and fight against an expert mech. Now that will give you the thrill of your life. The boisterous avatars were not humorless, grim-faced grunts. Even though they maintained a professional image in front of others, internally they contained plenty of colorful personalities. The Avatar commander did not want to lead a troop that was devoid of character. Just like how mechs became better when they possessed a bit of life, he believed that making his units more lively was very conducive to their performance. Melkor did not do anything to restrict this kind of talk over the communication channels. The men all needed a distraction while every descending vessel acted as if they were flying straight into a star. He patiently checked the clocks which showed the various important timings. So far, none of the ships had fallen apart yet, but there were several more minutes to go before it was safe enough for the mechs to exit the hangar bays. A short distance away, 4 slightly different bright warriors that had been especially modified by Vase to make them usable by non-Larkinsons were all awaiting their own turn to drop into battle. We didn't sign up for this. One of the 4 MTA guest pilots transmitted through a secret, exclusive communication channel established by his hyper-advanced implant. It doesn't matter. We follow orders and fight whatever enemy is in front of us. There is no need to overcomplicate this situation. Don't you realize what the Larkinsons are doing? They want to borrow our battle prowess in order to defeat their own enemies. They don't care about our association's neutrality rules. We are operating under different identities now, Miss Petrov. As private citizens, there is no rule that stops us from fighting against the indigenous population. Be that as it may, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan should at least show some more consideration for our actual duties. We need to experience actual battle in order to get us closer to obtaining our goals. How will we be able to do that when we don't allow ourselves to intervene in local conflicts? It's not as if there are any aliens nearby that we can fight without worrying about the consequences of our action. Even though the 4 MTA mech pilots chose to put their trust in the Larkinsons, that did not mean they were gullible fools. Far from it, they just recognized that part of their group had to make a sacrifice and see whether the Larkinsons were truly able to deliver upon their promises. Though they were aware that the esteemed Master Willix was supportive of Vase Larkinson, they weren't mech designers, so they couldn't fully appreciate what that meant. All they knew was that the Larkinsons might have a chance of making them fulfill their greatest dreams, but that this pursuit could very well end up leading them to an early grave. I don't like this mech at all. The man who currently went by Mr. Mavalon complained. This bright warrior mech is decent for second-class standards, but its strengths are rather vague and it is designed with a completely different audience in mind. The limits are so low that we will only be able to show off a fraction of our strengths. Compared to the first-class multi-purpose mechs that they were accustomed to piloting, the second-class mechs they had to work with felt like toys in their hands. There are ways to express our ability beyond direct piloting skill. We'll be entering the fray outnumbered, so there will be plenty of opportunity for us to show our brilliance in our own way. We must make the Larkinsons learn the difference between us and them. They have not shown enough respect to us so far. That needs to change. We do not need to change anything about the Larkinsons, Mr. Detrivo. Our mission is to take care of ourselves. I do not intend to pay any mind to our hosts so long as they can bring us closer to expert pilot. Let us see how they will fare in this imminent battle. We can pass judgment afterwards. As the 4 sacrificial MTA mech pilots continued to chat with each other without too much concern about their current predicament, the overheated combat carriers finally made it through the worst phase without losing anything too major. Their hulls had practically turned black after being roasted by an abundance of air friction. A lot of surface modules had either burnt into a crisp or been flung away by drag. Some airlocks and hull plating had come off as well during the journey, causing the combat carriers in question to expose some of their outer compartments to the ravages of the environment. No one cared about this relatively unimportant damage. The crews stationed in those sections had long evacuated to the center of the combat carriers. As long as they managed to survive this dangerous maneuver, they could always transfer over to a new ship. However, some of them quickly changed their minds once the vessels began to rattle again. We're under attack. The black mechs weren't blind to the hot drop from space. The Larkinsons had carefully calculated the trajectory of the first wave to end up close to the area where the Violet Estates was situated. This meant that the burned and battered combat carriers had quickly entered combat range from the opponents the Larkinsons were targeting. Damn, get out of this ship now. If we wait any longer, there won't be enough left to keep us afloat. The bow sections of the combat carriers were designed to endure an exceptional amount of frontal damage, but that also meant that these areas had withstood most of the heat and friction acting on the hulls just before. The integrity of the forward sections were so compromised that the captains were very eager to get rid of their payloads. Once the combat carriers began to stabilize themselves with whatever thrusters and maneuvering systems remained working, the mechs were finally given the green light to deploy. Launch. All of the banter stopped as the Avatar and Vandal mech pilots knew that it was time for them to get serious. The hangar bay doors shakily slid open. Some of the mechanisms may have gotten bent out of shape, but the door systems themselves were built to be tough enough to work even if half of the ship had collapsed. Once the openings grew wide enough, the mechs rapidly poured out with very little margin of error. The outgoing machines could easily collide against each other if they didn't manage their speeds correctly, but the mech pilots were too well trained to make such mistakes. Only this way ensured that all of the combat-capable machines would be able to enter the field quickly enough to fend off the violent welcome. The Violet Estates are still up, though their last energy shields look like they are close to reaching their limits. Don't let them finish the job. The ranged mechs of both sides began to exchange fire against each other. The commanders of the unknown force of mechs did not opt to fire at the compromised combat carriers any further. Though it wouldn't take too many attacks to break them, any firepower directed against these irrelevant assets gave the mechs of the Larkinson clan more opportunities to dish a lot of hurt. With the combat carriers quickly trying to curve away, a force of around 240 mechs sorted themselves out as they flew towards the besieged Violet Estates. The bright warriors armed with rifles fell behind the rest as they focused more on firing their weapons and evading incoming attacks. Melkor and Isabel were among this group. Both of them fired laser beams or positron beams at targets that were dozens of kilometers away. Their relatively high altitudes gave them a good angle against their opponents, but that also allowed the black mechs to fire back without suffering any obstruction. Damn, I'm hit. I need cover. Focus on my targets as much as possible. We need to wear down their numbers quickly. My flight system has been struck. The rifle-wielding bright warriors were quickly wearing down their opponents with their strong, luminaire-augmented rifles. It was a pity that Vase lacked the time to equip them all with the upgraded versions of the crystals, but the basic ones already granted them a formidable bump in firepower. Certain lucky individuals like Melkor and Isabel were able to inflict more damage for that reason. Though Melkor wasn't putting his gift to that much good use considering his need to maintain situational awareness, the female expert candidate inflicted one telling blow after another. One black mech lost its rifle. Another fell down as one of its legs no longer worked. More suffered serious damage to their various key systems as Isabel precisely targeted the weak points that Vase and the other mech designers had already identified beforehand. Though the damage they dealt was quite effective, the black mechs were no slouches either. One important aspect about their designs was that they were amphibian in nature. This had very wide implications. The black mechs possessed no flight capabilities. In exchange, they were able to submerge underneath the water whenever they wished. This was quite effective whenever they wanted to avoid any further incoming energy attacks. In addition to that, the black mechs were also able to dump all of their heat into the surrounding water at much higher efficiencies than if they tried to transfer all of their heat into open air. The enemy mechs did not have to worry about overheating at all, which gave them quite a substantial advantage if they utilized any energy weapons. The lack of necessity in making them flight-capable also caused them to be heavier and more massive than their aerial and spaceborne counterparts. Even if the quality of their armor systems were substantially worse than the alloys cladding the Bright Warriors, their thicker shells gave them a lot more buffer. All of this caused the ranged duel to proceed a lot more evenly than the Larkinsons hoped. These cheating mechs are diving back underwater whenever we are about to down them. One avatar complained, hit them with synchronized volleys. Don't give these black turtles any opportunity to retreat before it's too late. Damn it, their night mechs are incredibly thick. Fighting against amphibian and aquatic mechs is an enormous chore. Dozens of mechs from both sides had already succumbed or been rendered combat ineffective within just a single minute. The pilots mostly managed to survive the onslaught as the mechs they piloted were generally tough enough to give them enough time to retreat or eject their cockpits. Still, that did not take away the fact that the first wave of Larkinson mechs were not able to crush their opponents in a dominant fashion. This battle could have proceeded a lot differently if the Larkinsons were able to drop in with 2,000 mechs at once. Even so, neither Commander Melkor nor any of his men had any intentions of backing off. They continued to soar forward in order to confront the black mechs as directly as possible. Avatars of Myth. Melkor roared over the command channel as he let the thrill of the moment overtake his calm. Who are we? We are larger than life. What do? We fight like Larkin sons. What shall become of our enemies? Our foes shall fuel our ascension. Chapter 3054. Air versus water. The distance quickly narrowed between the two sides. The ferocious avatar mechs were premium second-class mechs that were tougher and stronger than the average mech models that were usually used by private organizations. This was the benefit of an organization led by a wealthy mech designer who took care of his own men. Yet the black mechs weren't weak despite their ignoble roles. Whoever was behind them invested considerable sums to turn them into tough and durable machines. Though the amphibian mechs weren't exactly the fastest when they walked on land, they were uniquely optimized for combat on a water-dominated planet like Trident II. The Paradise destination was mostly covered with oceans and the only surface landmasses that existed were either islands or slightly larger archipelagos. There was a functional elegance behind the design of the black mechs. As Vase tracked the progress of the unfolding battle from the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, he noted that their mech pilots were no slouches either. These guys definitely aren't crown terrorists. Vase concluded after the first minute the Larkinsons and unknown enemies opened fire against each other, their performance is too regular. I can smell the standardized training that they have gone through. The enemy mech pilots previously performed a lot more sloppy when they ambushed the Pernissers and assailed the Violet Estates. There wasn't any need for the black mechs to leverage all of their strength against a weak target that only knew how to hide behind walls. Yet the Larkinsons were different. If the Pernissers were like cowardly foxes, then the avatars came like roaring lions. Against actual challengers, the enemy mech pilots could no longer put up the facade of a bunch of brainwashed terrorists who were only fighting in order to retrieve a supposed crown. Mechs continued to fall from both sides as the exchange of fire grew more intense and precise as the range narrowed. What was important to note was that the ferocious piranhas had flown ahead of the Bright Warriors. Though the infamous light skirmishers deployed by the flagrant vandals had to slow down their forward advance a bit in order to perform constant evasive maneuvers, they were well on their way of reaching their opponents. The black mechs did not ignore their approach. Their ranged mechs abruptly switched from directing their fire towards the Bright Warriors in favor of doing everything they could to take down the ferocious piranhas. Even though the Vandal mechs put a lot more effort into their evasive maneuvers, the ranged black mechs did not attempt to hit them straight on. Instead, they deployed a coordinated firing strategy where each mech poured their firepower into a specific zone around their target. As long as all of the different zones boxed in all of the directions where their target would be an instant later, it was impossible for beleaguered ferocious piranhas to escape getting hit. "Ah, I'm already out, don't bother dancing around anymore," a Vandal captain urged. "We're going down no matter what we do. If that's the case, then focus more on boosting forward and strive to close into the enemy as soon as possible. Vandals forever! Vandals forever!" The fearless daredevil pilots of the flagrant Vandals took the incoming fire in stride. Even if ferocious piranha after ferocious piranha dropped down or flew out of formation due to suffering crippling damage, the remainder did not let these sacrifices go in vain. With each ferocious piranha that fell, Many more were getting closer and closer to the thick and sturdy mechs, poking half of their frames out of the water. Several Larkinsons including Vase winced as they witnessed these mechs dropping like flies. None of them were cheap, and it pained them to see mechs worth several hundred million hex credits perish without even receiving the opportunity to pay back the money that the clan had put into their fabrication. "I'm losing billions of hex credits worth assets," Vase complained. Meow. Lucky huffed as he laid on the armrest. The battle was of little interest to the gem cat, considering that he and the spirit of Bentime were too far away to be in any danger. "You don't know what this means. We will have to fabricate replacement mechs for the pilots that lost their original machines. This will delay the supply of mechs to the mech pilots who have not yet received anything, which means it will take additional weeks or months before we get up to full strength. The rescue operation cost more than money, lives and assets. It also ate up valuable time that he and his clan could have spent on other useful activities." Seeing all of the losses the clan incurred so far made Vase feel a bit regretful for accepting Calabast's recommendation. He didn't feel it was worth it to pay such a hefty price just to obtain the services of a diplomatic family. He was plotting to demand a greater degree of fealty from the Pernis family in order to get his return on investment. These damned Loxians were proving to be a lot more trouble so far than he expected. The battle continued to unfold as Vase strayed in his thoughts. Though the ranged bright warriors were hitting the black mechs fairly hard, the enemy had plenty of mechs to spare for now. The unknown force had probably done their research on the Larkinson clan, because the black mechs were doing their best to take down the incoming light skirmishers. "Do these people know what our ferocious piranhas can do? It doesn't matter. We'll make their lives hell regardless of how few of us are left." Even though the ferocious piranhas neither had mass nor numbers on their side, the Vandals did not even think about defeat. The original mech regiment that used to serve in the Bright Republic's mech corps had changed substantially over the years. Though it hadn't taken on a lot of new members until recently, the Vandals constantly worked to retool themselves and re-engineer their martial tradition to establish their new place in the Larkinson clan. Though they still retained much of their former military vagabond ways, the Vandals put a lot more emphasis in their new role as the light mech specialists of the clan. This was a niche that the other mech forces currently didn't focus upon, so the former Brighters eagerly embraced the ferocious Piranha IB as their mech of choice. "Come on, Vandals, let's teach those arrogant penitent sisters and sword maidens how real soldiers fight. Vandals forever." The ferocious piranhas rapidly approached the vicinity of the Violet Estates. Instead of trying to enter the defensive envelope of the remaining stronghold of the Pernis family, the ferocious piranhas flew around the people they were supposed to rescue and headed straight towards the scattered formations of the black mechs. Only a bit more than half of the mech company had made it through, but this was still a devastating amount for the enemy. As soon as the ferocious piranhas flew in range, the black mechs abruptly jerked and exhibited a lot less reactiveness than before. The terrible suppressive glows of these annoying light mechs were making their mark. Unfortunately for the Vandals and the rest of the Larkinsons, the enemy mech pilots affected by the hostile glow weren't debilitated to the point where they lost control. The controllers of the black mechs firmed up their minds and gritted their teeth in order to attack the fast and nimble light mechs that were harassing them from above and from the sides. The close range prevented the enemy ranged mechs from continuing their attacks on the ferocious piranhas with as much vigor as before. Friendly fire was a very real possibility. Instead, it was the job of the melee mechs to fend them off. However, the light mechs were so quick and mobile that it was hopeless for the defending melee mechs to have any realistic chance of downing the ferocious piranhas. The aquatic black mechs simply weren't fast enough. They couldn't even fly, so how could they possibly land their attacks on the swift machines? The only machines that stood any chance of downing the light mechs was the small number of striker mechs armed with shotgun weapons. Their broad pellets dealt pretty damage to the ferocious piranhas at closer ranges. However, the Vandals didn't have to worry about getting harassed this way for long, as a torrent of lasers and other beams struck the enemy striker mechs from a distance. "Thanks for the backup, avatars." "No problem, Vandals. Keep them occupied until we reach your position. We just need a minute." With the striker mechs quickly getting downed or suppressed to the point where they had to dip below the water, the ferocious piranhas were free to fly and pressure the black mechs. The Vandals knew better than to close in to strike with their daggers, though. Their offensive power was not great, and it would be even harder to deal crippling damage against well-armored amphibian mechs. Instead, the ferocious piranhas did as much as they could while making threatening attack passes over the heads of the half-submerged black mechs. Not just their glows, but also the threat of a dive attack kept the enemy machines constrained. The black mechs simply weren't equipped to defeat the ferocious piranhas, especially when the Vandals acted like scoundrels with the way they were taunting their opponents without actually getting close enough to open them up to strong retaliation. Ha ha ha, look at these idiotic black mechs. They can't shoot us down anymore now that we have gotten so close. Make sure to interfere with their rifleman mechs as much as possible. Don't give their mech pilots any peace. The ferocious piranhas distracted the black mechs so well that they bought plenty of time for the leading edge of the avatars to finally get close. Lancer mechs, drive a wedge through their formation. Melkor commanded. By your will. The bright warriors in Lancer mech configurations had gone ahead of the rest of the avatars as their forward acceleration and velocities were higher. They pointed their long and thick lances straight ahead as they did not show any fear of telegraphing their next move towards their opponents. However, the response surprised the Lacransons. The black mechs did not opt to face the incoming charge head-on. Instead of hastily repositioning their sturdiest and most defensive machines to meet the incoming charge, they did something much simpler. They all dove underwater. In one instance, the amphibian mechs were poking out of the waterline, looking more than ready to fight against the incoming Larkinson mechs regardless of the losses. In the next instance, the site they previously occupied had turned into calm water with only a small number of downed black mechs poking out from the shallow surface. Damn, we lost our targets. Are they leaving? The Lancer mechs smoothly flew past the site where the black mechs had previously congregated without driving their lance through any solid metal. The mech pilots of the offense-oriented Bright Warriors expressed a lot of frustration at being denied their moment of glory. The black mechs are popping out again. The enemy force did not intend to retreat from the battle now that they encountered serious opposition. Instead, they chose to meet the challenge of the Larkinson clan and fight against the powerful Bright Warriors and ferocious piranhas despite the heavy casualties that they would surely sustain. As the melee Bright Warriors that followed after the Lancer mechs crashed into the lines of the black mechs, a furious struggle broke out as both sides tried to take each other down with no further signs of backing off. Neither the Larkinsons nor unknown assailants believed that they were about to suffer defeat. That's strange, Commander Melkor murmured as he observed the behavior of the black mechs from afar. The rifle of his mech periodically spat out beams as he took aim and pulled the trigger. What gives these black mechs the confidence that they can beat us, especially considering that our second wave is on the way? He quickly drew one worrying conclusion. They're not alone. This isn't their force. Hostile reinforcements are probably on the way. Chapter 3055, Barbarians at the Gates. The situation on the battlefield careened in a direction that neither anticipated. The black mechs that sought to break the Violet Estates and destroy the core of the Pernus family did not back down even when confronted by a small force of powerful Bright Warriors and ferocious piranhas. Instead, they stubbornly stuck around regardless of the losses they incurred. This signaled to everyone that the mastermind behind the black mechs was quite determined to complete their mission. They're not mercenaries, that's for sure. Vase grunted. If the pilots of the black mechs were simply soldiers of fortune, they should have retreated after encountering serious opposition. While they actually outnumbered the arriving avatars and vandals, it was not easy for them to defeat a force of higher quality mechs. Even if the unknown force managed to eke out a win, they would definitely suffer significant losses. That might not sound so bad if they insisted on completing the mission, but the movements of the Larkinson clan in space couldn't be hidden. Anyone with a decent monitoring system in space would be able to notice the second wave of combat carriers arriving hot on the heels of the first wave. Then there was the rest of the expeditionary fleet to consider. Why would any opponent stick around knowing that they might have to overcome thousands of high-quality mechs? The Larkinsons weren't stupid. Vase, General Verl and many other clever minds deduced the possible reasons behind such behavior. If the black mechs were piloted by actual crown terrorists, then their current suicidal behavior shouldn't be a surprise. The brainwashed idiots only cared about inflicting the greatest amount of damage. They did not possess any sense of preservation when they were activated. However, after the analysts of the Larkinson clan studied the characteristics of the black mechs as well as the behavior of their mech pilots in battle, their conclusions were very clear. These unknown combatants are well trained even by second-class standards. While they lack the intimate coordination and brotherhood of military servicemen, their skill and teamwork are clearly better than a typical mercenary force. The most probable identities of these mech pilots are long-standing members of a family organization's household troops. This guess fit the image that Vase had built in his mind. The household troops of families, Clans and noble houses tended to be extremely loyal to their cause. It was rare for them to be as skilled as military mech pilots, but their employers usually invested substantial amounts of money in their training. Calabast, have you been able to figure out the culprits of this attack? Who is behind these black mechs? We haven't gathered enough data to figure that out. The woman spoke as she sat next to Vase. A panel of projected screens constantly bombarded her with footage and raw data. While the few clues we've ascertained up until now have narrowed down the list of possible enemies who have reasons to target the Pernis family, there are too many interests in the Grand Loxic Republic. Damn, knowing who the Larkinson clan was facing would have been quite helpful in predicting the enemy moves, intentions and amount of mechs it was willing to deploy. His clan had entered the conflict with too much haste and suffered from the gap in intelligence. It couldn't be helped. The situation of the Pernis family was too dire. If the Larkinsons hadn't made haste, the Violet Estates would have collapsed by now. The arrival of the second wave is crucial. The black mechs are obviously banking on reinforcements to bail them out, but they aren't the only ones who are relying on follow-up troops to gain the upper hand. General Verl's projection stated as he continued to command the overall situation from the graveyard. Calabast frowned. The problem is that our maneuvers are in the open and the enemy's movements are in the dark. Our opponents can roughly predict how many of our mechs are on their way while we have no clue how many enemy reinforcements are on the way. We don't have any suitable sensors in place that can detect an incoming wave of enemy troops. This was something that Vase noticed as well. In fact, the avatars of Myth and Flagrant Vandals weren't performing well against the amphibian mechs at all at the moment. We didn't enter the battle with the most appropriate mechs and loadouts. He gestured towards the main projection. Larkinson mechs were helpless to prevent the black mechs from diving into the water whenever they got into trouble. The bright warriors and ferocious piranhas were quite weather resistant. They were designed to fight under stormy conditions and on untamed planets with fairly hostile environment conditions. However, they were not designed to submerge in a large body of water. Once they fell in, there was a significant chance that they wouldn't be able to get out. If the Larkinsons were fighting against regular landbound mechs, then this battle would have unfolded a lot differently. Mechs on land couldn't swim through solid ground, so there was no way for them to escape a determined assault. Yet because the Larkinson mechs were fighting against amphibian mechs that used the very oceans as their inexhaustible fortification, they were unable to down the black mechs quickly enough. The Avatar and Vandal mech pilots who clashed against the black mechs began to grow more frustrated. Each time multiple bright warriors and ferocious piranhas ganged up on a black mech, the target in question simply dove into the water and neatly avoided getting attacked on all sides. Each time a Lancer mech charged against an amphibian mech, the latter simply dipped below the surface and re-emerged right after the threat had flown past its head. The only downside to doing this was that the black mechs weren't inflicting as much damage to the Larkinson mechs as before, but it was still a good way to prevent themselves from getting defeated by a qualitatively superior mech force. These Larkinsons are idiots, Miss Quentin communicated in a private communication channel. Aerial and spaceborne mechs may be able to suppress aquatic and amphibian mechs, but they can never defeat the opposition. Right now, we're not only fighting on the homeground of these black mechs, we also came without the right equipment. The bright warrior she piloted hovered helplessly above the waterline. Its sword barely had any opportunities to cut through metal. Each time Quentin was about to display her supreme skill to the other Larkinsons, the black mech in her sights would shamelessly dive below and avoid a direct confrontation. The enemy even marked out her mech as an extremely dangerous threat. This meant that any opponent she targeted would dive underneath the surface preemptively before she could even launch her first attack. If I was piloting my usual mech, I would have been able to chase them through the water or snipe them from above a long time ago. These bright warriors suck. First-class multi-purpose mechs were characterized by their great degree of versatility. Many of them were fully capable of fighting underwater. Even if they didn't perform too well under aquatic conditions, they still possessed numerous weapon systems that allowed them to punch through water. Unfortunately, the Larkinson clan never prepared for this kind of situation. We're not here to enjoy a picnic, Quentin. Mr. Detrivo admonished as his bright warrior in night mech configuration protected the rifleman mechs hovering further away. We wouldn't be facing any challenge if we fought with our old mechs. Plenty of mech pilots endure situations like this without any complaints. This is what true combat is like. He may have a good point, but none of the MTA mech pilots felt they were benefiting at the moment. They just piled up more complaints towards the Larkinson clan. Even Vase felt a bit ashamed at the lack of capabilities of his mech forces. He let out a tired sigh. I never thought our clan needed to prepare for aquatic combat so soon. I should have designed at least one amphibian mech for the clan. We wouldn't be in this sorry situation if we prepared an actual answer against our current adversaries. While he recognized this shortcoming, he wasn't sure if he would actually address it anytime soon. This was a rare situation that would probably not be repeated anytime soon. The focus of the Larkinson clan still lay in space. Vase did not think he made a mistake by focusing most of his attention towards flight-capable mechs. Air and space combat still remained the main modes of combat to a clan based around a fleet. General Verl did not look as frustrated though. He had a cunning smile on his face. He already figured everything out and formed the most appropriate answer to this development. When Vase glanced at his trusty military leader, he grew suspicious. I know that look of yours. You look as if the situation is still within your grasp. What are you up to, Verl? The general actually chuckled. Have you forgotten about our primary mission? Why should we insist on eliminating this anonymous force of black mechs? Sure, another straightforward victory would embellish our battle record and provide a lot of glory to the avatars and vandals, but is that what we are really after? Vase widened his eyes in realization. You mean, our primary objective has always been to rescue the members of the Pernis family that are trapped in the Violet Estates. Defeating the ones who are targeting them or saving those brightly colored mansions from destruction are merely side goals that we aren't obligated to pursue. Indeed, even as the bright warriors and ferocious piranhas kept the black mechs busy, the damaged combat carriers that originally brought the first wave of Larkinsons to the surface had quietly swung back around in order to approach the Violet Estates. Quick communication between the Larkinson clan and the Pernis family enabled one of the combat carriers to pass through the final defensive barrier without any opposition. While the other 5 ragged-looking starships formed into a makeshift wall that blocked any stray projectiles fired by the black mechs, the remaining combat carrier hovered only a short distance away from the main entrance of the largest estate. The doors slid open, causing a throng of well-dressed but panicked-looking people to float out with their coffers and other luggage. Security officers stationed aboard the combat carrier flew just outside the open and empty hangar bay and urgently guided the crowd to enter the vessel with haste. Hurry up, forget about your 15 coffers. Get in now or I will kick you in the right direction. The Pernisers were unaccustomed to receiving such rough treatment, but the most senior Pernisers such as Ambassador Shedderin did not voice any complaints. What was dignity compared to their lives? The final siege against the Violet Estates had truly caused a lot of Pernisers to reevaluate their priorities. It took longer than the Larkinsons wanted to evacuate thousands of Trueblood Pernisers and their attached personnel and retainers. Too many of them wanted to bring their luggage along despite being commanded to leave all of those useless goods behind. This caused the evacuation process to experience a small but significant delay. They're all in. Close the hangar bay and get out as fast as possible. The combat carrier already flew forward even before the hangar bay doors had fully closed. The survivors of the Pernis family looked bleakly at the Violet Estates becoming smaller and smaller just before the huge hangar bay doors finally slid shut. They were all stuck aboard a ragged, burn-marked combat carrier now. The empty hangar bay looked distressingly bare and functional, which was completely opposite to the elegant and luxurious locations they were accustomed to. The Larkinson clan was a definite step down from their old environment. This is our new life now, someone whispered. From today onwards, we have lost our permanent home. We'll be wandering the stars forever like a pack of vagabonds. We have become barbarians now. Chapter 3056. Stuck in water. The offensive initiated by the Black Mechs had never been about wiping the Violet Estates from the map. Their overriding mission had always been to crush the members of the Pernis family. Once the Larkinson clan recognized this truth and moved to evacuate the trapped Pernisers, the Black Mechs went crazy. They no longer played cat and mouse against the Avatar and Vandal mechs flying in the air. Instead, they swam around the island and tried to throw as many attacks towards the departing combat carriers as possible. Kinetic shells kept bouncing against the hulls and vulnerable components of the escaping vessels. The attacks exerted a considerable degree of pressure towards the combat carriers. If the 6 ships were still in their prime, then they could have easily resisted the attacks for a time. Yet right now their surface integrity was not only compromised, but they were also being hit in the rear where the hull plating was relatively weaker and where their main thrusters were prominent weak points. The crews and captains of the retreating vessels quickly adjusted to the situation. The Larkinson clan deliberately assigned the most intact of the 6 to carry the survivors of the Pernus family. This vessel flew at the head of the formation. In the meantime, the other 5 combat carriers all escorted this critical ship and used their own hulls as shields against the increasing amount of projectiles launched by the black mechs. In order to prevent their main propulsion systems from being taken out of action too early, the combat carriers flew in oblique angles behind the VIP vessel. This caused most of the incoming firepower to hit the vessels on the flanks and at an angle, which effectively mitigated much of the damage that they accumulated. The plan was working. The Hexer-built combat carriers that the Larkinsons bought secondhand from the Hexadric hegemony were several decades old, but that did not mean they were faulty. Far from it. After receiving constant attention from their new owners, the vessels all ran smoother than before. Many of their structural issues had been addressed, and their nature as combat vessels ensured that they were still tough enough to endure all kinds of difficulties over their lifespan. Even if one of their sides started to incur serious damage, the combat carriers merely spun around in order to present another side towards the enemy ranged mechs. In fact, even if the incoming fire started to batter the insides of the combat carriers, their high degree of redundancy and compartmentalization ensured that they would still stubbornly remain in working condition even if entire ship sections began to collapse. Our ships are still holding. They're not capable of returning to orbit, though. They've incurred too much damage. This was the only downside to the improvised plan of the Larkinson clan. It took a lot of effort for these heavy ships to fight against the powerful gravity pulling down their ships and increase their altitude. Much of their propulsion systems were either compromised or only partially effective. Though the chief engineers of the respective vessels did not completely rule out the option, in their professional judgment, the risks were too great to make the attempt. We need to wait for the second wave of combat carriers to arrive. Vivian Sai explained to Vase and General Verl. The combat carriers that are arriving next will enter the atmosphere under more gentle conditions. If we ease up their trajectory further, chances are high that they will remain intact enough to ferry the VIPs back into orbit. Once the Pernusers reached orbit, they could transfer over to a more defensible vessel like the Spirit of Bentheim or the Graveyard. Taking down a capital ship was many times more difficult than taking down a single combat carrier. As long as the enemy didn't dispatch at least an entire mech division or something, the mission to save the Pernusers would pretty much be in the bag. In order to accomplish this, the first wave of combat carriers had to hold on as long as possible. Even as they exhausted all of their energies towards increasing their altitude, their progress was still too slow for the Larkinson clan's liking. However, the black mechs had lost all of their initiative after the latest developments. The amphibian mechs tried to keep up with the escaping combat carriers by traversing closer in their direction. Hundreds of amphibian mechs surged forth like waves of metal. The melee mechs stuck close to the ranged mechs, preventing any bright warrior of ferocious piranha from assaulting the important machines. Avatars, focus all of your efforts on taking down the ranged amphibian mechs. As long as they lose their ability to attack from a distance, they can do nothing to stall our departure. Commander Melkor had already made peace with the fact that his avatars wouldn't be earning supreme glory today. Though he really wanted to stick around and crush these opponents, the mission always came first, and completing it would provide enough proof that his men were not weak. The avatars and vandals both coordinated their actions in order to neutralize the ranged potential of their foes. The aggressive posture of their melee mechs rarely resulted in takedowns, but it still forced the black mechs to dip below the water, preventing them from launching attacks towards the escaping vessels. Meanwhile, the remaining ranged black mechs that were trying their best to complete their primary objective were being bombarded by a torrent of energy beams. Two bright warriors performed noticeably better in this ranged duel. Isabel Coden was one of the many mech pilots who became an expert candidate after the traumatic but extraordinary battle against the Abyss. Compared to the colorful personalities of other expert pilots and expert candidates, Isabel was rather boring. She was a quiet and analytical person by nature, and that usually caused her to attract little attention back when she was a regular mech pilot. However, her diligence and constant effort towards improving herself seemed to have paid off. After taking her first step on the road to becoming a demigod, her skill and confidence rose by leaps and bounds. Though she had hardly become more assertive, she had become more dedicated to polishing her marksmanship now that she experienced significant improvements after surpassing her mortal limits. Due to her status, she was one of the lucky few who received an upgraded Luminaire crystal rifle. The laser beams she fired seared through the thick armor plating of the amphibian mechs as if they were plasma cutters. It didn't matter if amphibian mechs were able to pile up more armor than other mechs. Against more powerful laser beams that accurately hit the weak points of the enemy machines with very few misses, Isabel was able to destroy or cripple an opponent with considerably greater efficiency than her fellow avatars. The other mech pilot that performed extremely well was Mr. Mavalon. In truth, all of the MTA mech pilots possessed extremely good marksmanship. First-class multi-purpose mechs fought at both range and up close, but most of the time they relied on their large and varied integrated arsenal to defeat their opponents before they even had an opportunity to bring out their blades. Though the bright warrior he was piloting lacked all of the advanced systems that could facilitate its ranged performance, Mavalon had to admit that the fundamentals of the mech model was quite sound. The precision of his energy beams virtually matched that of Isabel Coden. At some moments, the mecher's accuracy and effectiveness surpassed that of the expert candidate. His excellent performance fully showed how extremely good training could elevate normal humans far beyond the average level of mech pilots. Whatever method the MTA employed to train its internal mech pilots, it was an incredible accomplishment to elevate their skills past what most of the mech community thought was the limit for regular humans. Different from Isabel, who mostly relied on raw talent, a budding will and superhuman intuition to gain the upper hand, Mavalon relied mostly on his enhanced intellect, his augmented response times and his extremely thorough systematic training. As a result, his consistency was even higher. He steadily downed one enemy mech after another regardless of what kind of response they made. The black mechs that had become his targets even didn't manage to submerge beneath the surface before Mavalon launched his fatal attacks. Mavalon's performance did not go unnoticed. Melkor and the other avatars were already aware of the performance of one of the few non-Larkinsons in their midst. These guest pilots are no joke. At any other time, the avatars would have paid more attention to the performance of their guests. As it was, the combat carriers still needed cover. Through the constant efforts of the avatars, the black mechs with ranged capabilities dwindled in numbers. No matter how hard the enemy tried to protect them, it was hard for amphibian melee mechs to block attacks coming from above. The oceans might be the enemy's domain, but as the focus of the battlefield moved into the skies, the lack of flight capabilities of the amphibian mechs became a very great limitation. As the combat carrier that contained the VIPs kept soaring higher, it became increasingly clearer that the black mechs had lost their shot at destroying the Pernis family. Their ranged mechs had practically become extinct while their melee mechs swam helplessly in the water. Their sturdy legs and powerful aquatic propulsion did not allow them to fly into the skies. Though Vase was happy to see this outcome, he soon remembered an important point. Every time the Pernisers attempted to leave Trident II, someone intercepted their escape vessels. Is the anti-air capabilities of these black mechs really that weak? In truth, the ranged prowess of the enemy was quite strong. While they didn't fare too well right now, under normal circumstances they possessed more than enough firepower to down any average shuttle or transport. Yet these amphibian mechs were still limited. The enemy had to possess another solution. Half a minute later, the situation changed. Some of the scouts in the vicinity detected a large amount of disturbance from beneath the water. We're detecting a lot of disturbance from below. Whatever is coming is rising to the surface at a rapid speed. Watch out! A volley of more than 100 missiles jumped out of the water and soared towards the fleeing combat carriers. The 4 escorting vessels did their best to surround and cover the key ship that carried the Pernis family. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles tore into the exposed and weakened sections of the combat carriers in question. Their smart guidance systems had already judged where they could inflict the most damage. 2 combat carriers shook in the air and lost so many systems that they were no longer able to increase their altitudes. Instead, they were starting to tilt downwards as their remaining intact propulsion systems were overstraining their systems in order to compensate for the loss of other vital systems. Abandoned ship, she won't be able to keep herself aloft much longer. Escape pods shot out of the 2 crippled combat carriers in droves as the crew resolutely gave up the vessels they called home. Watch out, a second volley is coming. More missiles shot out of the water. Some of them hit the combat carriers that were already doomed, but most went on to hit the remaining 3 vessels. This time, the vessel carrying the Pernisers couldn't escape punishment. The combat carrier violently shook as her battered surface endured dozens of destructive impacts. The Pernisers stuck in the hangar bay screamed as they felt the vessel around them groaning and shaking under all of the attacks. This ship is close to falling apart. We need to relocate to another vessel. Why hasn't the Larkinson clan dispatched a proper vessel? This combat carrier is already on Her last legs. How irresponsible. Most of the Pernissers had never been exposed to war-like circumstances in their entire lives. The only way they could process this crisis was by giving in to their worst fears or complaining about how the Larkinsons were botching this rescue mission. Chapter 3057. Armored missiles. A hidden and unseen enemy force was launching missiles towards the escaping combat carriers. The 2 volleys that had struck the already damaged combat carriers had felled 2 of the heaviest damaged starships and dealt considerable damage to the remaining 3. Though the missiles weren't too powerful, the integrity of the vessels weren't too great. It wasn't necessarily to break the fleeing combat carriers in half. Just damaging their propulsion systems was enough to take them down. Once they crashed into the ocean, there was no going back. The opponents who fired the missiles from the depths were hidden, and the Larkinson clan didn't possess the capability to attack any hostiles too far below the surface. Commander Melkor and the other Larkinsons in the field felt more frustrated than ever at their limited loadouts. While their bright warriors and ferocious piranhas performed well enough against spaceborne, aerial and landbound opponents, it was a real mistake for them to think that they could effectively fight against an aquatic force. Water might not sound impressive, but when a lot of it gathered together, it acted as a natural shield and fortification to those who felt at home in the water. A lot of attacks simply became invalid or drastically lost effectiveness once they hit the waterline, and many mechs optimized for other environments turned into flailing rocks the moment they were submerged. Maybe I should design some aquatic mechs once I have an opportunity to do so, Vase muttered. Situations like these might be rare, but we'll get confronted by aquatic opponents again in the future. Calabast nodded. This is especially the case if you intend to join the hunt for phase water. The exotic is particularly prevalent in lakes, seas and other wet environments. The word, water, is there for a reason. That was true, but those who didn't want to bother with aquatic or amphibian mechs were not helpless. Phase water was so prevalent in the Red Ocean that it even showed in asteroids, deserts and other dry and waterless environments. Those who prepared an aquatic force possessed an undeniable advantage though. Water-based deposits were usually larger and yielded a lot more phase water on average. In contrast, the phase water deposits that had ended up in a dry environment were usually located there because of accidents or natural geological movements. This was a concern for later, though. For now, the Larkinson clan had to address the immediate crisis. He analyzed the missile attacks and made a professional judgment based on what he had witnessed. Our mechs need to do their best to intercept the remaining missiles at all costs. Vase stated. The 3rd volley will likely cripple the 2 surviving escort vessels. The 4th volley has a high chance of destroying the flight capabilities of the last and most crucial escort vessel. Our 2nd wave of combat carriers are already descending through the atmosphere. General Verl pointed out. They will arrive soon enough. Once they do, the vessels and the mechs they carry can immediately relieve the 1st wave. However, they are still a couple of minutes away. The 1st wave won't be able to hang on for so long. Vase grimly concluded. The battle progressed far too quickly. The Larkinsons were still in the process of bringing in their 2nd wave while the reinforcements of the black mechs had already arrived. We're detecting a 3rd incoming volley of missiles. Damn, block or shoot them down at all costs. Commander Melkor had already issued the necessary orders. The bright warriors that previously suppressed the black mechs left their remaining opponents behind and flew black to the surviving combat carriers at their best speeds. Night mechs took positions around the weak points of the ragged starships and braced their shields. Other melee mechs without any defensive equipment grabbed any solid piece of debris they could pick up or pull out from the less important sections of the ships and used that as makeshift barriers. Though this was not exactly the most elegant solution, the broken hull plating they carried along with the formidable defensive power of their frames should be enough to block a missile. They're coming. As for the remaining bright warriors armed with rifles, they took on the crucial task of intercepting the missiles. The missiles didn't possess any good ECM systems, so they were quite easy to target, especially with lightspeed laser beams. However, the missiles turned out to be quite tough. What the heck, they're like torpedoes. A single shot wasn't enough to blow them up. It took multiple repeated strikes in order to penetrate the surprisingly tough exteriors and take out the payload or propulsion mechanism. Commander Melkor suddenly started to sweat as his own rifle took out a missile. Even his upgraded rifle required at least 2 or 3 shots to take down an incoming missile. This was a problem because the missiles rapidly accelerated towards the fleeing carriers as soon as they jumped into the air. At least half of the volley would probably go through and deal considerable damage to the vulnerable vessels. Just as he thought that he and his men wouldn't be able to complete their mission, a very bright and powerful energy beam split into multiple smaller beams before threading through the Avatar mech formation. These split beams all hit their marks, causing 6 deadly missiles to fall short of their target. Another split beam shot out from behind soon after. Each of the constituent energy beams hit a missile without fail. By the time the remnants of the volley reached their targets, the defending Avatar mechs easily blocked the few that got through. A mech that resembled the Bright Warrior model but performed drastically differently had emerged from one of the surviving combat carriers. It was armed with a larger and much more formidable-looking rifle. What was remarkable about this mech was that it exuded a form of resonance that was similar to true resonance but ultimately fell short. Yet even if it was not strong as an actual expert mech, its capabilities were still leagues better than a regular mech. "Thank you for the assistance, Venerable Stark," Commander Melkor thanked in a sincere tone. "Don't waste your time on pleasantries, Commander," the older woman replied. "Our opponents aren't done yet and you still have to command your men. Watch out for the next volley." The unseen enemy below the surface did something different this time. The 4th volley of missiles did not come at the expected time. Had their opponents run out of missiles? That sounded extremely unlikely. Were the enemies of the Pernus family reevaluating their offensive after being continually stymied by the Larkinson clan? That didn't seem likely either due to the commitment that they had already shown. Vess's face turned ugly. They're stacking their volleys. The best way to increase the amount of missiles going through a determined defense was to launch multiple volleys but adjust their forward trajectories so that the later ones were able to catch up with the earlier ones. If timed and programmed correctly, this was a good way to overwhelm the point defenses of any target. They have to hurry up, though, because our second wave is almost close enough to bail out our first wave. The unknown enemies were aware of this dynamic as well, because they only stacked their missiles once. Soon enough, twice as many armored missiles shot from the water and soared towards the escaping vessels. This time, the enemy also made sure to spread the missiles out a lot more in order to prevent the Larkinsons from intercepting the missiles too easily. The Larkinson ranged mechs along with the Bright Beam Prime put their all in destroying the incoming wave. Venerable Stark even chose to employ her costliest resonance ability once again. When she resonated with the spiritual energy and the luminaire crystals locked inside the rifle of her mech, her weapon spat out a split beam that harvested a dozen spread-out missiles at once without any misses. Her instant shot relieved a lot of the pressure. Isabel Larkinson and Mavelon were also pitching in. Even though their lives weren't at risk, the high stakes of this mission along with their strong desire to avoid a humiliating defeat drove them to perform at a higher level. While their accuracy was already high, the time they needed to lock on to their targets and adjust their aim had shortened a bit. This allowed them to take down the missiles at a higher rate than anyone else. Their weapons were even starting to overheat due to their rapid discharges. The expert candidate and the MTA mech pilot were harvesting missiles left and right. As for Melkor, he couldn't do 2 jobs at once. Vase wasn't able to juggle his multiple responsibilities properly, and he possessed a lot more augments. How was the Avatar commander supposed to do any better? To his credit, Melkor was fairly good at recognizing when he was needed. The various mech captains had their units well in hand. His input wasn't particularly needed at the moment, so he partially let go of his situational awareness in order to channel the utmost of his marksmanship skill. "I'm too rusty," he cursed as he saw one of his shots miss a missile by several meters. It had been too long since he fought a serious fight. Due to being stuck behind a desk during every work shift, Melkor spent precious little time on improving his shooting ability. The most he could do was to prevent them from sliding back too much. Fortunately, his other men were doing more than enough to compensate for rustiness. The double volley of missiles eventually dwindled down to around 50 warheads. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rippled through the fleet and in front of the mechs that tried to block them with their shields and frames. Several mechs that already withstood previous attacks incurred so much damage that they began to lose altitude. Their cockpits hastily ejected from the damaged frames. The mechs failed to block all of the missiles from hitting the ships. One of them even started to list before drifting away. More escape pods spread from the doomed vessel as it was clear that she was not going to play any further role in this battle. While Melkor was glad that most of his men were able to preserve their lives, it became harder and harder to withstand the pressure. "We made it through," he sighed in relief. It didn't matter if the enemy fired another volley. Even though the defenses of the first wave had reached a low point, an important change occurred. "We've arrived, Commander," Distant combat carriers that were still radiating lots of heat were rapidly descending from above. Hundreds of mechs launched from the vessels with great haste. The melee mechs surged forward as quickly as possible in order to bolster the defensive line. The ranged mechs on the other hand readied their rifles in preparation to shoot down any missiles that shot out from the water. The battlefield quieted down. The amphibian black mechs that were stuck in the water were no longer relevant. Now that a force of 400 fresh and fully stocked Avatar and Vandal mechs had reinforced the ones that came first, the Pernus family appeared to be saved. Yet Melkor and many other Larkinsons did not lower their guard. They continued to monitor the ocean below for any major movements. Their sensors soon detected a huge form ascending from the depths. There's no way that this is a missile. It's too big. What the hell is coming up? Much to the astonishment of the Larkinsons, several long stretches of water were soon displaced as a number of large, cylindrical submerged ocean vessels revealed their presence. The size of these vessels exceeded that of any combat carrier. Before the clansmen could admire the new arrival, huge doors slid open from the upper sides of the newly arrived ships. A large amount of flight-capable mechs surged into the air and formed into loose but organized formations. The mechs weren't coated in black this time. The enemy had finally thrown away all pretense and brought out their full strength in order to end the Pernus family. Sheddarin Pernus almost turned red when he recognized the colors and markings of the newly emerged machines. They're from the Deist family. That's impossible. Novalon Pernus reacted with shock. They're supposed to be dead. It appears we have missed some key members. Our rivals must have sheltered and provided a lot of assistance to their remnants. Neither Sheddarin nor Novalon looked pleased at this discovery. The truth was that the Pernus family had been the primary drivers behind the downfall of their rival Deist family. Chapter 3058, Blood for Blood. The blood of many members of the Pernus family froze when they recognized the culprits behind the slow extermination they endured. The appearance of several aquatic carriers proved that the assault on the Pernus family was not a hastily prepared operation. It took an immense amount of effort to transport such a class of sea vessels onto a relatively small and quiet paradise planet. Aside from modular construction and shipment, the more likely answer to their appearance was that they had been covertly constructed in some kind of secret underwater stronghold. The lengths in which the Deist family went through in order to build up the strength to overwhelm the Pernus family in one swoop was excessive. Like many people, Vase was surprised by the appearance of several large sea vessels. He could tell how much effort had been put into constructing them and the mechs they carried. The cost, time and manpower needed to put all of this together just to destroy a single family that was too weak to defend itself was absolutely mind-boggling. This was definitely a plan that had been in the making before the Crown Uprising swept the galaxy. Even if there was no possibility of using the Crown terrorists as a pretext to attack the Violet Estates, the Pernus family would have been targeted anyway. Perhaps in a few months or years, the enemy would have completed its preparations and launched a surprise assault that was so overwhelming that virtually every Pernusser at any location suffered an attack at the same time. This was the best way to cut the Pernus family down in total, but the price of doing so was immense. At the very least, the identities of the culprits would become clear. There was no way to disguise an effort that was huge to the rest of the Grand Loxic Republic. Sanctions would follow as the established powers of the Great State would not tolerate a disruption to this degree. Therefore, when the Crown Uprising changed human history forever, the people targeting the Pernussers saw another, less costly alternative. By hastily painting some of their mechs in black and letting them fight against the Pernus family in the open would not be able to fool the knowing, but at least gave the ones responsible a pretense. As long as no one bothered to back the Pernussers up, this pretense would continue to hold up, thereby preventing the Grand Loxic Republic from getting embroiled in a serious scandal. Vase had to admit that this plan was quite shrewd and utterly ruthless. It should have worked splendidly, especially after it became apparent that the Pernussers had lost all of their value and support. It's too bad that we happened to drop by and ruin their best-laid plans. He sardonically remarked. The slow extermination campaign made the Pernus family so desperate that it began to reach out to anyone who was willing to bail it out. This happened to draw the Larkinson clan over to the Trident system in order to pick up this supposedly easy bargain. How could he know that the bargain he was looking for turned out to be another scam? He and his clan had been bamboozled once again. Meow. Lucky directed a contemptuous look at Vase as he rested on the armrest. Oh, shut up. Meow meow. Vase ignored the accusations of his cat. Instead, he turned to Calabast. Who the hell are these guys? According to the utterings of the Pernussers aboard our combat carrier, we seem to be dealing with the Deist family. And they are. Our hasty research shows that the deist family used to be a lineage that is roughly similar to that of the Pernus family. The spymaster succinctly explained. The two were even rivals once upon a time. Much like the people they are targeting, the deists inserted a lot of people into government institutions, but instead of focusing on diplomacy, they focused more on the military sphere. They were aligned with the Forendal Party, which is considerably more proactive and expansionist than the Hegenarian Party. What happened to the deists? Calabast shrugged. Public sources are rather vague and scarce on that. It seemed that the deists did something naughty and got struck down because of their violations, but the reactions of the Pernusers on our ship makes me suspect that there is a greater story behind this past scandal. Vase narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that the Pernusers set the deists up? Did the latter fall unjustly? I can only speculate, but from what few clues that I have gathered, the Pernusers might not be the innocent victims as they make themselves sound. We do know that the removal of the deist family allowed numerous Pernusers to acquire higher positions. In addition, if you look at this revenge action, it is so extreme that there have to be factors at play that we are not aware of. After suffering a great calamity, the deists still managed to build up all of this hardware and find enough loyal and well-trained personnel to crew them all. The Forendal Party has to be behind this power move. In other words, the Pernusers are reaping what they sowed. When you play a dangerous game, you shouldn't be surprised if danger comes to your doorstep. Vase muttered. Neither Vase nor any other Larkinsons exhibited much interest behind this sordid story. What did it matter what sins the Pernusers incurred in the past? Who cared whether the remnants of the deist family were justified in killing off the Pernus family? All of this drama was irrelevant to the Larkinson clan. What are our chances against these mechs? Vase asked General Verl. It will be a tough fight. The deists have deployed almost 500 mechs, all of which appear to be on par with the black mechs we have seen before. If we assume that the quality of the mechs and the training standards of the mech pilots are equal, then the survivors of our first wave along with the mechs that have arrived with our second wave will have to fight an uphill battle. The deist mechs outnumber us to such an extent that the pressure on our side will be heavy. We have the ferocious piranhas though. That's true, but their glows are less effective against second-class mech pilots. Verl retorted. I don't know where the deists got all of these mech pilots from, but their resilience is not that much inferior to military mech pilots. They will doubtlessly get distracted by the ferocious piranhas, but it is too optimistic for us to hope that they will be able to accomplish anything more. That meant that there weren't any easy solutions for the avatars and myth and the flagrant vandals that were arrayed against the deist forces. They had to fight a tough and determined opponent the old-fashioned way. Though the Larkinsons were already dispatching even more support, it took a considerable amount of time before the next wave of combat carriers arrived. Vase began to look pensive. I recall that we offered to dispatch additional prime mechs as well as a small contingent of penitent sisters, sword maidens and Ilvanans in the second wave. The commanders of the avatars and vandals refused the help. They want to win this battle on their own merits. The moment the two mech forces have to rely on others to secure victory, the damage to their confidence and self-image will be incalculable. Right now, the odds are still within a tolerable range, so the men in the field are still hopeful that they can gain the upper hand. It wasn't just a matter of pride. The performance of the avatars and vandals would define their image to the rest of the Larkinson clan for years to come. In previous battles such as the battle against the Abyss and the Battle of Reckoning, the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters established strong and invincible impressions for themselves. The two female-dominated mech forces did not need to prove their strength any further because everyone already acknowledged their strength. The others felt a lot of pressure to catch up. The living sentinels were more laid back because they never aimed to be the best in the first place, but the avatars could not accept being relegated to 4th or 5th place. They had to get into the top 2 at least. Pride is so silly sometimes. Vase shook his head. We're about to lose a lot of mechs and a fair amount of mech pilots. It is going to be a pain to replace them both. The only reason why he didn't feel more upset was because what was happening fell in line with his own thoughts. The avatars had grown very quickly as of late, but the embrace of so many newcomers severely degraded their cohesion and hardiness. A hard-fought battle would definitely hammer and condense the avatars into a unified fighting force. While Vase tried to weigh the costs and benefits of this evolving battle, the deist family had fully deployed all of their aerial mechs. Different from the black mechs of before, the orange and gray machines were fully flight-capable. They were already eyeing the combat carriers of the Larkinson clan that had hastily entered the atmosphere of Trident III. The Larkinsons hadn't been idle all this time. As soon as the heavily damaged combat carrier carrying the VIPs approached the more intact vessels of the second wave, numerous shuttles traveled back and forth. Under the cover of several combat carriers repurposed into makeshift walls, the evacuees were being transferred over into the hangar bays of several combat carriers whose hulls were still in the process of cooling down. While this hastily transfer took place, two old enemies exchanged words with each other. Ernesto Diest, Novalon Pernis grimly said, "I never thought that you managed to escape the hunting squads. No thanks to you, kid." The man in charge of what was left of the Diest family scoffed. "Did you ever think that your family's plot would come back to haunt you in this way? We did nothing. We merely acted on behalf of the Loxic president and the Hegenarian party. Both of them are already dead or on their way to the grave. Aren't you satisfied with their fall?" "No," the middle-aged man shouted back. "I am not. Don't lie to me, you brat. I know your ways. Everything that comes out of the mouth of a pernicer is a distortion. My friends and I have done our own research. While it is true that the Hegenarian party dealt the main blow, the principal reason behind our collapse was because you pernicers wanted to get rid of an obstacle." Novalon Pernis's mood worsened. "We were just abiding by the rules of the game." "Screw the rules. What you did went way out of line. The conspiracy you enacted against my family not only led to the deaths of my parents, grandparents and thousands of other relatives, but also caused me to lose my wife and children." "Children? Novalon, I am truly sorry for that, Ernesto, but what happened to your family was outside of our control. While I do not begrudge your right to take revenge against us, think of what is left of the Diest family. Now that you and your forces have re-emerged in the open, you should know very well what that means. Screw the Grand Loxic Republic." The Diest survivor shouted as his eyes bore into the projection of one of his hated foes. "Our Diest family has already died as far as I'm concerned. I do not seek a future for myself. The only reason that I have been hanging on until now is to repay blood with blood and kill every member of your Pernis family." Ernesto Diest had gone mad. Novalon Pernis that there was no hope in persuading this crazed survivors to call off this attack. The vengeance-obsessed madman was willing to squander everything the Diest family had left in order to satisfy his final desire. Attack! The two sides immediately opened fire on each other as a larger battle began to unfold. Chapter 3059. Bootleg pendants. Just before the air battle broke out in earnest, the Avatar and Vandal mech pilots took advantage of the short reprieve to reorganize their lines and form a new battle plan. The surviving mechs of the first wave were no longer fresh and battle-ready as before. They had performed valiantly against the black mechs and it was unreasonable to ask them to fight as hard as before. It was a pity that the current situation of the Larkinsons didn't look favorable. The second wave brought around 320 mechs to the battlefield, but that still left them considerably outnumbered by the 500 formidable-looking Diest mechs. Though the aerial mechs that had showed up also featured bland designs that lacked inspiration, their overall quality was still high enough to give any Larkinson mech a run for its money. As many analysts and mech designers of the Larkinson clan began to perform rapid estimates of the enemy's expected battle performance, their overall conclusions weren't optimistic. In terms of value, the two sides are roughly even. Our bright warriors and ferocious piranhas are qualitatively better. In terms of numbers, the story is different. Missing 100 or so mechs matters significantly when the gap between the mechs of both sides isn't overwhelmingly wide. The Deists will be able to take advantage of their superior numbers to gain the initiative and maneuver much more freely on the battlefield. This was exactly what happened when both sides began to fight in the air. The Deists didn't bother to communicate with the Larkinsons. Ernesto Diest and his trusted men were completely consumed by their need to take revenge against the Pernis family. Nothing, not even a foreign clan with an unusual battle style, would be allowed to stop the reason why they had invested so much time and effort in this attack. As far as the Deists were concerned, the Larkinsons were just extensions of the Pernis family. Anyone and anything that dared to stand in their way of completing their revenge had to be eliminated. The aerial battle began with a furious exchange of fire. The Larkinsons mostly employed energy rifles while the Deists continued to favor kinetic rifles. Beams seared through the exteriors of Deist mechs while solid projectiles cratered against the tougher armor of the Bright Warriors. After the first few volleys, it became clear that the advantage in numbers allowed the Deist mechs to exert considerable greater pressure at range. The Avatar ranged mechs had to invest more effort into dodging incoming attacks or sheltering behind other mechs in order to remain operational. The different weapon types mattered a lot in this battle. Gauss rifles and other physical range weapons were heavily limited by the amount of ammunition that the mechs were able to carry. However, as long as their rounds didn't run out, the rifleman mechs were able to inflict a formidable amount of damage in a short amount of time. Positron rifles and laser rifles packed less punch on average. The beams had a tendency to spread out across the surface of a target, and modern mechs were quite good at coping with excess heat. It took time for the damage dealt by energy rifles to become telling. This was not a long time, but in a situation where the enemy possessed a greater punch, the bright warriors armed with ranged weapons would definitely be routed if this pattern continued. "This damn mech model is too slow," Mavelon complained as his mech got impacted by a Gauss round that shattered some of its surface layers. "If I was piloting my old mech, I could have dodged this blow with ease. Stop complaining and shoot these new enemies down. We might actually be defeated by these yokels if the Larkinsons can't get their act together." The 4 MTA mech pilots who took part in this operation endured a lot more pressure due to the changing circumstances. Even if they had the option to eject from their mechs, suffering defeat in their first deployment would become a huge stain on their records. Their colleagues back in the association would never ever take the 4 seriously again if they knew what happened. Many other Larkinsons were aware that they had to do something special in order to reverse the current trend. "Vandals," Commander Melkor shouted over the command channel. "Suppress their rifleman mechs. Take them out if you can, but don't let them fire at us unopposed." "We're already on our way, Commander. The enemy light mechs are running interference against us, but we Vandals will make quick work of them. Just watch." The Vandals deployed in the field all piloted the ferocious Piranha, which many Larkinsons considered one of the best mech models of the Larkinson clan. In their initial confrontation against their deist counterparts, the orange and gray mechs actually exhibited a slight but crucial edge in speed and acceleration. The enemy light mechs were faster. Yet when the range between the two groups of swift mechs decreased, the flagrant Vandals actually gained the advantage. Their hateful glows forced every enemy mech pilot to alternate between feeling abnormally calm to getting engulfed by overpowering fury. Getting subjected to one of these glows was already bad enough, but the rapid switch between the two threatened to drive the mech pilots crazy. Though the deist mech pilots were not weak by any means, the constant pressure exerted onto their minds imposed a significant handicap on their performance. It was as if they were forced to waltz while their feet were stepping on heated coals. Who could possibly maintain a completely even cadence under those conditions? The furious, high-speed dogfight that ensued resulted in rapid strikes and rapid takedowns. Soon enough, the deist light mech specialists realized that they suffered from another disadvantage. "Ha," a Vandal mech pilot laughed. "It takes more than that to drive your knife through my armor plating." The armor system of the ferocious Piranha model was substantially better than that of the opposition. It was extremely expensive to mount quality armor onto mechs that had to be as light as possible. Yet Vase was willing to invest more than most people spent on light mechs to ensure that his ferocious Piranhas would not fall apart so quickly. This was one of the reasons why the ferocious Piranhas managed to fell more deist light mechs while their opponents failed to perform as brilliantly. The ferocious Piranhas were much more suited for dogfighting than the opposing mechs. After dozens of mechs started to fall from the sky, the flagrant Vandal mech pilots began to show their difference in another way. While the enemy mech pilots were certainly skilled and were capable of executing numerous standard tactics, their lack of foundation soon became evident. The mech pilots employed by the deist family did not possess much of an identity. They merely passed the required classes of the mech academies they attended before going through another round of standard training when they were taken in by the deists. Yet the fallen family was not able to grant anything extra to their mech pilots. Ernesto Deist and his fellow survivors had lost too much in the initial collapse of their family. The martial tradition and the strong and distinctive identity of their household troops was completely lost. This meant that the mech pilots all had to start from scratch. This made a considerable difference on the battlefield. The deist light mech pilots fought while employing standard tactics and formations. Against normal opponents, this was already sufficient, but against the flagrant Vandals, which possessed a military heritage and counted a lot of experienced veterans in their ranks, the ferocious Piranhas under their control easily isolated and ganged up against pockets of enemy machines. "Damn, they're starting to split and run." Seeing that the situation was rapidly becoming more unsustainable, the commander of the deist light mechs ordered his men to avoid direct confrontations. The enemy light mechs all pulled back and spread out in different directions. They utilized their superior mobility to outrun the slightly slower ferocious Piranhas and taunt them along the way. Some of the retreating light mechs even pulled out lightweight pistols or other ranged weapons in order to harass the Vandal mechs. When Melkor briefly paused between his shots to take stock of the overall situation, his lips curled into a smile. You can play hide and seek all you want, but that leaves us free to confront other opponents. A portion of the ferocious piranhas continued to chase after the fleeing deist light mechs. Their goal was not necessarily to eliminate the mobile machines. It was already enough for them to keep the enemy machines occupied. What was even more crucial was that the remaining ferocious piranhas flew in the other direction and dove straight towards the ranks of enemy ranged mechs. The rifleman mechs armed with Gauss rifles were suddenly faced with a crisis as numerous ferocious piranhas flew past their sides and occasionally swooped in to drive their daggers through their fragile frames. Fortunately, the deists assigned numerous escort mechs to cover their backs. The knight mechs and other melee mechs did their best to fend off the swooping ferocious piranhas and deter them from getting too close. However, this was already enough for the flagrant vandals. The Larkinson clan clearly recognized that the ferocious piranhas did not need to risk themselves to take out their current targets. As long as they kept making threatening movements while making sure their glows affected the enemy mech pilots, the deist ranged mech pilots would not be able to fire their weapons against the avatar mechs as comfortably as before. What was even better was that the need to protect the ranged mechs from getting cut to pieces forced a considerable amount of deist melee mechs to remain stuck in protection duty. The fact that these melee mechs were unable to join the main clash further ahead meant that the numbers difference became a lot more tolerable for the avatar mech pilots. When the numbers became a bit more even, the performance of the avatars finally began to stand out from the norm. Avatars, let's show our clan what we can do. Invoke the Golden Cat, a mech captain commanded. The mech pilots he commanded simultaneously clutched a pendant that hung over their piloting suits. These little pendants were shaped in the form of a golden cat head. While they weren't totems because Vase didn't fabricate them in person, the pendants didn't have to be alive in order for them to serve their purpose. The avatar mech pilots used them as a focus for their thoughts and meditations. Right now, they were doing their best to concentrate their minds and plead towards a spirit that represented the heart and soul of the Larkinson clan. Back on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime, Vase briefly frowned and turned towards his bodyguard. The Larkinson mandate carried by Nida fluctuated for a moment. The Golden Cat received the earnest pleas of the avatar mech pilots in the field. After a moment of thought, she decided to answer their calls. Nya, through the vigorous and growing Larkinson network, the Nexus began to exude a lot of her energy through a number of specific bonds. Every avatar mech pilot that was clutching their pendants felt an invisible spurt of energy flowing through their bodies and minds. Even their mechs became more alive as they too received a boost from the generous cat. Though the bright warriors did not look any different from the outside, the moment they surged forward and clashed against the enemy mechs, the skill and fighting spirit of the avatars had spiked. I'm going down. We can't stop these golden mechs. The mech company that had received the blessing of the Golden Cat achieved immediate local superiority. No enemy mech managed to last more than 10 exchanges of blows. Not only did the avatar mech pilots employ greater skill and accurate judgment, they also fought as if they could always count on their comrades besides them. Their vastly improved teamwork prevented many of them from falling. Chapter 3060. New Avatar Method. If Vase was drinking a cup of coffee right now, he would have spurted all of it out of his mouth at this time. How the hell have these avatars become so good? He always tried to keep up with the current state of his diverse and unique mech forces. He had a good grasp of the overall strengths and weaknesses of every mech force. He also possessed an overall judgment of their ranking. The Sword Maidens were the strongest, followed closely by the Penitent Sisters. A substantial gap existed between the two and the remainder. The avatars of Myth and Flagrant Vandals had fallen too far behind to catch up in a short amount of time. This was why Commander Melkor was desperate to allow his avatars to lead this operation. If he and his men ever wanted to surpass the powerful female mech pilots, they had to go above and beyond in order to regain the throne. Melkor and a lot of avatar officers thought very hard about how they could close the gap. They realized that they had to acquire a unique advantage that they could depend upon to give them an edge in battle. One of the reasons why the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens were so stupendously scary in battle was because Vase bestowed them their unique battle networks. One of them used the extremely powerful Superior Mother as its nexus while the other centered around a living expert pilot. Due to their notably high degree of unity and cohesion, the Penitent Sisters and Sword Maidens were able to activate extraordinary battle formations that could launch massive, battle-changing strikes that could harvest hundreds if not thousands of lives at once. Every other mech force was insanely jealous at what the penitent sisters and sword maidens possessed. Yet other than the battle criers, Vase denied the request to fashion battle networks that were tailored to others. Vase was actually quite willing to strengthen the combat prowess of his soldiers in this manner. It took relatively little effort on his part to provide powerful trump cards to his troops. Yet the requirements to establish and activate a battle network were quite harsh. The mech pilots that channeled a battle formation had to be united by a common cause and become as aligned and homogeneous as possible. Theoretically, only twins and very close relatives should achieve close to perfect integration. Short of that, the highly intensive training standards along with the strong martial cultures of the penitent sisters and sword maidens served as an adequate substitute. The rest were too messy to match this level of dedication according to Vase. Was this really the case, though? Commander Melkor didn't think this was the case. Sure, the avatars had grown so large and numerous that a lot of differences had emerged. The longer-serving avatars were a lot more jaded and mature than the ones that joined in recent months. The small number of Trueblood Larkinsons always felt more privileged than the large number of adopted clansmen who had only recently embraced their values. The avatars who originated from second-rate states always felt that they would eventually be able to supplant the ones who came from third-rate states like the Bright Republic and the Sentinel Kingdom. With so many contradictions within the avatars, Commander Melkor had already tried and failed to impose a greater degree of conformity among his men. Nothing stuck, and it would take far too much time and much greater effort in order to mold his avatars into identical fighting machines. One day, the avatars racking their minds over this problem came up with an alternative solution. Trying to unite thousands if not tens of thousands of avatars is undoable. What if we take a step back and try to gather like-minded mech pilots into smaller units? It is much easier to foster unity in a mech squad or a mech company. The avatars experimented with this idea and achieved positive results during their initial attempts. Commander Melkor was highly encouraged by the results and approved further attempts to convert more mech companies into highly homogeneous units. The easiest way to accomplish this was to gather people together of the same backgrounds. For example, the mech pilots who all clutched their golden cat pendants and invoked the ancestral spirit were either true bloods or former citizens of the Bright Republic. Of all of the people in the clan, only the original Larkinsons and those who knew of their reputation were able to develop the most intimate connections to the Golden Cat. That turned them into a model which other avatars were supposed to follow. Now, this special experimental unit of Larkinsons were finally showing their worth on an actual battlefield. Unlike before when they were confronting the black mechs, this time they were confronted by aerial enemies who wouldn't be able to shake off the Larkinson mechs so easily. This was the perfect stage to debut the new avatar invocation method that Commander Melkor and his officers had cooked by themselves. What was remarkable about this was that the avatars never involved Vase or asked for his assistance at any point. The avatars were very prideful and they wanted to show the Patriarch that they did not need anyone's help in order to expand their own methods. Now, their hour had finally come, and the first mech companies that had successfully mastered their new exclusive technique were fighting harder than ever in order to vindicate all of the effort put into this initiative. Invoke the Golden Cat. 2 more mech companies experienced an invisible transformation that subsequently improved their effective performance by at least 30%. This difference might not sound so drastic, but in a fast-moving clash where every difference mattered, this improvement was nothing less than a revolution. The ranged mech company that had just invoked the Golden Cat aimed and overlapped their fire to a much more effective degree. They not only took down enemy mechs at a faster rate, but also suppressed any deist mech that was about to launch a fatal blow against a friendly machine. The melee mech companies outfought the mechs opposite them to such a devastating extent that the handful of MTA mech pilots fighting alongside them were filled with questions. In truth, their skill and ability allowed them to perform even better on an individual basis, but the rising momentum of so many avatar mechs affected the course of the battle to a much greater degree. What happened to these Larkinsons? Miss Petrov, who was piloting a Lancer mech, expressed her befuddlement. Did they simultaneously inject their bodies with stimulants or something? Miss Quentin shook her head as she did her best to keep up with the advancing avatars and chop enemy mechs with the sword of her own machine. They haven't lost control. Far from it, they exhibit even greater precision and coordination than before. That is not what typical stimulants can do. Whatever these Larkinsons have done, I can feel their momentum rising. Commander Melkor grinned with pride as the battle swung in the favor of the Larkinson clan. The avatars were finally showing their worth under his leadership. Surround the deist mechs. Don't let them fall back to their sea carriers. The ferocious piranhas began to harass and block the rear of the diminishing enemy mech troop. While the deist mechs initially outnumbered the avatars and vandals in the field, the last few stratagems successfully whittled down this disparity. Now that the deists lost more than 100 mechs in a short amount of time, their situation became even less optimistic. If the Revenge Force couldn't overcome the Larkinsons when they held this advantage, how could they possibly reverse the situation now that the superior Larkinson mechs faced less pressure? Even though the deist mech pilots were very loyal to their cause, they were not immune to swings in morale. They could easily sense that the high tide that they were riding on had crashed straight into a dike. The deist mech force did not possess much advantages to begin with, but now that the orange and gray mechs were falling left and right due to the heroic performance of a handful of enemy mech companies, the dream of the deist family might never come to pass. Surging morale boosted every avatar mech pilot that fought against the deists. Even if they weren't a part of the special mech companies that had invoked the Golden Cat, the regular mech pilots still fight with more skill and confidence than even in their best training sessions. How could the deist mech pilots possibly match this boost? Their fighting spirit constantly eroded as they lacked a pillar that could prop up their morale and rally their confidence. Ernesto Deist was not an accomplished war leader and could do little to encourage his men to stand their ground. "My revenge, my family," the surviving deist hollowly uttered in the command center of one of the sea carriers. "No, I can't let my quest for vengeance fail. Not when I have worked so hard to get to this point. Men, forget about fighting these Larkinsons. Just chase down those fleeing combat carriers and take them all down. As long as any of them plunge into the ocean, the Pernissers will enter our domain." It was a sound plan, and it might have actually worked if he had issued this order at the start. However, their entanglement against the Larkinson mechs had become so devastating that the remaining deist mechs were too few in number to succeed in this plan. They tried anyway. The deist mechs all split up and tried to circumvent the crazy bright warriors and the devious ferocious piranhas. Yet this half-baked initiative that had started too late was destined to fail. The avatars did not allow their opponents to leave unopposed. The bright warriors stubbornly gnawed at the heels of the escaping deist mechs and either forced them to stop and fight or simply defeated them straight away. Any deist mech that succeeded in slipping through the net were quickly chased down by a pack of ravenous ferocious piranhas. The Vandal light mechs were able to catch up to any medium mech without fail, so the attempts to get away by the latter seemed very farcical. As for the light mechs that outraced the ferocious piranhas, their numbers were too few to threaten the combat carriers that had already distanced themselves from the hotspot. The empowered ranged mech company might not have the blessing of Ilvain, but their overall performance received a collective boost that was just enough for them to down the dodging enemy light mechs by coordinating their fire. From the moment the sea carriers submerged back into the water, the Larkinson clan knew that it had accomplished its victory. The avatars and vandals have won. Hail the Larkinson clan, hail the Golden Cat. The operation to evacuate the Pernis family was settled even before the third wave of Larkinson mechs arrived. With the help of a new combat method, the avatars of myth succeeded in pioneering a new battle approach. Back on the Spirit of Bentime, Vase was lost for words. He had long thought that he was the only one who was qualified to invent new spirituality-based methods in the Larkinson clan. No one came close to matching his competence in spiritual engineering. Though he was aware that he had a long way to go before he could catch up to his mother, in his clan he always considered himself to be the sole authority in this field. Yet now, the avatars of myth encroached upon his domain despite possessing no expertise in spiritual engineering. How? Vase asked. He turned around and pinned his eyes towards the Larkinson mandate. He could feel smugness radiating from the Golden Cat. Get over here. He did not bother to ask Nida to hand over the book. He activated a hidden command and commanded the anti-grav brace to detach from Nida's combat armor and fly straight into Vess's outstretched hand. Once he held the book in his grasp, he communicated directly with Goldie. What have you been up to these days? Nya. Chapter 3061, Highborn Nya. Goldie's lovely furred expression looked up at him from within the Larkanon mandate. She not only looked completely innocent, but also cute in a way that appealed to any cat lover. She was just too adorable. When Vase faced his own creation, he couldn't help but soften up and calm down to an extent. What did you do? Goldie blinked. Nya, I see. The explanation was actually not that complicated. Vase had always wanted Goldie to be a network facilitator, but he also wanted her to become something more. One of his more ambitious goals for Goldie was to enable her to pass on valuable piloting-related knowledge, experience, instincts and other benefits to those connected to the Larkinson network. This promising feature never panned out the way he wanted to. It was too much to ask for Goldie to permanently instill the valuable accumulation of a veteran expert pilot to someone new and inexperienced. The only instance where this piloting knowledge transfer somewhat worked was with the Chiron. However, the Chiron only really reached its full potential when Vase set up a special circumstance where an expert candidate transferred a portion of his or her elevated piloting ability to a less capable pilot. Though Vase was already happy with the way his understated Chiron design accelerated the training of the future generation of Larkinson mech pilots, it was still a training mech. Its actual standards and fighting prowess was so far below the Bright Warrior that even the thought of putting it on the battlefield would spark a mutiny among his men. Outside of these limited scenarios, the so-called ancestral learning ability that Vase had devised in the past never really saw any play. Until now, Vase remembered that while he designed the Chiron around this new and unconventional knowledge transfer method, he also hoped that the Bright Warrior turned into a suitable vehicle. However, nothing came out of it. Whether it was the original Bright Warrior or the second-class version, neither of them enabled one mech pilot to transfer his skill and experience to another mech pilot. He gradually forgot about it as the Bright Warrior already performed well enough to make him satisfied. While he would have been happy if it could do more, its primary purpose was to serve as a user-friendly starter platform for his Larkinson mech pilots. His evaluation changed today. Seeing the avatars figure out how to activate the ancestral learning ability on their own without his assistance showed him that he had made his conclusions about this issue too early. Nya nya nya. Goldie did not hide anything and explained the process clearly to Vase. It turned out that she always knew what Vase wanted, but that the conditions weren't right in the past. First, Goldie was a lot younger and weaker in the past. There weren't as many people connected to the Larkinson network and she had barely developed her abilities at the time. Second, the method also imposed serious requirements on the part of the mech pilots. They had to adopt the right mindset in order to enable the knowledge transfer. Third, Vase had been too focused on segmenting spiritual networks into different categories. Kinship networks were meant to instill loyalty and watch out for betrayal. Battle networks were solely designed to enable a short but extremely powerful boost in combat. He failed to anticipate that a group like the Avatars was able to achieve an effect that was similar to that of a battle network but to a lesser degree. As Vase observed the empowered Larkinson mechs rolling over the capable but uninspiring Deist mechs, he clearly felt that the Larkinsons that had borrowed the power of the Golden Cat could have sustained this state a lot longer. This was nothing less than revolutionary in his eyes. Wasn't this what Vase had been trying to achieve? Though the activation of a battle network could achieve a drastic impact in battle, the downside was that it lasted too short and the power might be too exaggerated for certain battles. A lesser but more lasting empowerment like the current state of Avatar mech pilots was much more practical in most battles. Vase could already observe from various pieces of data that the mech pilots did not look significantly drained after the experience. They could still put up a decent fight even after they strained their minds earlier. This was much different from the aftermath of activating a battle formation. Vase was eager to explore this new facet of spiritual battle methods, but this was not the time for him to indulge in spiritual engineering. After smashing the Deist family's aerial mech force, the enemy did not launch any follow-up attacks. It was already difficult and expensive to form a secret mech force on a quiet paradise planet with no inherent industrial infrastructure. Their backers might be generous, but it was a bit too far-fetched for this secret remnant to receive enough resources and manpower to build up an entire mech regiment. It became a lot more trouble than usual for the Larkinson mechs and ships that had descended into the atmosphere to return to the expeditionary fleet. The loss of several combat carriers and the crippling of several more meant that the Larkinsons had less space for mechs. On the other hand, the amphibian black mechs and the aerial Deist mechs also exacted a serious toll on the Avatar and Vandal mechs. Many expensive machines had sunk to the bottom of Tridoni's warm and deep oceans. Salvaging the wrecks was out of the question. As far as Vase was aware of, the entire Larkinson fleet did not carry a single aquatic mech. However, a quick search revealed that the graveyard actually carried a few specialized vessels that could theoretically retrieve the broken mechs and debris from the depths. There were way too few of them though. It would take weeks to fish out all of those broken Bright Warrior and ferocious Piranha mechs and that was way too troublesome for his liking. Don't bother with picking up our wrecks. Vase told General Verl, I want to leave this stupid star system as soon as possible. Are you sure, sir? The broken hardware we're about to leave behind is very valuable. We'll also risk exposing the designs of the Bright Warrior IB and Ferocious Piranha IB. Vase winced when he heard the latter. General Verl raised a valid strategic concern. One of the ways that mechs gained an edge on the battlefield was by hiding their strengths and weaknesses. However, as long as someone fished out enough broken wrecks and reconstructed them, it became possible for others to make detailed analyses about their designs. This was no different from revealing the blueprints of the Bright Warrior and Ferocious Piranha to the public. Even if the people who studied his mechs didn't dump the data on the galactic net, they could probably trade it to the Larkinson clan's enemies like the Friday Coalition for a good price. Vase looked grim but decided to stick with his current decision. Nothing can remain hidden forever. We have already deployed these two mech models enough times for observers to glean enough clues about their performance. Even if our enemies can obtain a lot more details about those two mechs, it's not as if this is a crippling disadvantage. I bet the Friday Coalition has long analyzed our Valkyrie mech designs to death, but that hasn't stopped the momentum of this product line. Besides, we'll be replacing those models with updated versions at some point in the future, so we won't have to worry about this problem forever. The expeditionary fleet had to keep moving. The Larkinsons had already stirred up trouble in the Grand Loxic Republic by deploying so many mechs for battle and intervening in a local power struggle. The longer his fleet remained in the state, the greater the chance that the Loxians would come and drag him even deeper into the local quagmire. The Pernis family might be happy to settle some old scores, but the Larkinsons couldn't care less about these squabbles. Bring the Pernis family aboard the Spirit of Bentheim as soon as possible. Vase spoke as he stood up from his chair. We need to receive them as quickly as possible while they are still in shock. Those pampered Pernisers look as if their entire mentalities have been subverted. If we wait for them to regain their mental balance, they'll be much more composed and much more difficult to influence. We need to strike while the iron is hot and make an indelible impression on those snobs. Vase was not ignorant of their behavior. As soon as they evacuated from the Violet Estates and entered one of the combat carriers of his fleet, he directed some of his attention on monitoring the folk that would soon play an important role in the Larkinson clan. It turned out the Pernisers were a lot more elitist than he expected. They were much like the Tovars of the Bright Republic. Vase did not want these Pernisers to maintain their picky attitudes once they joined the Larkinson clan. From the beginning, Vase had done his best to avoid his clan developing in the direction of the Tovar family and other cold-hearted organizations. He had made many policy decisions that served to reduce the power distance between the clansmen. A normal rank-and-file member should always be able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to a patriarch like him on a normal if respectful basis. If the Pernisers were allowed to impose their stamp on the Larkinson clan, his clansmen risked becoming stiffer when they interacted with each other. This did not align with his vision of the Larkinson clan as a giant brotherhood. Every Larkinson must be able to extend a sufficient amount of trust to each other. If this simple rule no longer held true, the Larkinson clan would pretty much be dead in his eyes. When Vase left the bridge of his flagship, Lucky silently floated off the armrest and followed suit. Calabast also chose to accompany him as the issues surrounding the Pernis family also merited her attention. As they walked through the corridors, Calabast voiced another warning. The people we're about to receive are different from our other recruits. She started. The thousands of people that have previously flocked to our banner are mostly young, adventurous, eager to make a new start and impressionable. Their backgrounds vary, but the overwhelming majority of clansmen originate from the middle class. Vase nodded in understanding. There were still plenty of clansmen who came from humble backgrounds, but those were very rare. The clan maintained a high recruiting standard, which meant that those with less means were usually unable to afford the education required to make them useful and desirable enough to get any further. On the other hand, the number of upper-class people in the clan was small as well. Most scions were very comfortable in their current lives and had no desire to abandon all of their privilege to go on a risky adventure to the Red Ocean. In a way, the Pernisers also fell into this category. Despite almost facing annihilation, these sorry bastards still held themselves up as high-born leaders and aristocrats. Vase had no doubt that if the Grand Loxic Republic adopted a feudal governing system, the Pernis family would have transitioned into Pernis House. We need to make it clear that the Pernisers need to get off their high horses and sincerely embrace our culture and values. He stated, "Do you have any good ideas? That is not an easy demand, You know. Calabast smiled wryly. I know their type. Their arrogance is rooted in their bones. They're similar to the batch of MTA mech pilots you've picked up. Their privileged upbringing and superior capabilities instill them with a sense of pride and confidence that is difficult to erode. The only way to reform them is if you break their old mentalities entirely. This is not advisable, though. Chapter 3062. Greeting the Pernissers. Though the logistics had become a little more complicated, the Larkinsons succeeded in bringing their damaged ships and mechs back to the Larkinson fleet. Vase still regretted the fact that he had to leave his broken and sunken mechs and ships behind, but the Larkinson clan could easily build or acquire replacements. The material losses of the Battle of Trident II were substantial, but the loss of life was well within a tolerable range. The bright warriors were designed to be sturdy machines, so the chance that the enemy could breach the cockpit straight away was fairly small. Even if the mechs eventually succumbed from all of the damage, the avatars usually managed to eject their cockpits without any serious issue. The casualties among the flagrant vandals were a bit more serious on a proportional basis, especially at the start of the battle, but that was the downside to piloting light mechs. It was quite difficult to land a hit on them, but once they received a solid blow, it was a lot easier to penetrate their chest armor and kill the pilot on the spot. Still, as much as Vase lamented the losses, the figure was within a tolerable range. With tens of thousands of pilots at his disposal, the clan wouldn't even feel a difference. The avatars and vandals could easily recruit replacements for the dead. This was no longer a matter that Vase needed to pay personal attention to. The Larkinson clan already developed its human resource capabilities to the point where it could automatically recruit the most suitable personnel at their next port of call. The only troublesome consequence of suffering these battle losses was that Vase had to go out and attend yet another tedious burial ceremony. He had gone through so many of them that it became increasingly more difficult for him to play his role. Unfortunately, as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, presiding over these ceremonies was mandatory. If he gave his men the impression that he no longer cared as much, his approval rating would probably dip by at least 20%. Vase was much more preoccupied with determining how the Larkinson clan should integrate the Perniss family. First impressions were important, and he keenly recognized that traumatic events the Pernissers had gone through had made them more receptive to change than usual. It was important for the clan to seize this moment and ensure the Pernissers smoothly identified themselves with the Larkinson clan instead of their old lives. It's quite troublesome to make the Pernissers embrace our clan seriously. Calabast explained her thoughts as they continued to walk all the way towards one of the hangar bays of the factory ship. From our observations, it is clear that the Perniss family lived very different lives from the rest of us. For example, you came from a privileged but relatively sober background. I grew up as a member of one of the most powerful matriarchal dynasties of my state, but my relatives piled up extremely high expectations on me. Everyone else in our clan had to struggle one way or another. This is also why we are so driven by our ambitions. Are you suggesting that the Pernissers are less hardworking and ambitious? That is not what I am trying to imply, Vase. I am trying to paint different pictures for different kinds of people. The Pernissers can also work hard. It is just that their ambitions and their ideas about how they should live their lives are different. These people will arrive in the Larkinson clan with preconceived expectations about the treatment they should receive and the responsibilities they must bear. Do you recognize the potential dangers in what I have said? Vase mulled over her words. She was obviously hinting at something but expected him to stumble upon the answer himself. He mulled over the situation and made a tentative guess. Our original goal for grabbing the Perniss family is to acquire a diplomat. The need to forge new relations and grow existing ones has become more and more important to our clan. As a result, the importance of this job is extremely critical. As long as one of the Pernissers performed well, that person would gain a lot of say in the running of the clan. Calabast nodded in affirmation. It's actually more extensive than that. Didn't you tell us that our clan is lacking a lot of mid-level managers and administrators? All of those Pernissers and their retainers can't remain idle once they become a part of our clan. They need jobs as well, but they are all civilians and completely unsuitable to serve in a military capacity. Instead, our clan will do its best to allocate them to positions where their prior learning and job experience will be put to use. Many of the Pernissers happened to hold impressive positions in the past. The Larkinson clan did not have a habit of wasting someone's potential. The clan organization was expanding every day and the list of vacancies grew longer. There were definitely a lot of influential jobs in the clan that the Pernissers could perform with ease. Though Vase didn't mind it if new recruits immediately started off with vital, important positions, he became a lot more guarded to the idea of giving the Pernissers cushy positions without having to work for them. Competence was one thing, but contribution was another. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I think we may need to revise our original plans towards the Perniss family. We can wait with appointing diplomats and other important jobs. What is more important to me is to make sure that the Pernissers enter the Larkinson clan with the right mindset. He knew that the Larkinson network could do much to alter the mentalities of the Perniss family, but its influence was too subtle and gradual to produce major results. This was partially intentional, as Vase did not want to get accused of brainwashing his own people. At least the current degree of influencing made it clear that every clansman still retained enough of their original identity and thoughts. However, this also left the clansmen to pursue their own ideas. As long as they did not plot any direct betrayals, they were allowed to pursue a lot of different agendas. Since both Vase and Calabast recognized that this would probably lead to undesirable consequences if the soon-to-be former members of the Perniss family rose to power, they had to derail the expected process in some fashion. While Calabast was in the process of hatching numerous covert plots, Vase had a more direct solution in mind. A smirk slowly appeared on his face as he came closer to the hangar bay. Lucky recognized his expression. Vase always became swept by devious thoughts when he smirked in this fashion. Meow. Oh, quiet, Lucky. My ideas are not that bad. Meow meow. Okay, I admit that the plan I have in mind might be a bit extreme, but it's not as if the Pernissers can turn away at this point. They're not like regular recruits who are eager to become a part of our clan. They need to learn to appreciate what we are all about before they are truly ready to become Larkinsons. A short time passed before the carriers that carried the evacuated members of the Perniss family reached the core of the Larkinson fleet. Numerous transports and shuttles brought the members of the Perniss family over to one of the hangar bays of the Spirit of Bentime. Vase deliberately did not opt to guide the newcomers to one of the fancier compartments located on the upper decks of his flagship. He instead commanded a large number of guards to stand guard in the hangar bay and prevent the rescued Pernissers from walking away. The sight of all of those armed and armored troops chilled the hearts of the well-dressed Pernissers. The posture of the Larkinson clan did not appear to be friendly at the moment. Only the wiser among them, such as Ambassador Sheddarin Perniss, recognized that the Larkinsons were engaging in a power play. The elder man's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he already began to sigh. He could read a lot of clues about Vase and the Larkinson clan's intentions from these actions. Combined with what he had witnessed from the clan during the Battle of Trident II, the head of the Perniss family suspected that the objections voiced by his son might ring true. If Vase knew what the head of the Pernissers was thinking about, he wouldn't change anything. No matter what kind of pejorative labels the newcomers threw at the Larkinsons, they would become a part of the clan one way or another. Once the Pernissers had all been ferried over to the Spirit of Bentime, Vase finally made his entry. At first, a loud impact rang through the hangar bay as the bright warriors stationed in the cavernous compartment all stomped the deck with their feet. The Pernissers and their retainers immediately fell silent. The entrance at the opposite side slid open in order to allow for the entry of Vase, Lucky, Calabast and an honor guard. The latter two did not attract too much attention, but Vase definitely did. He marched forward while being shadowed by a formidable squad of bodyguards. Though Vase opted to greet the Pernissers in his uniform, he exuded a martial and domineering air that was common to military leaders such as Patriarch Reginald Cross. The Larkinson clan was not an aristocratic organization. It was not a military organization either, but it definitely leaned in that direction. The behavior of the bright warriors, the guards that were keeping them in place and the method of entry chosen by Vase all emphasized these differences. Sheddarin Perniss and Novalon Perniss stood in front of their family members. They both bowed but did not take the initiative to open their mouths. As diplomats, they recognized the power imbalance between their almost ruined family and the prosperous Larkinson clan. Vase enjoyed all of the initiative by virtue of grasping all of their lives. When Vase reached an appropriate distance, he surveyed the crowd in person. Studying their behaviors through the monitoring system already gave him a good idea what he was dealing with, but inspecting them in person allowed him to observe them in other ways. The Pernissers felt scared, lost and traumatized. However, they still clung to their own pride and insisted on keeping their heads high in front of their future leader. Their feelings towards the Larkinson clan were mixed. On the one hand, they were very grateful that the foreigners took the initiative to rescue them at a considerable cost. On the other hand, they never wanted to abandon their comfortable lives in the Grand Loxic Republic and become a part of a nomadic, spacefaring fleet. The latter began to weigh more heavily in their minds now that the reality of the situation started to settle in. Hundreds of Pernissers had even begun to cry. Vase did not pay much mind to them, though. He still maintained his superior smirk. Pernissers, welcome to the Larkinson fleet. While I would like to welcome you as Larkinsons, I'm afraid you are not ready to adopt the Larkinson name. Before you become a part of our clan and start your new lives in our fleet, you must go through a process of adaptation. Right now, I'm afraid that few of you are aware of what becoming a Larkinson exactly means. That must be corrected. A lot of Pernissers began to frown. Novalon Perniss cautiously raised his hand. Patriarch Larkinson, pardon me for asking, but what must be done in order to satisfy your requirements? It's quite simple, Mr. Novalon. You and the rest of your family simply have to go through a short training program in order to become familiar with our culture. Are you talking about military training, Patriarch? A lot of Pernissers shuddered at this mention. Fortunately, Vase denied this possibility. Have no fear, I don't intend to push you beyond your limits. I just want you to go through a brief and gentle training regime in order to help you deal with your trauma. It will also encourage you to move on with your lives and embrace what our clan can offer to you. At the same time, the experiences you will go through in the next weeks will help you gain a greater understanding of your fellow Larkinsons. Even though Vase did not say anything extreme, the smirk on his face hinted that the training program he had in mind would definitely be fishy. Chapter 3063, Boarding a Pirate Ship. After Vase issued his brief announcement, he didn't give the Pernissers a lot of opportunities to ask any questions. Other Larkinsons stepped forward in order to organize and sort the rescued people into different groups. None of the clansmen cared about the complaints of the Pernissers or their exact identities. Who cared whether someone claimed to have been a former planetary minister of Trident II? He was just an old man now that he had fallen into the grasp of the Larkinson clan. It didn't even matter if some of the Pernissers or their retainers were mech pilots. None of them received any special treatment. Of course, the Larkinsons might be tough, but they weren't cruel. They did not set out to bully the Pernissers or inflict any harm on them. They just performed their jobs without any extraneous thoughts. A group of Larkinson school teachers began to receive the children of the Perniss family. Some of the latter cried for various reasons, but the teachers efficiently injected a small drug in their bodies to calm them down. Some old fogies and veterans of the Larkinson clan took away the elderly, disabled and retired members of the Perniss family. Pregnant women and other vulnerable people also joined this group. Even though these people did not add much value to the Larkinson clan, their presence and views were still important in many ways. The clan would never kick them off the fleet. The Larkinson clan was supposed to be one big family, and caring for the older generation was an important facet of this ideal. In short, Vase did not impose any excessive demands on the weak and less capable members of the Perniss family. His focus remained on the healthy, able, competent and clever members of the Perniss family. As long as these able-bodied Loxians recovered from their traumas, they should immediately be ready to slot into their new jobs in the Larkinson clan. Vase did not intend to make their transition too easy, though. He was afraid that the Pernissers were too spoiled and entitled to appreciate the new chance they received. In order to rectify these possible traits and ensure the Pernissers didn't make any undesirable waves in the Larkinson clan, they had to go through a mandatory training program. The point wasn't to turn them into soldiers. That was a huge waste of time considering that they had already chosen their paths in life. Vase merely planned out a series of introductions and experiential activities in order to encourage them to forget about their old ways. Once these able-bodied Pernissers were sorted into several subgroups, a series of passenger craft arrived to take them to their first training site. They're on their way to the Sword Maiden contingent of our fleet, right? Calabast hesitantly nodded. They are, but a lot of us are questioning whether it is wise to subject them to the tender mercies of the Sword Maidens. You know how demanding those women can get. Their backgrounds as pirates also ensures that they will not develop any good impressions of the blue-blooded Pernissers. What Vase had done was little different from throwing a well-dressed noble into a pack of beggars. There was no way that both sides would be able to achieve harmony. The grin on his face did not abate, however. That's exactly why I think the Sword Maidens are the best people to receive the Pernissers first. He enthusiastically replied, I can trust those women not to get too enamored by the former identities of our upcoming members. I also trust that they are professional enough not to break their charges. What if you are wrong? Vase shrugged. Oh well, it's not a big deal if a large shipment of goods contains a few defective products. We have already received more than enough purchasers to last us a while. How many did we gain, exactly? According to our current count, we registered 1879 Trueblood members of the Pernis family and 16,754 employees and retainers. The latter were not technically Pernisers, but they were raised and sheltered by them, so they possessed similar mindsets. This was why Vase did not intend to treat them differently from their former employers. As Vase and Calabast continued to oversee the transfers of the different groups of Pernisers, a pair of guards brought forth an old but stately-looking wuxian. The older man regarded the two leaders with a humble posture. The man's inherent dignity could not be hidden, but the way in which the Perniser leader conveyed humility was highly convincing. If Vase didn't know that he was dealing with a professional liar, he would have been sold by the performance. Of course, the niceties still had to be followed, so he replaced his devious smirk with a friendly smile. Ambassador Sheddarin Pernis, welcome to the Larkinson fleet. Again, I apologize for not being able to induct you and your family members into the fold straight away, but unlike the rest of our recruits, your people have not yet proven to be worthy to become a Larkinson. I hope you understand. The former head of the Pernis family made a brief but humble bow. You do not have to call me ambassador, patriarch. My old titles have lost their meaning the moment I have brought my family to your domain. I am no longer a citizen of the Grand Loxic Republic. Vase felt satisfied by the former ambassador's smart response. It had been worth it to obtain someone like Sheddarin Pernis. Very well, Mr. Sheddarin. Now, the reason why I summoned you here is because you seem to be the wisest among your bunch. Do you have any questions about the future of your men? I do, Patriarch. Sheddarin looked grave. If I may ask, is it truly necessary to put most of my former family members through immediate ideological training? They have just bid farewell to their homes, their friends, their jobs and the rest of the structure that supported their lives. They need time to heal and process. They can heal and process their grief, while they are running laps around the interior of a combat carrier. Vase heartlessly replied, you probably know what I am trying to do, so I won't mince words with you. The fact that the structure that you are referring to is broken at this moment is a great opportunity for our clan to erect a new structure in its place. It is much easier to replace a broken and ruined house than an intact one. Why should I give your former family members the opportunity to erect their own houses? Their designs will be all over the place. If we are the ones who are building your new houses, we can ensure that their architecture falls in line with the rest of our clan. I can understand your desire to mold us into your image, but there are gentler and more sophisticated alternatives. I can pass on these methods to you or refer you to some best-selling books that can explain the theory behind them. There is a whole body of academic literature behind the best ways to teach and indoctrinate humans. Vase directed a sharp look at the former ambassador. How many of you Pernisers have read those books? Don't answer this question. While I am sure that all of those proven methods are effective, our clan have our own unique ways to transform any random recruit into a sincere and loyal Larkinson. You'll get to know them in the coming days and weeks. There was no need to flood Sheddarin Pernis with all of the wackier aspects of the Larkinson clan right away. Vase found that new recruits adjusted better to the unique traits of his clan if they comprehended them one by one. It would be incredibly abrupt for him to introduce the Pernisers to an entity as mystical as the Golden Cat straight away. Seeing that the patriarch of the Larkinson clan insisted on this harsh and strict treatment towards his family members, he dropped his protests. Now that he and his family boarded a pirate ship, it was not wise for him to contradict the pirate captain. What do you intend to do with us after we have adjusted to our new conditions? As long as your people successfully get accepted in the Larkinson clan, we will treat them as our brothers and sisters. You Pernisers will truly be regarded as Larkinsons from that point onwards. We'll not treat you differently from other clansmen either, so they will follow our usual procedures that will help them find their new places in the fleet. Their prior education, work experience and qualifications will finally become relevant then at that time. I can promise you that we will not misuse the talents of your former family members. Sheddarin loosened up when he heard that. He conveyed a substantial amount of relief and gratitude with his posture. Thank you, Patriarch. I hope that my son and the rest of my family can lend all of their abilities to you. You may not know much about the Grand Loxic Republic, but you can trust that its standards are high. I have never questioned the competence of your people. Vase smiled. Let's just do our best to leave all of these unpleasantries behind and do our best to look towards the future. All of us are looking for a new start in the Red Ocean. Walk with me, I'll bring you up to speed. He moved to the exit of the hangar bay while Shedder and Pernus followed suit. Calabast didn't feel the need to follow. Instead, she silently waved at Vase before moving off to attend to her other duties. Lucky gazed back and forth between Vase and Calabast. On one hand, he could follow Vase, who would likely be talking about a lot of boring stuff to a boring old man. On the other hand, he could follow Calabast and supplant Arnold as her favored petting instrument. It didn't take long for him to resolve his dilemma. Meow. Lucky quickly zipped towards Calabast. Fortunately for the cat, Vase did not notice Lucky's absence. Instead, he had become fully engaged in providing Shedderin with a brief overview of his clan and its various relations. Though Shedder and Pernus only possessed a shallow understanding of the Larkinson clan, he had already formed a number of preliminary conclusions. The Golden Skull Alliance has great promise in my eyes, he slowly said. It is just that your clan is not tapping its full potential out of an abundance of caution. Vase looked puzzled. Why would you say that, Mr. Shedderin? Now that the conversation turned to more familiar territory to the former ambassador, Shedderin finally raised his head a little. There are many reasons why I think this way. First, your clan cannot do everything. You have already established this yourself. It is best if you can combine forces with other organizations that possess different competences. This way, you can each benefit from the strengths of your partners without investing a disproportionate amount of effort into expanding your own capabilities. If you just want to grow your clan quietly and over a span of a few centuries, then you might consider this approach, but you are looking to achieve a good start in the Red Ocean. The pace of development and competition in the Dwarf Galaxy is so high that you cannot bank on long-term plans to achieve success. The early bird gets the worm, Vase succinctly said. Just so, Patriarch. Shedderin sagely nodded. I have studied the conditions of the Red Ocean extensively, even if I never held any intentions to enter it. When I compare the current trends with what has happened in past colonization waves, I have found that collective action has a much higher chance of success than trying to achieve everything by yourself. You don't have much hope that we'll be able to manage in our current conditions. Oh, heavens, no. According to my preliminary estimates and calculations, the chance that your clan will be able to survive 10 years after entering the Red Ocean is 8.7%. Vase almost had a heart attack when he heard this figure. 8.7%, isn't that too low? The old man shook his head. In fact, this is a rather optimistic estimate based on rosy projections of your future growth and development. In my more pessimistic scenarios, the chance of survival can dip as low as 0.3%. 0.3%. Chapter 3064. Shedderin's Theory. Chapter 3064. Shedderin's Theory. Vase became quite shocked when Shedderin Pernus issued a depressingly poor verdict on the chances that the Larkinson clan would succeed in its grand expedition. He deeply wanted to reject the low odds. He bet so much on his journey to the Red Ocean and thought he was making good progress in building up his clan and network of allies. However, Vase could not dismiss the authority of someone who possessed a greater vision on these kinds of matters. As much as he had grown into his role and tried his best to steer the Larkinson clan in the right direction, he was well aware that he wasn't cut out for these matters. It was why he always desired to acquire the experts who could do the thinking on his behalf. Now that the Avatars and Vandals sacrificed a significant amount of hardware and numerous lives to save the Pernus family, he finally accomplished one of his major goals. He just didn't expect the former head of the Pernus family to start off with a grave prediction. Well, you certainly have guts. Vase lightly said. You seek my counsel, not my flattery. Shedderin Pernus calmly replied. From what I have observed about your Larkinsons, you prefer to be direct. That is quite in line with your straightforward military heritage. When in Rubarth, do as the Rubarthans do. I can adjust myself to multiple personality types. It is my vocation, after all. The pair had moved to a private lounge on the upper decks. Vase wanted to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel frankly with Shedderin Pernus. All of the showmanship that he displayed at the hangar bay was mostly meant to guide the sheep. The head of the Pernusers was no sheep, though. He was a herder, and many of the usual tricks that Vase employed to dazzle and manipulate people didn't work on such wise and farsighted individuals. As Vase looked at Shedderin Pernus sitting casually on a divan, the former ambassador of the Grand Loxic Republic exuded a distinctive mix of dignity and authority that only senior statesmen possessed. It made the old man come across as authoritative and someone who absolutely knew what he was talking about. Whether this was actually true remained to be seen, but so far Vase did not doubt Mr. Shederin's competence or sincerity. The man used to lead a foreign diplomatic mission on behalf of one of the most powerful second-rate states of Wing Serenade. There was no way that anyone assigned to such a position was a dummy. In addition, the Larkinsons almost completely grasped the surviving members of the Pernis family. Other than the careerists who had been assigned to work at foreign embassies and so on, the main body of the Pernis family had effectively fallen in the hands of the Larkinsons. Since the Pernisers were stuck aboard several ships in a vast and powerful fleet, there was no way for them to escape. Rather than resisting this reality, Shederin Pernis instead chose to acknowledge it. In any case, they no longer had any future in the Grand Loxic Republic anyway, and the Larkinsons had shown enough intention to make use of the talents of their family members. After the remnants of the Deist family almost came close to wiping out the Pernis family, the former ambassador had lost most of his objections to abandoning his original heritage. What did it matter if he and his family members forgot about their ties to Old Earth? Their illustrious family legacy did not offer any protection when the Black Mechs assaulted the Violet Estates for weeks. After receiving this much-needed reality check, Shederin Pernis no longer viewed the cosmos with rose-tinted glasses. He began to treat potential risks and dangers more seriously. This was also why he answered with such low odds. He felt that the Larkinson clan was just as naive and unguarded as the Pernis family at the start of the Crown Uprising. Shederin saw that his audience had a lot of trouble accepting his judgment, so he stood up and began to pace around the spacious lounge. He curiously studied the decorations in the room. The strange cat emblems, martial banners and glorious projections of great battle moments reinforced his impression that the Larkinsons were both militaristic and eccentric. Though Shederin silently bemoaned the lack of culture and refinement in the clan, he had to admit that the clan could at least provide him with the comfort of strength. Yet that alone was not enough for them to survive the perilous Red Ocean. To explain my views, let me start from the beginning, the old man said as he subtly gained the initiative in this conversation. Patriarch Vase, what do you think about the Red Ocean? It is humanity's latest frontier. Vase answered from his heart. It is a great expanse of space that is devoid of any existing human powers. It is a paradise for pioneers and adventurers. Many seek to become rich or elevate themselves above their stations by taking advantage of the opportunities that the Red Ocean can bring. It is also a region of death where many dangerous humans and aliens can possibly annihilate an entire fleet. The old man slowly nodded towards Vase. All of those descriptions are true, but they do not stray close to what I am truly trying to convey. To understand the Red Ocean, we must shift our perspective to the organizations responsible for opening up to colonization. You mean the Big Two? Just so. Now let us ask some critical questions. Do you truly think the Big Two is too lazy or incapable of keeping the Red Ocean and its rich bounty of phase water to themselves? Vase frowned. The MTA and CFA aren't that incompetent. I think if they truly wanted to occupy the dwarf galaxy to themselves, they could have done so. We no longer live in an ancient period where we turn to feudalism in order to govern realms that are too vast to rule from a centralized position. The issue was actually more complex than that, but neither of the two questioned this assumption at the moment. Then what possible motives do the Big Two have in mind by giving up such a fruitful piece of the pie? Shederin Pernis continued to ask. You have to be aware that they are effectively giving up a huge quantity of phase water to indigenous people, like us. All of that phase water won't be used on powerful mechs and warships that can be employed against hostile alien empires, but will instead be put into mechs that are subsequently sent to fight against rival human polities. Do you actually think that makes sense? Well, when you put it that way, that does sound stupid. Vase lamely said, the only other explanation is that the Big Two have a greater plan in mind. The former ambassador smiled. The Big Two are not stupid, Patriarch Vase, so let us assume that the latter is true. Now what possible reasons did they have in mind when they deliberately chose to open the Red Ocean to every ambitious desperado that is seeking a greater future? Vase paused in order to formulate his answers. Well, the main reason why the MTA and CFA are able to maintain their hegemony over human space is because our population is divided into many different states that constantly squabble with each other. Lately, the first-rate superstates slowly show signs of consolidating and returning to their former glory. That is bad news to the Big Two. Opening up the Red Ocean might give them a chance to break this dynamic by empowering other human groups that do not fall into the camp of the Terrans or the Rubarthans. Sheddarin chuckled. That sounds plausible, but have you heard about the rise of alliances in the Red Ocean? The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact have caused many pioneers to fall under the sway of the first-rate superstates. If the Big Two wanted to weaken the first-rate superstates, then they completely failed. Vase frowned at this statement. You just said the Big Two aren't stupid. They should have been able to predict this would happen somehow. Yet they still allowed the Terrans and Rubarthans to play their games in the Red Ocean. What do the MTA and the CFA actually have in mind? Ah, that is the real question. Sheddarin's eyes grew hazy. Discussing possible answers was a favorite pastime of mine and my old colleagues. Would you like to hear my personal guess? Please do. My voices in the media constantly refer to the tension and contradictions between the Big Two and the first-rate superstates. Many pundits and news personalities love to exaggerate the rivalry between the current protagonists of this age and the empires of the past. Yet when we look deeper into their sources, we find that there is very little substantive evidence of their claims. Are you saying that this rivalry is a fabrication? Not necessarily. The former ambassador shook his head. You can assume that the Big Two will definitely not shed a tear of the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire collapse one day. The Terrans and Rubarthans also wouldn't mourn the fall of the Big Two. The conflicts of interest between these two pairings are very real, but that does not mean that it is a serious concern. At the very least, the Big Two does not act as if it feels threatened by the relics of the past. From what I can analyze of their movements, the Big Two are worried about greater concerns. You mean greater threats? Vase supplied. Threats like the Five Scrolls Compact, maybe. Sheddarin Pernus nodded slowly. This is the basis upon which I model the Big Two's behavior. If you assume that the Big Two are preparing for a grand conflict against a great enemy that not only matches their collective strength, but actually surpasses it, then much of their actions start to appear more logical. For example, now that you have heard my little theory, what do you think about the opening of the Red Ocean? A brief moment of silence followed as Vase entertained all kinds of ideas. It sounds as if the Big Two has turned the Red Ocean into a giant crucible. The high barrier of entry ensures the best and most ambitious members of humanity can lead their forces into this region. However, that is just the beginning. By locking us into a cage and letting us duke it out, they will know that whoever survives at the end will be the strongest of the bunch. The blood of the weak will feed the strong. Sheddarin uttered as he admired a projection of the Larkinsons pummeling the Gravada Narlax during the battle against the Abyss. The losses resulting from the infighting will be horrendous and doubtlessly lead to an enormous amount of waste, but if you look at this development at a timescale that stretches across centuries, the gains outweigh the losses. Ships and mechs can always be rebuilt, and the growth rate of our race is so high that any population of humans will explode after it attains stability. The people who plotted this possible plan must possess extraordinary vision in order to implement such a great plan. Why though? Vase asked. Why does the Big Two seek to foster stronger groups in the Red Ocean? I cannot determine their exact reason, but I speculate that they may have become desperate enough to seek a comprehensive strengthening of humanity beyond their own ranks. The unknown threat in their sights might be so formidable that the Big Two cannot achieve victory without the support of the rest of humanity. Perhaps the old model of diving humanity into states and keeping us preoccupied with fighting against each other has become outdated. Only by activating the entire potential of every human may human civilization stand a chance against the danger that looms over the horizon. Though Vase continually reminded himself that Sheddarin Pernus could not back up his guesses, he felt that this story made a lot of sense. One clue that supported Sheddarin's frightful theory was that Master Willix always alluded to the need to rise above local conflicts and fight against the common enemies of humanity. She never treated external enemies lightly. Vase suspected she might have other great enemies in mind than the Five Scrolls Compact. Chapter 3065. A grand game of chess. Vase always had the suspicion that there was more behind the Red Ocean than what the Big Two and everyone else revealed on the surface. The dwarf galaxy was virgin territory that offered great riches to any human organization. The first thought that anyone would develop when faced with this bountiful region was how difficult it would be to lay claim to everything. If Vase asked himself whether the Big Two was capable of swallowing the entire Red Ocean with its huge number of star systems, there was no way the MTA and CFA were that incapable. Then why did they pass off increasing their immediate interests in favor of letting the lesser humans obtain the bulk of the pie? Everyone knew the Big Two looked down on states and the people who lived in them as space peasants. After the debacles of the Age of Conquest, the current controllers of human space pretty much regarded everyone outside of their own ranks as irresponsible children who could not be trusted with powerful weapons and great responsibility. They were like female hexers who treated boys with contempt and distrust. Instead of basing their biases and prejudices on fallacious, unfalsifiable theories, the Big Two instead referred to past historical events as justification for their constrictive policies. The human empires of the past almost made humanity extinct. Allowing them to field warships and weapons of mass destruction without limit would just lead to an inevitable return to horror days where admirals nuked entire planets to oblivion. At least that was the consensus. Yet what if the Big Two no longer held this stance? Shedder and Pernus threw out a radical question. What if the MTA and CFA are prepared to let the children run free again? Vase was shocked yet again. For so long, people like him had become accustomed to living under the hegemony of the Big Two. So many generations had gone by with the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance taking care of all of their big boy problems that people simply took it for granted that this pattern would likely continue throughout their entire lifetimes. The mere thought that the Big Two would revoke some of the taboos that prevented humanity from descending into a spiral of death and destruction sent a huge shudder through his body. What you're saying is difficult to believe. Vase shakily responded. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, then. Shedder sheepishly smiled. I do not have possession of proof that can convince you and the public that the Big Two is prepared to loosen the reins. However, in my own professional judgment, I can read and predict the Big Two's movements over time in the same way I do with other states such as the Garland Empire and the Booker Federation. Groups of this scale never move quickly. They are large, ponderous machines that need to plan well in advance and make specific, targeted movements in order to achieve their objective. By recognizing and analyzing the first steps of their grand plans, we can infer where their next steps will lead to. This is why I am reasonably confident in my prediction. All of this went over Ves's head. In the end, his background and his specialization caused him to lack the vision that someone like Shedder and Pernus possessed. The old man used to be a part of the ruling class of a large and influential state. He was accustomed to seeing and thinking in terms of huge, societal shifts. Vase became more convinced that roping in someone like Shedder and Pernus was a good idea. As much as Calabast had proven herself to be adequate in fulfilling the role of a diplomat, she simply lacked the vision that separated true experts in statecraft and foreign relations to those that merely dabbled in these fields. Of course, he was also aware that Shedder and Pernus was putting up a show of some sorts. As a consummate salesman, how could Vase not recognize that he was being subjected to a sales pitch? He didn't mind. He set out to rescue the Pernus family in order to recruit a diplomat to begin with. It was natural for the most likely candidate to fulfill this role to show off his chops. Vase still remained skeptical of this train of thought. It sounded too grand and far-reaching. Even if the Big Two are plotting something like this, I don't see how this is relevant to our clan. We just want to carve a place for ourselves in the galaxy. Whether our society remains the same or is shifting into another form, we don't have the power to influence these enormous changes. That does not mean it is pointless for us to see and think ahead, Patriarch Vase. Let me put it this way. The Big Two are chess players and the Red Ocean is a new chessboard that they have just prepared. Where do you think pioneers such as you fit in this picture? Vase lowered his eyes. Smaller people like us can only become their chess pieces if we wish to take part in this game. That is an apt way to describe the situation. The game revolving around the Red Ocean changes as the Big Two continue to pursue their own strategies. Chess pieces such as you can only obediently move to the squares we are directed to. We can do anything we want as long as we abide by the rules of the games and stay within our respective squares. The moment we act out of turn, move to a square where chess pieces like us aren't meant to go or break some other game rule, we endanger the integrity of the entire chess match. We don't intend to do anything of the sort. Vase insisted. I don't have any illegal or improper intentions in mind. I just want to escape the confines of the stagnant power structure in this old galaxy and compete at the same starting line as the rest. What are your goals, exactly? I believe it is best that you establish this first. Vase raised his finger. First, I want to achieve long-term stability for the Larkinson clan. I want to establish my own sovereign power base in space because I have suffered too many betrayals from powerful states. I think the only way to achieve this goal is to form a nomadic fleet that is not subject to the rule of any state and can always move away from dangerous threats. He raised a second finger. Second, I want to achieve success and prosperity for myself and my clan. Becoming a master mech designer, or dare I say star designer, has always been my highest ambition. I have great confidence in my ability to make it this far, but it will take a long time and great effort to succeed where so many of my competitors and rivals have failed. The Red Ocean offers so many new opportunities that I will definitely receive the stimulation and new experiences that can propel my creative journey in mech design. This was a rather difficult argument to convey to laymen, but surprisingly Sheddarin Pernus nodded in understanding. He had worked with plenty of high-ranking mech designers before. Seeing that he didn't need to explain his last point any further, Vase raised his third finger. Third, he trailed. He hesitated for a moment, but decided that Sheddarin was worth at least a measure of his trust. Let's just say that I have very powerful enemies. To be honest, part of the reason why I am so eager to leave for the Red Ocean is to escape the net of this enemy. Sheddarin could immediately tell that Vase was sharing sensitive information. The old man lowered his voice and leaned forward. How powerful is this enemy of yours? The ambassador cleverly did not ask for the identity of the adversary, knowing that Vase didn't want to touch upon that subject today. Vase always found it pleasant to speak please, like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to smart people. Then again, he also felt very paranoid that he would reveal way more about himself than he intended to. Fortunately, Sheddarin Pernus would become a Larkinson soon enough, so there shouldn't be too many risks involved with revealing a portion of his ongoing concerns. Let's just say that my archenemy has a reach that spans across all of human space and perhaps beyond. Vase carefully stated, the Milky Way is pretty much its entire backyard. I simply don't feel safe enough staying in the territory that the enemy has entrenched itself so deeply. This was especially after the Crown Uprising raised the curtain on how many splinter organizations and hidden moles the Five Scrolls Compact had raised. They had agents everywhere, and it was incredibly frightening how they could even insert traitors within the ranks of the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan. Sheddarin looked thoughtful. If the reach of your enemy is that great, then you won't escape it by running to the Red Ocean. I'm aware of that, but at the very least they're starting off on the same foot as other pioneers. The disparity in power won't be so big over there. Besides, the Big Two's attention is squarely placed in the Red Ocean. You just said that any improper and insubordinate chess pieces will be eliminated by the chess players, so the rules of the game actually affords me great protection. A lot of thoughts passed through Sheddarin's mind. Vase had revealed a lot of clues about himself and the supposed enemy he feared. If the former ambassador came to any conclusions, he kept them to himself, though. I see, the Pernusser eventually said, so safety is your primary motive. You think the rules will protect you against those who don't intend to play the game from the start. That's a workable solution. However, Vase crossed his arms and raised his eyebrow. What is the matter? Have you ever thought that the chess game you are jumping into can be just as dangerous as your current situation? Sheddarin challenged Vase. It's called jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. The Red Ocean is not as safe as it sounds. While I am glad to see that you recognize the surface-level dangers, what is taking place in the Dwarf Galaxy is only the opening act of what is to come. The Big Two absolutely did not open up the Red Ocean for exploration and colonization in order to give us, lessers, freebies. The crucible is still in the process of heating up. Once it reaches the right temperature, that is when the true forging begins. Now Vase understood why Sheddarin started off with explaining his grand theory about the Big Two's actual intentions for the Red Ocean. By knowing the possible context of the chess game, he had a much greater awareness of what future chess pieces like his clan might be going through in the future. Though Vase constantly reminded himself that the narrative weaved by Sheddarin was purely based on speculation, his own cognition of what the MTA and CFA were like caused him to feel it might have a basis in truth. Not every chess piece gets taken off the board over the course of a match. Vase noted, depending on how the match proceeds, at least some pieces will be able to stay sound. What makes you think our odds of remaining on the board are so low? Because at the current state of your clan and alliance, you can only be treated as a dispensable pawn that can be sacrificed, forgotten or discarded whenever it is convenient. You do not even come close to matching qualifications to become anything greater, such as a knight, bishop, rook or queen. According to the rules of chess, any pawn that has reached the opposite side of the board can be promoted into a greater chess piece. Vase pedantically stated. Sheddarin Pernus responded with a contemptuous smile. Let me respond with two questions. First, what are the odds that you and your clan can reach the 8th rank of the chessboard? Second, how does doing this align with the goals that you have stated? Those were highly pertinent questions, and ones that Vase couldn't easily answer. Chapter 3066. The Lamentations of a Pawn. Vase never held a discussion about his future ambitions to this extent with anyone. Sure, he shared a few of his dreams and aspirations to his inner circle and his trusted companions. He told Gloriana plenty of fanciful-sounding hopes, and she always responded with a smile and a clap of her hands. Though Vase could always count on his wife's unflinching support, she did not offer that much help when it came to questioning his assumptions and asking some critical questions. She was a mech designer, just like him. While both of them could talk for many days about the strengths and weaknesses of any given mech design, statecraft and grand geopolitical shifts fell well beyond their area of expertise. No one in his inner circle specialized in these vastly different fields because he never recruited anyone who was good at this to begin with. Perhaps it would have been a different story if he managed to rope in people like Senator Tovar or some fancy noble from the Sentinel Kingdom, but the recruitment priorities of the Larkinsons had always been aimed at mech pilots and mid-level professionals. Though Vase always treated upper-class snobs with contempt, he might have to revise his stance towards them. The rulers and shakers of a state had to be good at something in order to remain in power. At the very least, their vision alone was worth keeping around. This was what separated people like Sheddarin from Calabast and everyone else in his clan that sounded smart. What is the point you are trying to make? Vase frowned. He decided not to answer the two questions posed by the former ambassador. He felt that they were very thorny because he had no clue how to answer them. They were too open-ended and subject to interpretation. Sheddarin sighed. You hold great responsibility as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. Now that you preside over an organization that encompasses more than 100,000 members, you cannot afford to view everything on a surface level. You must learn how to look deeper and grasp the truth that everyone else routinely overlooks. How can I do that? There are no easy solutions, Patriarch. Some are born and raised to rule. Others acquire the ability after long years of trial and error. This is a more uncertain path because any error can easily become fatal to you. This is your current path, and it is not advisable for you to continue in this direction. This is my preliminary judgment based on what I have learned about your clan and observed from your responses. In other words, Sheddarin pretty much thought that Vase was no good as Patriarch. Vase curled his lips into a wry smile. What is your solution? You should leave this to the professionals. As a mech designer, you should not be forced to spend day and night on solving problems outside of your area of expertise. There are ways to maintain control over the clan without surrendering supreme authority. There are many possible people in your clan that can adequately govern and direct the clan on your behalf. Of course, Sheddarin Pernus was obliquely directing Vase to the members of the Pernus family. No one else in the Larkinson fleet came close to matching the sheer governing qualifications of a group of former officials. Vase deferred this matter by waving his hand. Let's not get too specific this early. Right now, I am wondering what suggestions you might have in order to increase our odds of survival in the Red Ocean. If it is anything like the crucible that you describe, how can we ensure we won't get eliminated in the coming struggle? I cannot give you any specific solutions. The old man carefully replied. That is your prerogative so long as you continue to hold your position as Patriarch. I am also not sufficiently versed in the circumstances of your clan to formulate any specific advice. I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on general terms, however. Please share your wisdom. Very well, let me begin with asking what you rather prefer. Do you want to surpass the majority of the pioneers in the Red Ocean and reach the other shore where you can be promoted from the status of pawn to a greater chess piece? Vase shrugged. It sounds nice if we can move up from a pawn to a knight. I don't dare to ask for anything greater. My ambitions don't lie there. I don't think this is the best course of action, though. I don't want to treat the Red Ocean as a competition where I have to climb on top of the bodies of the losers. Why can't I just find my own niche and focus on my mech design and mech sales activities? My greatest priority is to become a star designer. Nothing else is comparable. As long as I become one of the best mech designers in human space, I will naturally be able to fulfill many other goals at that time. If your ambitions only stretch this far, then you will have to settle with the identity of a pawn for a long time. Considering how long it takes for mech designers to become a master or star designer, you will not be able to elevate your role on the chessboard for the duration of this chess match. And that is bad. Not necessarily. Some chess pieces are more valuable alive than dead. The big two and any other big players that can reluctantly take their place around the board do not have a habit of wasting their pieces at will. Are you referring to the first-rate superstates? Sheddarin nodded. The Terrans and Rubarthans have made their own mark on this chess game by forming their respective alliances. If you believe that either of them have something to offer to you, then it is not a bad idea to shelter under their wing. Of course, the Red Ocean promise issued by the Terrans is a rat race in itself. I do not believe you are interested in becoming a part of the Terran ruling group. Vase vigorously shook his head. I don't have any intentions to rule any states or bark on the orders of the Terrans. I already told you that I don't trust any states. Does that mean you are not in favor of joining the Rubarthan Pact either? If it means taking orders from a stuffy Rubarthan prince, then forget about it. One of the attractions of the Red Ocean is that it was supposed to be devoid of entrenched powers. I don't want to escape the old power structure of the Milky Way just so that I can take part in its mirror version. Sheddarin's expression twitched. The two major alliances impose many restrictions and expectations upon its members, but the shelter they offer is quite substantial. If you reject them both, your future road will become a lot more arduous. The Red Ocean Union lacks too much cohesion. No matter how it develops in the future, it will never be able to turn into a monolithic entity. That is good if you want to maintain the independence of your clan, but that also means that it is just as vulnerable as before. Then what can we do to raise our chances of survival under these conditions? You become a bigger, meaner pawn or you band together with other like-minded pawns. The ambassador loosely answered, right now, I favor the latter. I think that you can impart a greater meaning in the Golden Skull Alliance. For now, it sounds as if it mainly exists in order to split the cost of a Beander ticket and share responsibilities once you read the Red Ocean. It can be more in my opinion. What are you trying to suggest? Who says that you are not allowed to expand your alliance once you have planted your roots in the Red Ocean? Size matters. The larger your alliance, the more misgivings that enemies will have when they contemplate attacking you. Unlike the greater alliances led by the Terrans, Rubarthans and so on, a collective group led by you and your clan is much less conspicuous and much more controllable. We'll have to find trustworthy, useful and willing allies, though. Vase frowned. We never had much success on that front. Sheddarin responded with a confident smile. Leave that to me and my team. Though I do not think highly of every aspect or your clan and alliance, I do think that they have the basis to become greater. Great enough to turn you into a strong and mostly independent pawn that can survive on the chessboard long enough for the big two to obtain the results they want. Does that sound desirable in your ears? Vase nodded. If you can deliver such an outcome, then I am willing to embrace your advice. It all sounds a bit too distant and complicated to me. If you didn't tell me all of this, I wouldn't have pictured myself and my clan as a dispensable pawn. Your dream of embarking on a grand expedition while earning your keep by designing and selling mechs as a neutral mech business is a pleasant illusion, but reality will not allow you to operate in this fashion. Sheddarin pointedly said, the Red Ocean is much looser when it comes to competition. You cannot assume that everyone will behave as if they are taking part in a well-regulated mech market because the region is still far from reaching this level. Vase lowered his head and rubbed his nose. Now that the former ambassador plainly pointed out the many flawed and overly optimistic assumptions of his future plan, he felt like he was a child who had just received a reality check from an adult. It was never pleasant to hear someone deconstruct his future aspirations, but Vase did not reject this brutal dose. His future and the future of his clan was at stake. It would be incredibly short-sighted to allow his pride to get the better of his good sense. He plainly recognized that while he had the right to set his goals for the future, that did not necessarily mean he was the best person to realize them all. There were many other knowledgeable experts like Sheddarin Pernus who could form much more comprehensive and secure plans. Vase tiredly rubbed his face. I get what you are saying. Your suggestion to expand the Golden Skull Alliance has merit, but a lot can go wrong if we go down this road. Let's do it like this. I will give you a couple of weeks to acclimatize to the Larkinson clan, understand our exact conditions and perform a lot of research. Once you are ready, I'd like you to present a more thorough, detailed and rational plan on how my clan and I can survive and thrive in the Red Ocean. Whether you take the Golden Skull Alliance as a basis or not, I want a solution that is workable to us. Keep in mind that we can't do everything and that there are some measures that I will never take no matter what. For example, you can forget about trying to convince me to found a state. Understood. Sheddarin steadily smiled and nodded his head. I shall endeavor to deliver a comprehensive roadmap to you within 2 or 3 weeks. It is not essential for you to follow the plan I lay out. As long as you become aware of all of the potential dangers of the Red Ocean and the intentions of those who have a stake in its development, you are better off than other pioneers who solely believe in their own strength. In the former ambassador's opinion, the Larkinson clan may possess a considerable amount of might, but it never even came close to matching the energy of the bigger players such as the Terran Confederation, Rubarth Empire, the Big Two and so on. Those were the true movers and shakers of the Red Ocean. I may be content to remain a pawn for now, but that won't remain true forever. Vase quietly vowed. He did not have any realistic expectations of changing his current status. He was just a journeyman and his clan did not possess the capital to leap above the heads of other pawns. However, the situation might be different in a couple of centuries. Every pawn yearns to be promoted. Sheddarin affirmed. He did not mention that most of them ended up discarded to the side over the course of a match. Chapter 3067. Melkor's Satisfaction. Chapter 3067. Melkor's Satisfaction. The Larkinson clan proudly departed from the Trident system after achieving a fairly costly but decisive victory against the Deist family. Though the short and relatively limited engagement did not come close to matching the scale and stakes of prior battles, the victory proved crucial in uniting and lifting the confidence of every Larkinson. The more established members had no doubts about the success of the operation, but they still felt a lot of relief. Their mech forces had not grown soft during the long months of reconstruction after the Battle of Reckoning. The newer members all became impressed at the superiority exhibited by the Avatars and Vandals. They had all heard stories and reviewed footage of the Larkinson clan's previous battles, but now that they witnessed the powerful Larkinson mechs in action, they gained a much more emotional appreciation of the advantages that a mech designer like Vase could bestow. I underestimated these bright warriors. I thought that they were just boring old starter mechs, but the Avatars somehow managed to make the most out of their capabilities. Piloting a ferocious piranha is a lot safer than using another light mech. Their strange glow did not turn out to be completely effective against those Deist pirates, but the disturbance it causes already imposes a considerable handicap on the enemy. This is absolutely crazy. I thought that the women of the clan called the shots around here, considering that everyone is raving about those former hexers and those sword-mad women. I'm glad that the Avatars have shown that they can put up a good fight as well. Men like us need a destination as well. The last sentiment was especially important. Though the Larkinson clan did not emphasize any gender, its entanglement with hexers along with the notable strength of the penitent sisters and sword maidens caused many male clan members to develop anxiety about their place in the clan. The brief but decisive show of force by the Avatars and Vandals laid many doubts to rest. Even if those two mech forces did not specifically cater to men, their broad member base gave every ambitious mech pilot enough assurance that they had a place where they could develop their potential to the fullest. Of course, the proudest and most satisfied members of the Larkinson clan had to be the Avatars of Myth. Across the entire fleet, the Avatars practically broke out in celebration. While they did not accomplish anything as drastic as saving the Larkinson clan from the brink of annihilation, they gained a lot of capital to lift their heads high again. Perhaps the only other regret aside from leaving so much valuable salvage behind was that expert candidates such as Tamarin Larkinson and Isabel Coden failed to find their breakthrough opportunity. Still, this was not a factor that they could control. All of the expert candidates of the Larkinson clan failed to find their opportunity during the Battle of Reckoning as well, so this was a fairly normal outcome. Commander Melkor Larkinson beheld the reactions from his subordinates and felt as if a weight lifted from his shoulders. As long as the Avatars kept making progress, his leadership should not fall into question for the time being. I still have to do more to lift my Avatars up, he muttered to himself. A round of briefings, planning and lots of problem-solving ensued. The Avatars lost a substantial amount of mechs and combat carriers. The loss of the latter was especially painful because this meant that they permanently lost a portion of their maximum combat effectiveness. Acquiring replacement combat carriers in order to restore this lost mech capacity turned out to be a lot more difficult than in the past. What is the problem, Vivian? Melkor asked. We live in a period that is just beginning to respond to the Crown Uprising. The projection of the chief ship designer responded. You've seen what happened to organizations like the Pernis family. Their lack of priority in investing in their own security almost resulted in their demise. Do you think that other organizations in the same position are willing to wait until it is their turn to put their heads on the chopping block? These groups have deep pockets and an even deeper appreciation for their lives. You can imagine what that will do to the demand for mech and other relevant combat assets. A large proportion of civilized space featured a fairly high degree of security. This was especially the case in highly regulated planets and star systems which imposed strict restrictions on private ownership of mechs. However, with crown terrorists emerging from every part of human society, the rules that limited the potential for collateral damage also left civilians without the ability to defend themselves and their community against madmen with nothing to lose. Are you saying that we will permanently be down a couple of combat carriers? Melkor frowned. The construction of combat carriers is a lot harder than other vessels. Vivian calmly reminded Melkor, they are complicated engineering projects that have to be tough and heavy enough to withstand enemy fire but also need to be light and mobile enough to make landfall and ascend to orbit. Only a portion of shipyards are capable of building starships of this caliber, and most of their order books are already filled with orders from important clients. Melkor was afraid of that. What about the second-hand market? Every ship of decent quality has already disappeared from there. The good ones have either been bought at inflated prices or removed from listing as their owners reconsidered the wisdom of selling a strategic asset that can provide them a critical amount of security. As for the remainder, it would be irresponsible for you to assign your men to these damaged goods. In other words, the avatars wouldn't be gaining any additional ships to carry their mechs anytime soon. This was good because the Larkinsons planned to get rid of their sub-capital ships anyway, but before they reached this destination the avatars would not be able to contribute as much as before. Commander Melkor fell under a difficult dilemma. According to his own judgment, Vase and the expeditionary fleet tended to careen from one crisis to another on a fairly regular basis. Though the Patriarch promised everyone that he did not intend to provoke trouble anytime soon after surviving a difficult ordeal on Prosperous Hill V, the credibility of this statement was seriously suspect. In the following days, Melkor dealt with the other consequences of the battle. He had to make arrangements for the dead, consider various nominations for promotions and also judge the implementation of the new combat method employed by the avatars. Of course, the Avatar commander could not avoid a discussion on this issue with the person who laid the foundation for the new method. When Melkor sat down in his office aboard the graveyard and tried to make a call, the projection vase soon appeared above his desk. Melkor, it's about time we talked about what your avatars have accomplished in the previous battle. Vase began. What you just did could have ended up badly. Even if you did not do anything too extreme this time, experimenting with anything related to the mind and onto humans in general is very dangerous. Those avatar mech pilots that have managed to draw strength from Goldie could have easily bitten off more than they could chew. Melkor frowned. He expected Vase to start this discussion off with praise or a jealous rebuke. This was a different response. Are you displeased? Vase shook his head. Not this time. I just didn't expect that you and your men would dabble in this field without knowing what you were getting into. I didn't expect you to unveil this kind of surprise either. You were lucky you cooperated with Goldie this time. If you tried to accomplish something on your own, then you could have easily endangered your own men. He spent a few more minutes emphasizing the many risks involved with messing with spirituality. He refrained from going into the specifics, but what he said was enough to get the message across. Commander Melkor felt a lot less satisfied after he became aware of so many risks. I see. I'll tell my men to curb their experimentation. That said, we can't give up this new method. It worked excellently in battle and the cat's already out of the bag. Our avatars have become more motivated than ever to embrace our Larkinson values in order to meet the requirements to invoke the Golden Cat in battle. Taking this away from them will not only produce a lot of misunderstandings, but also rob us of one of our main points of pride. Vase reassuringly gestured with his hand. I have no intentions to prohibit the new method that you have developed. I already figured what is going on and I don't see any unacceptable risks at the moment. Just make sure you don't spread it out and keep it at its current form. It works best if the mech pilots are paired with the Bright Warrior and attempt to reach out to the Golden Cat. Any other combination will not only be a lot less effective, but also open up your pilots to dangerous external influences. If he didn't warn them off, who knew if the avatars would attempt to forge a connection to a dangerous design spirit such as Zygra? Even attempting to bond with an abnormal entity such as Lufa and the Illustrious One could easily go wrong. After making all of this clear, Vase began to compliment the avatars. What you guys did was dangerous, but fruitful. You managed to accomplish a goal that I have always wanted to reach. I suggest that you refrain from exploring new territory and try to consolidate and impart this method to as many of your mech pilots as possible. If you can enable most of your mech pilots to establish a powerful combat boost in battle, then the overall performance of your avatars will definitely make a substantial difference in battle. Our boost lasts longer than that of the other mech forces. Melkor recognized the greatest advantage of the method. We haven't performed too many extensive tests as of yet, but it should be no problem to maintain the empowered condition for at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This was an eternity in a high-intensity battle. Though the mentalities of the Avatar mech pilots in question slowly wore down over this period, it was still worth it, as even a modest boost in combat effectiveness could tilt a battle towards a decisive victory. The Battle of Trident II clearly proved this was the case. Do you have any questions or requests regarding this topic? Vase asked. Yes, you just stated earlier that this method works best if our avatars are piloting bright warriors. Is it possible for it to work while piloting other mechs? Vase briefly paused. Theoretically, it should be possible. The basis of this method lies in the Golden Cat. Without her assistance, your men would have never been able to perform so well. However, the Bright Warrior is specifically suited for this method. It features targeted accommodations that are absent in my other mech designs. Perhaps your avatars may become proficient enough to perform the same trick while piloting another mech model, but it had better be one of ours. Got it. I'd like to explore this possibility later on once my men master the initial method. Of course, we will fully cooperate with you. I don't want to expose my men to undue risks. This was just the start as far as Melkor was concerned. He had always wanted the avatars of myth to live up to their name in truth, and now he finally saw hope of realizing this ambition. You're doing a good job, Melkor. Vase affirmed. I'm pleased with the initiative that you and your men have shown. Even if you acted foolishly by dabbling in a field that you have no idea about, I don't want you to stop finding ways to strengthen yourselves. Everyone else is doing their best to do the same. Melkor was well aware of this. The avatars may have caught up to the other elite mech forces, but they could easily fall behind again. He had to make sure that his men continued to close the gap. Chapter 3068, Larkinson Boot Camp, Move Faster, You Lazy Dolts. An electric whip raked across the back of Novalon Pernus. The former counselor of the Grand Loxic Republic uttered an undignified cry of pain in response, but he tried his best not to tarry in his run. Before the Pernus family departed from the Violet Estates, the proud son of Ambassador Sheddarin Pernus had always lived a life of luxury and comfort. As an up-and-coming foreign relations official, Novalon was accustomed to relying on his mind to achieve success. The outcome of a strategic business deal or the establishment of a vital alliance depended heavily on his ability to reach an understanding with his counterparts and finding clever ways to bring two different sides together. Though he still had a lot to go before he was able to match his impressive father, Novalon was already a capable diplomat and negotiator in his current state. It was too bad that all of his rhetoric fell onto deaf ears. As he and many of his fellow well-spoken family members got carted off to the Sword Maidens, they immediately had a taste of Larkinson hospitality. Within an hour after arriving on board a Sword Maiden combat carrier, he and the rest of his batch were forced to remove their high-tech smart clothing as well as all of their equipment such as comms, shield generators and other gadgets. The only clothes they were allowed to wear were plain, synthetic gray clothing that completely stripped the dignity of all of the Pernusers. We look like prisoners, one of his cousins complained. Where did this fabric come from? It doesn't regulate my body temperature at all and it doesn't adjust its shape to mold my shoulders. Give us back our clothing. This treatment is inhumane. As the Pernusers started to express their dissatisfaction, a handful of tall, imposing sword maidens entered the changing room. Their large, imposing forms caused all of the Pernusers to quiet down. All of their courage had instantly drained. Their response might have been different if they were still on familiar territory while wearing garments that allowed them to stand above the masses. Yet this was a completely different situation. The Pernusers assigned to this combat carrier were all stuffed inside an unfamiliar, bare metal locker room. Their current outfits did not flatter their soft figures at all. Instead, they emphasized their vulnerability, especially when they stood in front of the muscled women who all carried their great swords behind their backs. One of the lead sword maidens spat onto the deck. Huh, you disappoint me. At least have the guts to complain in front of my face. Didn't you want your old clothes back? There, right next door. If any of you think that the shirts and pants that we've provided to you are not up to your standards, then tell me now. If not, I'll assume that none of you mind wearing your current outfit for the duration of your stay aboard our ship. Though very few Pernusers felt pleased by this news, none of them were stupid enough to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out. They recognized the situation they were in and knew better than to challenge the authority of their new hosts. The lead sword maiden looked disappointed. Anyway, I'm in charge here. I've been assigned to kick you all into shape, and I am going to do my best to turn you into a semblance of a soldier. This time, some of the perniciers couldn't hold themselves back anymore. What? I'm too old. Quiet, the sword maiden trainer roared. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire locker room. Her lungs were so powerful that Novalon and the other perniciers felt as if her shout physically pushed them back. The woman in question gestured towards her fellow sword maidens. A couple of them subsequently strode forward. They immediately approached the loudest of the complainers before striking their stomachs with underhanded punches. Oh, it hurts. The sword maidens appeared to have acted utterly without mercy, but they carefully controlled their strength. If they employed their full force, their victims could have easily suffered crippling or even fatal internal damage. They instead employed enough force to prevent any permanent damage but caused their victims to collapse onto deck while wailing in pain. The sword maiden trainer smirked. Every time you disobey my instructions, you'll get beaten. Every time you talk back to us, you'll get beaten. Every time your mind gets filled with useless thoughts, you'll get beaten. Have I made myself clear to you all, or do you need a more physical demonstration to prove my point? Madam, we did not sign up to be soldiers. A female pernicier mustered her courage and took a step forward. We all know what you are trying to do. We are not ignorant, young teenagers who are unfamiliar with how loyalty is forged. Your approach is not only needlessly cruel, but completely inappropriate to our current situation. According to the theories of Professor Esther Hamelin, indoctrination is considerably less effective if the target audience is aware of what is taking place. Dr. Peter Valen recommends a more intellectual approach in order to convince people of our station to identify with a group. I humbly suggest that, you talk too much. The sword maiden trainer abruptly surged forward and closed the distance within a blink of an eye. Before the pernicier woman could finish her sentence, she received a painful wallop against her cheek that caused her to cry out in pain before falling onto her back. An ugly bruise had already formed on her flawless, corrected skin. Let me make one thing clear to you all. The formidable warrior addressed the crowd. You people have no say here. You either obey or keep your mouths shut. You're not Larkinsons to us yet. With attitudes like yours, our clan wouldn't even be willing to take you in. For some reason, the patriarch really wants you to give you a chance, so it is our duty to make sure you meet our minimum standards. Here in the Larkinson clan, we don't care about what a big shot you used to be. That part of your lives is over. From now on, you need to learn to become one of us, and I know just how to do that. Let's begin with a warm-up. What proceeded from there was like a training camp from hell. All of the perniciers, no matter what kind of shape they were in, had to follow the instructions of their new trainers. Blood, sweat and tears literally flowed from their bodies as the heartless sword maidens continually forced them to squeeze every bit of strength from their muscles. It was insane. Though there were a number of perniciers who kept their bodies in shape for professional or personal reasons, most family members led placid lives. The last time that Novalon broke out in a run was at least a decade ago. If he ever needed to go somewhere quickly, it was much more elegant and efficient to rely on his smart clothing to propel him forward. Running was practically foreign to him. Even if his body was kept fairly fit through a combination of genetic modification and routine medical treatments, there was only so much that they could do. His complete lack of exercise and his familiarity with all of the pain and discomfort associated with heavy physical exertion caused him to collapse onto the deck numerous times. His reprieve never lasted long. Whenever Novalon seemingly lost all of his strength, a sword maiden would come along and either kick his side or strike him with an electric whip. You lazy bum, your training is not over yet. Get back up to your feet and finish your assignment. The sword maidens did not completely rely on primitive methods to whip the perniciers into shape. They had borrowed the assistance of life or medical experts in order to determine the exact physical condition of the new arrivals. The Larkinsons subsequently composed individually tailored training programs for everyone. Though the perniciers initially thought that this measure meant that they wouldn't be pushed too much, the truth was very much different. This was because the sword maidens did not give them any slack at all. If the data stated that Novalon was able to run 3 laps around the interior of the combat carrier, then he better complete the laps before he was allowed to rest. The absolute limit that every pernicier was capable of turned out to be so difficult to reach that it was no different from torture if they tried to squeeze out the final portions of strength from their abused bodies. What was worse was that none of them enjoyed any proper rest if they managed to run the laps or lifted the weights according to their instructions. During mealtime, the only food and drink the sword maidens were willing to serve to them amounted to a mug of water and a nutrient pack. Those that couldn't take the indignity of being fed space peasant food quickly learned to keep their objections to themselves. No one spoke during these relatively quiet periods. They were simply too tired and in pain to socialize with each other. In the past, even the least important member of the Pernis family was accustomed to eating 5 or 7-course meals prepared by the professional chefs under their employ. Now, the only way to fill their stomachs was to tear open the packet of their nutrient pack and spoon the dry, dense and crumbling contents into their mouths. The less he could say about the taste, the better. What got to Novolon and many of his fellow Pernisers was that the nutrient packs weren't even of the good variety. Higher quality nutrient packs not only put an actual effort into making their contents taste adequate, but also heated up their contents. The ones that the Sword Maidens supplied to the Pernisers were made by third-class brands that sought to package all of the essential nutrients that humans needed with the least amount of cost. Everyone learned to bear with it, though. They needed the sustenance to give them the energy to keep up with their next form of training. Though the harsh and repetitive training sessions caused many Pernisers to become so weary that they could barely form any coherent thoughts, people like Novolin still maintained at least some awareness at times. What he found perplexing was that the Sword Maidens weren't even doing their best to reform the thoughts of his fellow family members. They rarely held lectures on how great it was to become a part of the Larkinson clan or the ideals they should follow. Instead, these female brutes kept pushing them to exercise their bodies and drain all of their energy without resorting to any fancy measures. While this approach lacked sophistication, Novolon slowly realized that it was not ineffective. As they slowly gained strength, the Pernisers started to feel more pleased with their own fitness. The constant torture and exertion toughened them all up. Whether it was mentally or physically, they all improved at a modest rate. Of course, the Sword Maiden instructors were used to seeing much better results from their trainees, but it was already fairly impressive that non-soldiers were able to make noticeable progress. What was even more important was that the Pernisers slowly unlearned their old habits and thought patterns. They no longer spoke out without thought or demanded luxuries that they didn't deserve. They also shed the pride or identity of the upper class. The Larkinsons hated stratification. Every Perniser had to get accustomed to a militaristic culture that stood in stark contrast to the culture of the Grand Loxic Republic. It didn't matter if they weren't cut out to be soldiers. Even if they were most suited to fulfill civilian functions, everyone in the Larkinson clan was expected to put up a fight if necessary. There was no escape if an enemy cornered the fleet and vanquished the Larkinson Mech forces in battle. Novolon realized that the military roots and battle-laden history of the Larkinson clan had thoroughly warped its members to the point where they did not know any peace. Only battle was on the minds of the Sword Maidens and the rest of the clan. Even if there was no hostilities on the horizon, the Larkinsons all behaved as if it was only a matter of time before they entered into another scuffle. What did the Pernisers get into? Chapter 3069, Changing Cross-Time continued to pass. After the excitement on Trident II, the entire expeditionary fleet avoided any further incidents as it made its way out of the Grand Loxic Republic. While there were a number of people like Vase that were afraid the Loxians would somehow take issue with what the clan had done in the Trident system, nothing actually happened. The Larkinson clan and its allies smoothly passed through Loxian space without getting approached by any statewide authority. It seemed that no one who currently held power in the large state was interested in confronting the Larkinsons or taking them to account. Just as many had predicted, the Grand Loxic Republic was too preoccupied with more immediate concerns. There was little to no benefit to confronting the Larkinsons, and the rude visitors were already on their way out anyway. It would have been a different story if the Larkinsons opted to stay in the state, but since this wasn't the case, there was no point in investing any manpower, resources and assets into dealing with the powerful guests. The grand expedition was back on track. The previous battle provided a lot of benefits to the Larkinson clan. Not only did the Avatars and Vandals test out their new strategies and fighting approaches in a serious engagement, the other Larkinsons also gained a better appreciation of the potential of the Bright Warrior model. Vase gained a heap of data on the performance of the prototype enhanced luminaire crystals that he had installed in the rifles of a small number of mechs. Though he had very little doubt that the tough, second-class luminaire crystals would perform reliability, he still gained a lot of assurance that his latest innovation would fully meet the needs of his future expert mechs. Though the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan basically acted as spectators to this recent incident, the two organizations did not remain idle. In truth, both of them had become preoccupied with getting used to their new, kinship networks. It's quite interesting to see what the Larkinsons are capable of with these strange networks of theirs. Professor Benedict Cortez stated as he approached a balcony and looked down at a large design lab where over 100 low-ranking mech designers quietly worked on their assignments. As a senior mech designer, how could he not have his own design teams? Different from the Larkinson clan's design department, Professor Benedict had yet to hire any high-ranking mech designers. Journeymen weren't easy to find, especially the good ones that he could tolerate. As Benedict quietly tried to figure out how he could make up for this shortcoming in the coming months, Patriarch Reginald Cross joined him in looking down below. The vision of the powerful expert pilot and leader had changed after the Crossers forged its latest agreement with the Larkinsons. When Reginald observed each and every Crosser mech designer at work, he sensed a small flame in each of them. This flame provided both warmth and comfort to him and anyone who was a part of the Cross clan. It was an interesting phenomenon and one that had brought every Crosser closer to each other. The fact that the latest changes also completely wiped out the spies and crown terrorists among the Cross clan also did much in restoring everyone's trust in each other. What we are just getting to terms with is only a fraction of what the Larkinsons currently enjoy. The senior mech designer spoke. Everything we've witnessed and everything we've heard about their unique combat capabilities makes me feel jealous sometimes. Patriarch Vase Larkinson is breaking new ground every couple of months. His ability to churn out one innovation after another makes me feel the urge to crack open his head in order to see what kind of abnormal mind is capable of producing so many oddities. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Reginald gruffly responded. I'll crack open your skull myself if you kill one of the contributors of the mech that will allow me to reach and surpass my father. I was just joking. Good, because I wasn't. Nothing will stop me from achieving my goal. Not even you, my friend. Professor Benedict sighed. I miss being in charge of my own organization. No one dared to talk to me like that in the past. Even though he said that, he still preferred his current life. Compared to slumming it outside of civilized space and designing mechs for awful and incompetent pirates, he much preferred to tailor his products for highly trained second-class soldiers. Benedict no longer had to force himself to dumb down his own work in order to make his mechs usable to his current target audience. This alone was worth accepting the Cross clan's terms. In order for him to accomplish his own objectives, Professor Benedict acquiesced to joining the Cross network, and permanently tied his future to that of the Crossers. He was the most prominent outsider to join the Cross clan and a model to anyone else that came afterwards. Meanwhile, Patriarch Reginald Cross was silently relieved that his good friend and guest designer truly committed to his clan. The mech designers that previously worked for the Crossers had all cut and run once everything started to go downhill. The existence of this network provided him with a lot of guarantees that this would never be repeated. Even though the actual power of the network was not able to impose any constraints or exert any influence to someone as formidable as a senior mech designer, it was still reassuring that Professor Benedict allowed himself to form a bond with the Cross warlord. Reginald pulled out a hefty metal cross from his coat. The industrially forged object deliberately lacked refinement, but that was just the way the former citizen of the Garland Empire liked it. The cross of rebirth and the living soul that resided inside uniquely matched the temperament of the Cross clan. They were proof that Vase Larkinson was truly capable of designing the expert mech that Reginald yearned for. He eagerly awaited the introduction of the first expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. Their design and performance served as a nice preview of what he could expect from his own future war machine. Professor Benedict glanced at the imposing cross and stretched out his hand. Can I take another look at this trinket? Here. Reginald directly shoved the cross at the other man. When the senior held the cross, he quietly winced at the creative choices that Vase had made to design this object. There were more palatable ways to create a symbol that matched the Cross clan's aesthetics. Its design wasn't his focus, though. When Benedict tried to look deeper, he sensed a response from the Cross warlord. His thoughts turned into a very weird direction as he contemplated the existence of this so-called nexus. What Vase had been able to achieve with the Cross of Rebirth and the Cross warlord went far beyond mech design. What do you think? Reginald asked. I have an idea that this Cross of Rebirth is at least a century too young to impress us. Vase Larkinson's products have a tendency to grow more impressive over time. I believe the Cross warlord will already become a lot more notable in a year. I can sense that it has grown remarkably stronger since the last time I inspected it. Whatever. Treat the Cross Warlord with more respect, Professor. He might not be my father, but he is watching over us all. He is our only guard against traitors and suspicious individuals. Professor Benedict twitched his mouth. Reginald only saw the benefits, but not the cost. For example, how exactly was the Cross Warlord able to differentiate between loyal and traitorous crossers? The only logical answer that made sense was if the Nexus was able to read the thoughts of everyone connected to the Cross network. The senior mech designer was not unfamiliar with network administrators and their duties. Those who monitored any network of any kind usually had direct access to many systems. This caused their positions to become very sensitive, as the wrong person could easily steal a lot of valuable data from their positions. Right now, Professor Benedict deeply felt uncomfortable about allowing a new and unfamiliar life form to have complete access to the minds of every crosser. Fortunately, Benedict was pretty certain he was able to prevent the so-called Cross Warlord from lifting too much information from his own mind. When the mech designer returned the Cross of Rebirth to the Patriarch, the two eventually discussed more immediate business. The Larkinson clan has churned out a number of impressive mech models. When will you be able to completely renew our entire mech roster? I can deliver much of the designs our clan needs by the end of the year. Compared to the works of the Miracle Couple, my products might lack the gimmicks that the Larkinsons depend upon, but their efficiency and absolute performance are clearly superior. Their mechs are designed for battle. Our mechs are designed for war. Compared to the Larkinsons' mech models, the machines designed by Professor Benedict were able to equal or surpass their peak performance, being able to last longer at the same time. This was an area that Professor Benedict had always been good at. The high efficiency of the systems of his mechs resulted in less waste and greater efficiency. In other words, his mechs were able to accomplish substantially more with less energy. That's good. Reginald nodded in satisfaction. If a battle ever stretches on to the point where the Larkinson mechs falter, we shall be the rock which will carry them to victory. It is too short-sighted for them to focus purely on short-term engagements when battles are always unpredictable. Both of them felt tempted to collaborate with Vase more extensively, but it was not that good to become too dependent on another person. If the Crossers all became accustomed to piloting living mechs designed by the Larkinson Patriarch, didn't that mean that the latter held a huge amount of leverage over the Cross clan? It wouldn't even take Vase a lot of effort to take over the Cross clan if that was the case. Though Reginald Cross did not mind if his men started to pilot living mechs, he did not want the clan of his parents, grandparents and ancestors to end under his leadership. He owed it to everyone who fought and died to keep the Cross clan alive to preserve his heritage. Besides, who said that the mechs designed by Professor Benedict were weak? They were already more than adequate on their own, and they would only grow more formidable if the senior finally managed to achieve his own breakthrough. The two leaders spent a bit more time discussing various matters. Though Reginald was adamant about imposing his will on the Cross clan, that did not mean he was deaf to the counsel of others. As much as he tried to reject the notion that St. Hemington Cross was not as flawless as he imagined, Patriarch Reginald recognized that it was better if he solicited the views of others before he made a major policy decision. In fact, Professor Benedict played a huge role in this shift. As someone who hitched his wagon to the Cross clan, he did not want it to lead down the same abyss as before. The Larkinson clan is constantly acquiring new specialties. Benedict noted, they not only picked up a lot of good swordsmen, but also obtained a lot of lifer researchers. This means that they will eventually become the leader in the field of biotechnology in our alliance. If we don't want to get overshadowed by the Larkinsons entirely, we need to develop a couple of industries ourselves. The more services we are able to provide to ourselves and our allies, the more our position remains stable in the alliance. Reginald frowned. We lost most of our original industries during our flight. We'll have to start from scratch if we want to develop a new sector. You don't need to worry about that. I'm a senior. I can solve many difficulties. What sort of industries do you have in mind, then? Professor Benedict grinned. I was thinking about getting serious in developing our own mech component designs. Chapter 3070, Misunderstood Product. The expeditionary fleet went back on track as far as Vase was concerned. Nothing exciting happened in the weeks after leaving the Trident system and departing the Grand Loxic Republic. A part of him thought it was a pity to leave the state like this. There was a lot of wealth, connections, knowledge and so on to be found in this large and well-connected state. Vase particularly generated interest in establishing connections with the large trading companies, research institutions, nonprofits and other large human organizations. Who am I kidding? I probably won't even be able to get my foot in the door. These massive organizations didn't have eyes for small, private individuals like Vase. Their headquarters were either established in the Galactic Heartland or the Galactic Center where they could cooperate with individuals who could offer a lot more than a single journeyman. Besides, shackling himself to these large organizations was not that much different to attaching himself to states. He would basically put himself and his clan at the mercy of the whims of a large, powerful organization that did not have his best interests at heart. After handling the aftermath of the Battle of Trident II, Vase quickly handled the remainder of his administrative duties. He either dealt with every important item on his agenda or assigned other people to take care of the various issues. For example, one issue that hung on the back of his mind was the recent release of the Sanctuary Treatment Editions. Ever since he came up with the 4 aspects of Lufa, Vase always imagined what it would be like to mass produce and market their glows. The commercial release of 2 variants that weren't primarily designed for battle represented a major shift in the Living Mech Corporation's product strategy. As with any change, people had a lot of difficulty adjusting to something that did not fit an established pattern. While the customers of the LMC were accustomed to receiving innovative products, the Sanctuary Treatment Editions were something else. The market isn't reacting well to the new variants, Gavin reported during a routine briefing session. In fact, even our people don't quite know what to make of it. The new models can't be marketed like normal combat mechs. Even if the Tranquility variant is great at neutralizing glows employed by enemy mechs, the ridiculously high asking price of 50 million hex credits for what is pretty much a third-class mech is prohibitively expensive. The reaction of the market falls exactly in line with the scenario that I previously told you about. Third-class customers can't justify the expenditure while second-class customers think we have engaged in a scam. Vase frowned a bit. He already expected that the new models would experience a bit of turbulence, but this went on a bit too long. Haven't we satisfied a lot of customers already, Benny? As long as people obtain a copy and experience the new glows, I bet their tune will change quickly. Did we loan a few copies to reviewers and medical institutions? We did. The reaction has been positive, but not as much as we hoped. What's the matter? Gavin sighed. The price per performance disparity is too big for most people to accept. It would be one thing if our sanctuary was priced at 4 million hex credits, but that is not the case here. A more important issue is that the market can't accept the notion that a mech can be used to heal and treat people. This is a foreign concept to every human and it takes a lot of effort to convince them that the 2 models are actually useful. Vase thought that word of mouth would have been able to overcome this instinctual resistance, but the truth turned out to be very different. As Gavin brought out graph after graph, the data clearly showed that the various downsides of his new sanctuary variants heavily weighed it down to the point where it never gained momentum. Have we developed any following for the new models? We do, but only a small one so far. Gavin answered. A small but highly enthusiastic group of second-class customers have steadily purchased more and more copies from us. Unfortunately for us, the mechs do not really appeal to those outside this group. One of the problems that we have bumped into is that its price is mainly aimed at second-class customers, but they are not very familiar with our mech company. Oh, though Vase designed a bunch of second-class mechs, he had yet to release any of them to the second-class mech market. While he had good reasons for doing so, one of the negative consequences was that the brand awareness of the LMC in second-class states such as the Garland Empire and the Grand Loxic Republic was too low. After all, Vase never put a single exciting product on the second-class mech market before. Even if he gained a bit of fame for his second-class mech designs due to the widespread use of his Hexer mechs in the Komodo War, not everyone paid close attention to this regional conflict. It didn't help that the Sanctuary Treatment Editions did not have much in common with the useful, war-oriented Hexer mech designs. For these reasons and more, the introduction of the Sanctuary Treatment Editions had been botched. Vase glowered and pressed his fingers against his temple. Lucky lazily swishes his metallic tail as he lounged on the desk. Meow. Yeah, gloat all you want. I don't see you doing any better. How about you try to release a new mech model to picky second-class customers? Meow. Gavin ignored the interaction between the two and provided an estimate of the future sales potential of the 2 models. We know the new Sanctuary variants are useful, and more customers will realize this as well. We think that sales will slowly ramp up over time as people will begin to realize that they are worth their prices. However, it might take months or even years for the mechs to become successful. For now, selling a couple of thousand sanctuary treatment editions doesn't even cover the cost of contracting third-party companies to fabricate and distribute them. At the scale we are operating these days, selling a couple of thousands copies a month is terrible. The three best-selling models right now were the Desolate Soldier, the Doom Guard and the Ferocious Piranha IC. It had been a long time since he designed them and their capabilities no longer reflected his current design ability. The Crystal Lord Mark II was also gaining momentum, particularly after Vase upgraded its old design spirit to create the Illustrious One. Even then, the Rifleman Mech's relatively marginal performance advantages compared to other market offerings allowed it to become a sleeper hit as best, selling only a few 100,000 copies a month. While Vase was proud of this sales volume, the sad truth was that the LMC's business model relinquished a lot of profit to its third-party business partners. If the LMC followed a more traditional business model and based itself in a state, then it could have invested in its own distribution and sales networks. While not every company was able to succeed in those endeavors, the effect of cutting out the middlemen was often good. What was peculiar about the Sanctuary Treatment editions was that its margins were ridiculously high even if there were a bunch of middlemen taking their own cuts of the profits. However, this was mostly irrelevant if the sales volume remained way below expectations. As Vase and Gavin continued to discuss this issue, it became clear that the reception of the Sanctuary Treatment editions was unlikely to improve in the short term unless they made a couple of painful decisions. The single biggest factor behind the poor initial reception of the variants are their prices. Gavin directly addressed, "The obvious way to remedy this is to lower the price of a mech. If we can cut it in half, we project that sales will likely quadruple right away. Further cuts will result in dramatically more sales." Vase adopted a stubborn expression. "I don't want to back down like this. We'll just be proving to every critic that we have indeed been ripping off our customers. You can address this problem easily by applying temporary discounts to the new models. That helps, but if the discounts are too frequent, they will not only disrespect the customers who have been paying full price, but they will also develop a pattern that customers will expect. From our next products, just forget about it. I only released the Sanctuary Treatment editions to earn some extra money and do my part in contributing to society. It is not a big deal if I don't immediately get the payday I sought." The LMC still earned plenty of profit, so it was not as if Vase felt devastated. Every mech designer released a flop now and then. While Vase still believed that the Sanctuary Treatment editions were good products, it was sad that everyone else didn't possess the same understanding. Vase eventually shrugged. "Let's wait a year or two before we contemplate any changes in price. Perhaps people will begin to recognize my brilliance during this period. What if the market still doesn't pay so much money for overpriced third-class mechs? Then just shove it into the corner and forget about it. I can always design other mechs." The success or failure of a single mech model no longer concerned him that much. This was especially after he transitioned to designing a batch of different mechs by rounds. As long as one of them achieved critical success, it didn't matter if the rest failed to live up their promise. Of course, he could not use this same mentality towards the current round of mech designs. Thinking about the expert mech designs that awaited his care and attention made him eager to be done with all of his other business. After discussing a few more issues, Vase quickly shooed Gavin away. Before he left for the design lab, he wanted to deal with one more issue. He picked his cat from his desk and brought his pet close. "Hello, is there any activity taking place down there? When was the last time you produced a gem, Lucky?" Meow meow meow. The gem cat did not appreciate being picked up this way. His tail quickly moved to cover his backside. "Hey, your diet hasn't decreased at all. Why haven't you gone to the toilet yet? Your efficiency has worsened. Maybe I should drop you off at the Skull Architect in order to give your systems a tune-up." Meow. Ouch. That hurt. Murrow. As Lucky freed himself from Vess's grasp, Blinky materialized into view. The companion spirit took offense at what had happened. Meow meow. Murrow murrow. Meow. Predictably, the two cats entered into another scuffle in midair. It didn't take long for the older and more experienced cat to gain the upper hand. Blinky could only crawl back into Vess's mind after suffering another wound to his pride. Vase looked exasperated at Lucky. "I hope you'll produce something soon. Our expert mechs could really use all of the help they can get. My current collection of gems is not enough." His cat didn't make any promises. Meow. The reason why he was so eager to obtain more gems was because too many of them were weird and abnormal. Vase did not want to gain another, special, gem like the Supreme Comprehension, one that had unleashed sheer chaos in the Life Research Association. Part of that was his fault for making his last gem alive. Vase wasn't sure if he wanted to repeat this trick. Perhaps a gem might gain a lot more potential after undergoing this unique transformation, but if the mech it was applied to did not gain any additional benefits, then it wasn't worth the trouble for him to intervene. Should I do it again or should I leave it? Vase idly wondered. Chapter 3071. You need discipline. Vase spent more time in the design lab, and he was happy about that. His wife became happy at his increased commitment as well. Important matters such as the acquisition of new capital ships, the production of Larkinson mechs, the ideological training of the former members of the Pernis family, the development of a high-level diplomatic strategy and so on did not require his input for the time being. Now that the design department progressed the Disruptor project and all of the other ones to the main design phases, the main design lab had become a lot more frenetic. The mech designers no longer spent most of their time on looking up information or discussing various options to add to the mech designs. Now that they set firm and clear directions for all of the design projects, they were no longer running around aimlessly. The draft designs all gave them clear ideas of what they were working towards. Gloriana, in cooperation with Master Willix and the other journeymen, had already settled all of the major design choices. Just like with the Disruptor project, the incorporation of resonating exotics was relatively straightforward and predictable, with a master mech designer solving all of the truly difficult problems related to integrating the materials into a mech design and allowing an expert pilot to resonate with them in an effective manner. The rest merely had to address the more mundane issues. Of course, expert mechs were still in a league of their own, so Vase had to contend with many new problems that he had never tackled before. It's a lot more difficult than I thought to combine high-performance components, he said as he sat next to his wife while she was fiddling with the Bulwark project. They are like violent beasts that can easily go out of control if they aren't properly contained. Then just put more effort into containing them, Vase. This is not an insurmountable problem. She spoke as she refined the next iteration of the Shield of Samar. I can do that, but then I'll stuff the designs with too many structural components that don't provide any significant performance boosts aside from toughening up the internals. Gloriana briefly paused and turned to Vase. Did you come here to complain about this difficulty? You're not the only one who is grappling with this issue, you know. I have to work hard to search for solutions as well when I have to do the same. I thought you were good at this sort of work. I am, she confidently replied. That also means that I have set higher expectations for myself. There is always a better balance. You just have to be good enough to grasp it. I hope you don't expect me to do all of the heavy lifting this time. I have to oversee so many different projects that I'll be stuck here forever if you skip too much work. I expect more from you this time. Vase briefly soured, but he did not stay upset for long. What his wife was asking was more than fair. Since he used to lead all of the mech design projects, he understood the pressure she was enduring. Anything he could do to help would allow the projects to proceed much smoother. After Gloriana finally became satisfied with the implementation of a shield generator, she waved her hand, causing the partial mech design to disappear. She called up the current iteration of the Disruptor project in its place. At this stage, the design was mostly illusionary as the draft outlines dominated the projection. The miracle couple intended to change that fairly soon. Since we chose to prioritize Venerable Tus's future expert over the other ones, we should aim to make its design feature complete in 2 months. Vase almost jumped into the air. 2 months. That's too fast. We're dealing with a light mech here. Gloriana crossed her arms. What are you afraid of? The total volume of the Disruptor project is small enough that it is doable to complete the first iteration within the timespan that I have given. 60 days is still cutting it close. Light mech or not, the fact that we are dealing with an expert mech is still a huge factor. While you're right that the smaller volume means less work for us, it also means that we are packing more powerful components in a very slim frame and with precious little buffer for us to work with. It is going to take a lot of effort to integrate all of those powerful expert mech grade components without causing them to interact with each other in an undesirable fashion. Matters such as heat management and power transmission became a lot harder to deal with when there was much less room to work with. Even if the smaller components of a light mech were less powerful, this reduction did not keep up with the drop in capacity in relation to a medium mech. Gloriana huffed and turned her back to him. I am tired of your constant delays, Vase. Even if you have good reasons to stay away from the design lab, the rhythm of our design work has never been quite right since we embarked on the current round of design projects. You were never like this when you were still in charge. Our clan was a lot simpler back then. It has grown a lot larger and stronger, but it hasn't reached maturity yet. We're dealing with a lot of growing pains. Well, whatever it is, most of that ends here. Gloriana declared. In 60 days, we're completing the first iteration of the Disruptor project no matter what. It has to be functionally complete to the point where we can fabricate an actual prototype based on the work we have managed to accomplish. What if we fall short of this ambitious goal of yours? Vase cautiously asked. The stare he got in return clearly conveyed an ominous message. She sighed. It's for your own good, Vase. If I don't increase the pressure on you, who knows whether you will let yourself get pulled away from the design lab again. You need to be more disciplined at least for the next 2 months. As long as you can meet my expectations and make it through for the next 60 days, you can be just as productive for the rest of the year. Gloriana essentially employed a management trick where she made a difficult demand more achievable by setting a smaller sub-goal. She also wished for him to find a working formula for himself that he could depend upon to complete the other mech design projects. How could Vase say no, especially when he had already disappointed her so many times? I will do my best. No, I will live up to your expectations this time. These projects are important to all of us. I have long dreamt about realizing my first expert mech design. I can't squander this unique opportunity. Vase belatedly reminded himself how critical it was for him to propagate his design philosophy to mechs that were more worthy to become alive. Each of the projects they were working on had the potential to evolve into a legendary machine like the Ouroboros one day. Even though there was no guarantee that the expert pilots would retain the same basic model for at least a century, it was still a prospect that sounded very attractive to him. The Shield of Samar was already on this trajectory and Vase didn't mind adding more to the list. With just 60 days to go, the miracle couple no longer wasted any time. They studied the expert light mech design for a time before beginning to work on specific modules and sections. Though their relationship had turned a bit rocky lately, much of their disagreements and differences in opinion faded once they got to work. The two had collaborated with each other so often that it had practically become second nature to them. The fact that each of them carried their spouse's spiritual fragments made it easy for them to achieve a basic level of synergy. Vase missed this. Though their cooperation had not yet returned to the best level that the couple had achieved in the past, just getting back in the groove did wonders to his productivity. A few days passed in the same pattern. Vase not only worked together with Gloriana on the same challenges, but also did some work on his own or discussed various problems with the other journeymen contributing to the design projects. Since Juliet Stameros possessed the only mobility-oriented specialty among the lead designers, her input was essential to the quick completion of the Disruptor project. So much of the expert light skirmisher revolved around enhancing its speed, acceleration, agility and maneuverability. The Disruptor project's emphasis on multi-directional evasion meant that it had to incorporate a lot of boosters across her hull. Though Juliet was good at positioning the modules where they could provide the greatest benefit to the expert mech, their presence also weakened the armor and structure around these surface elements. This was where Gloriana could mitigate the damage. Through the use of general solutions such as using grids to specific solutions that were specific to each individual case, she made a lot of progress in maintaining the overall strength of the frame. Vase either assisted her or worked on the general aspects of the mech design. He performed broad work on the mechanical and electrical systems, fleshing them to the point where they should work but holding off on refining and optimizing them until Gloriana gave her seal of approval. Keddies occasionally dropped by to give them an update on the progress of the knives she assumed responsibility over. Bissonat is really interesting to me, she explained to him during a brief meeting. I haven't been able to see it in action yet, but so far I think that it will have great effects when paired with my design philosophy. Vase looked intrigued. Do you think the added cutting power provided by Bissonat will overlap or synergize with your design philosophy? I hope the latter will happen, but I don't think it is likely. Resonating exotics that are complemented by design philosophies usually don't lead to such an exaggerated effect. I'm still happy that I am able to work with a material that can make the result that I am looking for even better. As Vase and Keddies continued to discuss this topic, Lucky stared vigilantly at the floating and seemingly autonomous greatsword that was floating a short distance away. Meow. Lucky began to imagine what it would be like to take a bite out of Bloodsinger. Swish swish, the sheathed weapon exaggeratingly swung back and forth. Meow, swish. Instead of entering into a fight or something, Sharpie suddenly proposed to do something else. The weapon lifted up its tip so that its blade went horizontal. The gem cat cautiously flew over and set his feet onto the surface of the scabbard. Bloodsinger subsequently began to fly forth with its feline passenger. Though Lucky first doubted whether he could keep his footing on the moving blade, he found a way to make himself stay in place by using his gravitic capabilities to press him down on his ride. Soon enough, the two pets began to fly above the heads of the two journeymen at increasing speeds. Meow, swish, who said that cats and swords couldn't get along? Unlike Lucky's contentious relationship with Blinky, the gem cat soon developed a friendship with Sharpie. The two began to fly so fast that Bloodsinger soon exhibited difficulty in shifting its direction. Hey, cut that out before you cut into the bulkhead, or worse, cut off someone's head. The two pets quickly ended their fun. Lucky flew back down in order to settle on Katiz's lap while Bloodsinger took up its usual position a short distance behind its owner's back. Chapter 3072. Unsung hero antics aside, the design lab turned into a serious venue where a lot of mech designers were too busy with their own assignments to joke around. The design teams might not be able to contribute as many solutions to the expert mech designs due to the heightened difficulty. They were still essential when it came to other matters. As Vase watched over the assistant mech designers at work, he wondered how soon he would be able to double the amount. He had not forgotten about the advice given by Master Willix, but it was a bit uncertain where the expeditionary fleet would visit next. As the Larkinsons and their allies were steadily making their way out of the Yena star cluster, the destinations ahead of them became increasingly more vague. Vase did not have a solid impression of the Bardo and Fermi star clusters. While he was sure that plenty of Larkinsons had already done their research on them, he did not feel the need to direct his precious time away from his work in order to study what made these places unique and what they could offer. The Red Ocean was his true destination. Any other place in between was a lot more boring in comparison. The only stop that was truly worthy of his attention was the Smiling Samuel star sector, but it would still take many months before his fleet arrived at its border. Well, at least that gives us enough time to finish all of our expert mech design projects. Though he did not anticipate he would need to deploy that much strength when he arrived at the dwarf-dominated star sector, it would give him a lot of assurance if his fleet gained an additional trump card. Last Vase checked up on the Vulcan Empire, the Crown Uprising had destabilized it as well, though not to a worrying extent. The star sector was dominated by a single regime and it was mostly populated by dwarves, who were much more used to banding together than average humans. Also, the dwarves appeared to have less crown terrorists in their ranks as usual. This was rather strange. Did even the Five Scrolls Compact look down on these short-statured humans? Whatever the case, Vase hoped that he would be able to meet some sane dwarves and engage in polite and rational discourse with these wonderful variant humans. As Vase continued to do his best to meet the 60-day deadline set by his wife, he began to feel fulfilled in a way he hadn't experienced in a long time. "You're right," he told her one day. "I really needed to get back into the groove." "Told you so." She grinned and pecked his cheek. "I had this version of you in mind when I chose to marry you. Look, even Clixie likes you more." Meow Tilda, the furry cat arched her back and took a nap as Vase softly brushed his hand across her back. Whenever Gloriana was happy with Vase, Clixie was happy as well. Whenever Gloriana was unhappy with Vase, Clixie hissed at him as if he was a bad guy. It didn't make any sense. Lucky never grew angry at Gloriana when he argued with her. His cat might be defective. Fortunately, he had several other cats to keep him company. "Beagle, how much time do you need before you finish crunching the numbers on the latest tweaks to the power reactor?" 3 hours, 52 minutes and 25 seconds, sir." An electronic cat projection answered in a formal tone. Though Vase had to wait hours until he received the data he wanted, it would have taken days to complete the same task aboard his old ships. The AI core added to the Spirit of Bentime was one of the factory ship's most useful features. It provided him and every other mech designer with a lot more processing capacity than they had ever enjoyed before. The CFA knew what it was doing when it came to ice. Even though the AI core obtained by the Larkinson clan was supposed to be a defective product, Vase didn't notice any of it except for a theoretical reduction in processing power. Everything else worked great, particularly the neural learning capabilities that allowed the AI core to develop better ways to serve the needs of its users. As a result, Beigel became a little more clever and efficient over time. He had become a favored presence to the assistant mech designers because of how much tedious work they could leave to automation. However, there was also another cat that actually provided a surprising amount of help while everyone worked. Moreau. When Blinky emerged from Vess's mind, he floated over to Gloriana, who idly patted his ethereal body. "You're so cute." Moreau tilde. After Blinky fooled around for a time, he left Gloriana's side and began to fly back and forth between Vase and some other people. Vase didn't bother to keep his companion spirit a secret to the other mech designers. Though no one knew what kind of existence Blinky represented, he looked absolutely remarkable and possessed a charm that disarmed many people. Normally, Vase kept a closer eye on Blinky in order to make sure his companion spirit didn't get up to any mischief, but lately he was too busy to monitor his latest cat too closely. Blinky was ultimately another aspect of himself, so Vase didn't worry all that much about what another part of his spirit and mentality was doing. Normally, Blinky only explored the design lab for half an hour or so before he got bored and returned to his home in order to take a nap. Today was different, however. The spiritual cat quietly floated above the heads of every diligent mech designer. The starry trail streaking along his intangible body zipped faster as Blinky began to concentrate on what the individual mech designers were actually doing. Blinky's eyes glowed brighter as he quietly approached Catherine Evanson's head. The woman hardly noticed anything as she directed her full concentration towards the module she was assigned to optimize. A purple tail curled down until its black tip phased through the former Sentinel noble's skull. A second later, Blinky retracted his tail. After taking one last look at Catherine, the cat flew over to another assistant mech designer's head before repeating the silent procedure. Soon enough, Blinky managed to touch all of the assistant mech designers on duty in this fashion. Blinky flew to the larger work areas where the journeymen were engaged in their own work. He quietly approached Keddies, only to get detected straight away. "Oh hey, Blinky, how are you doing?" Moreau tilde. The spiritual cat flew closer and Keddies happily hugged him. She briefly became fascinated by the crystal third eye embedded into his forehead. "What is this all about?" Moreau. "Oh yeah, I forgot I can't understand you like Vase." Blinky did not come here in order to get cuddled this time. Once Keddies finished her hugging session with the cat, the companion spirit slowly approached her head and extended his tail only for it to get stopped. Unlike the assistant mech designers that Blinky had touched beforehand, Keddies possessed the most formidable mental defenses out of all of the mech designers in the clan. If Keddies really did not want Blinky to violate the sanctuary of her mind, then there was no way that the cat would be able to accomplish his goal. In order to make sure that he didn't come away empty-handed, Blinky employed a surefire persuasion method that had always worked. He widened his glowing eyes and made a pleading gesture with his front paws. Blinky was literally begging towards Keddies. Moreau www tilde, hehehe. Keddies broke out in a rare giggle. "You really want to get into my mind that bad? Well, don't go poking around too much." There was no way a woman like her could resist such a cute and lovely cat. Of course, part of the reason why she did not fear Blinky at all was because she possessed more than enough strength to crush any nefarious action. She could summon back Sharpie from Bloodsinger in the blink of an eye if necessary. Fortunately, Blinky did not rummage through her mind. Instead, when his tail passed through her mental barriers unopposed, he simply left a tiny trace of himself behind before pulling out. "Is that it, Moreau?" After waving Keddies goodbye, Blinky flew over to Juliet and Gloriana, who allowed the companion spirit to do as he wished. Once Blinky had touched every mech designer in the design lab, he flew back to Vase and hovered just above his head. The cat began to curl as if he was settling on a bed and began to concentrate. His eyes glowed brighter as he spontaneously activated an ability that he had never engaged before. The air above the design lab changed. Slowly but surely, thin, invisible lines rippled into existence. These tiny lines all originated from the heads that Blinky had touched. These lines directly passed through every obstacle and led straight to the spiritual cat's body. When viewed from afar, it was as if Blinky had turned himself into a new spiritual network. The effect of this was subtle at first. The mech designers began to work a little faster and more effectively. The assistants strangely experienced minor bursts of inspiration or came up with surprising new ways to solve the problems that had plagued them for hours. The difference actually became quite substantial as nearly every assistant managed to solve a lot more problems than before. In comparison, the journeyman did not experience any major increases in productivity. They merely felt more comfortable and sometimes gained a greater understanding of the works of other colleagues. For example, Gloriana gained a greater appreciation of how Juliet meticulously engineered the flight and booster systems of the Disruptor project. Vase grasped Katiz's intentions when she designed the daggers of the expert light mechs in a specific shape. Juliet began to experience what she had been missing in her work now that her sensitivity towards the life buried in the mech designs had been raised. Katiz began to approach her work with more care and less sloppiness now that the flaws in her work became a little more glaring. This seemingly magical state did not last long. Blinky calmly maintained his network for a couple of hours before he stopped. Moreau, Blinky looked a lot less energetic after maintaining the new and unknown network for so long. Though the strain on him was not that bad, it still took a lot out of him after continually maintaining it for so long. The companion spirit took one last look at the design lab before diving back into Vess's mind. Though Blinky could power himself up with as much spiritual energy as he wanted, the strain he endured was not so easy to recover from. The spiritual cat took a long and well-deserved nap. As for the mech designers, none of them noticed what Blinky had done or that they received a power-up for a couple of hours. Many assistants felt a bit bummed now that their magical state was gone. Molter Ringer leaned back and yawned. "I'm so tired. My mind isn't straight anymore." The journeyman might have noticed if they paid attention to the effect, but they had all been preoccupied with their own individual tasks. Not even Katiz noticed how easier it had been for her to come up with a satisfactory result. Just like the others, she merely dismissed this brief phase as a temporary condition. "I was in the zone back then," she muttered. The others held similar thoughts. It wasn't unusual for mech designers or any other creative to enter into a special mood where they became a lot more productive than before. Nobody recognized the role that Blinky played. The companion spirit dozed off as his contribution to the project went unsung, at least for now. Chapter 3073. Successful. Gloriana. The design department made quick progress on the Disruptor project. Though the project presented lots of new issues and challenges to every mech designer, the lead designers were not helpless. They all possessed formidable problem-solving capabilities and the knowledge they held was quite expansive. Katiz was perhaps the weakest journeyman of the four. She only broke through a short time ago and her knowledge accumulation wasn't extensive enough to assume too many responsibilities. However, her theoretical and practical mastery of bladed weapons, kinesiology and other fields directly related to her specialty surpassed that of everyone else. Her hyperspecialization along with her status as a mythical swordmaster caused her to become the undisputed authority of melee weapons and melee mechs. Gloriana did not trust Katiz to do a decent job in designing the power transmission systems, energy weapon systems and so on. She rarely permitted Katiz to spend her time on tweaking and optimizing the mechanical and mechatronic aspects of the expert mech designs. Fortunately, Katiz did not lack for assignments. Designing weapons was an art in itself, and integrating them with the mechs that were supposed to wield them was also complicated, compared to the Swordmaiden mech designer who possessed an unusual background and approach to mech design. Juliet was a much more orthodox mech designer. Her classical training along with her solid foundation meant that she was qualified to work on every aspect of a mech. However, Gloriana mostly entrusted Juliet to configure and fine-tune the mobility systems of the mechs. This was a major responsibility for Juliet as every expert mech design mainly depended on their flight systems for mobility. Without the ability to fly, the expert mechs had no way to move around in space and in the air. At most, they would be able to walk and run on the ground, but the Larkinson clan did not have any desire to design an expert mech that could only fight on solid ground. For this reason, Juliet assumed heavy responsibility over this field. Her expertise was especially relevant to the Disruptor project as the expert light skirmisher would instantly lose its value if something happened to its flight system. Fortunately, Juliet did not disappoint. Gloriana gained a greater appreciation of the penitent sister mech designer when the third journeyman to join the design department not only finished her assignments in time, but also delivered better than expected work. "These solutions are much more refined than I expected. Thank you. I became a bit more inspired today. I did my best to meet all of your expectations. The flight system of the Disruptor project will become my best and most representative work. I already feel proud of what I have accomplished, but I know that I will gain even more satisfaction once it dominates the battlefield." To Juliet, the Disruptor project was more than just an expert mech. It was a platform in which she could fully showcase her skill and talents. So much of her structure was oriented towards maximizing its mobility and minimizing any elements that detracted from this overarching priority that the mech design simply sung to her that she couldn't really describe. Lately, she began to develop a more emotional connection to the expert mech design. She never really thought she would develop such a reaction to a mech that was obviously designed for a male mech pilot, but her hexer sensibilities completely left the picture as soon as she threw herself into her design sessions. Just looking at the projection of the incomplete expert mech design warmed her heart. It was as if she was looking at her unborn child. Though it sounded very strange, once she began to treat the Disruptor project, she felt she understood the light expert mech design to a more intimate degree. This odd approach did not make her smarter. It did not insert additional knowledge in her mind. However, she noticed that ever since she altered her approach, she became a lot more sensitive towards which design choices aligned with the design. Her intuition towards certain decisions improved substantially as well. The only wrinkle was that she wasn't always able to reach this amazing state. She had to become fully invested in her work in order to enter into this heightened state of mind. Keep up the good work, Juliet. Gloriana complimented her fellow hexer. As long as you can sustain this rate of progress, I can accelerate our work schedule and get more work done in less time. With Kedis taking care of most of the offensive functions of the expert mech designs and Juliet doing her best to make every expert mech as mobile as possible, the pair of journeymen lifted a lot of weight on Gloriana's shoulders. It's unfortunate that we don't have a defensive specialist in our design department. Gloriana complained to Vase. If we had a journeyman who excelled in armor systems at our disposal, then we would have a complete trifecta of an essential design team. Vase nodded as he reviewed his latest work. We're still ramping up. There will be other opportunities to promote someone to journeyman from within the ranks or hire an external specialist. Offense, defense and mobility were the three essential areas that every mech was measured by. Pooling together mech designers that specialized in each of them was considered the most standard and effective team configuration in the mech industry. Since 5 mech designers was the most optimal number of contributing designers working on a design project, that left 2 slots available for other specialties. Usually, it was considered redundant to add another contributor whose specialty overlapped with the essential ones. This was where more unique mech designers like Vase came in. His area of specialty did not encroach on the territories of the others. Technically speaking, Ves's design philosophy fell under the category of utility, which was also considered a major area in most circles. The amount of value that he could provide to a mech design made him very valuable in the right circumstances. As long as there weren't too many other utility-oriented mech designers in the mix, he had no trouble justifying his involvement in a mech design project. This effectively meant that the head and lead designers of the expert mech design projects covered 3 of the 4 major areas. Gloriana had no choice but to invest most of her design time on filling up the remaining design work. Every day, she worked to design the exterior layers of the expert mech designs. Her sensitivity towards flaws and her drive to seek the most perfect solution served her well. While she did not finish her work assignments quickly, her design results were always usable and rarely needed to be revised. The faster than usual progress along with the optimistic performance of all of the mech designers injected Gloriana with a lot of confidence. I was born for this, she boasted. I'm a much better leader than Vase. Meow. Clixie proudly nodded her head. She started to gain more momentum when everything started to go right. She worked faster, came up with better solutions and began to receive more and more inspiration during her design sessions. Her passion flared up like a bonfire. Her growing confidence along with her stellar optimism seemed to infect the other mech designers. Even if she started to issue greater demands to the other mech designers, no one wanted to be the person who disappointed her expectations. It felt good to receive her trust. Her standards may be insanely high, but that meant that anyone who satisfied her requirements was worthy of her appreciation. Gloriana was quite pleasant to be around as long as she was happy. Her depth of knowledge, her passion for mech designs and her constant encouragement seemed to lead to a virtuous cycle where the other mech designers always sought to do better and better. Even Vase was impressed by this shift. Gloriana hadn't yelled at someone in a week. That was practically a record. Her good mood not only made her a lot more tolerable during their work shifts, but also caused her to be a lot more generous during her off time. Meow, meow. Lucky and Clixie licked each other's sides as they lay on a floating pillow. Meanwhile, Vase and Gloriana cuddled together as they just finished a long but productive work session. The Disruptor project has reached the halfway mark. Gloriana happily noted as her tired face smiled in contentment. If we keep up this pace, we'll be able to turn Venerable Tus's expert mech into something truly special. Vase embraced her shoulder and squeezed her close. Her body felt exceptionally soft against his side. Master Willix also delivered her latest on the design. He said, "It's quite interesting how she integrated perfidious steel in the structure of the Disruptor project." Once the resonating exotics are completely integrated in the expert mech, its performance will assuredly be strong. Still, aren't you forgetting about something? Gloriana gazed at Vase with an expectant eye. What are you talking about? The proto-gods, of course. The Disruptor project of our dreams won't be complete until it receives the appropriate support from the proto-gods that only you can provide. Have you made any progress in this area? I have already fleshed out an idea. I want to try something new for the Disruptor project. Like what? It's difficult to explain. Then give me an idea, at least. I can't go on without knowing what you have in store. I need to take all of your contributions into account. Vase hesitated a bit. Well, you know about my prime mechs, right? She nodded. I've studied the Piranha Prime plenty of times. It's Venerable Tus's current mech and I've frequently referenced its design in order to increase the fit of the Disruptor project. Well, my assumption is that the strengths and capabilities of prime mechs can also be transferred to expert mechs. While I am not entirely certain that this is the case, according to my theoretical framework, prime resonance and true resonance should not conflict. They might even interact with each other in uncertain ways. Gloriana frowned. You're trying out a new experiment, aren't you? What did I tell you about experiments? We can't afford to engage in excessive risks, not when everything is going so well at the moment. Hear me out, Gloriana. True resonance is mainly a product of the mech and mech pilot. Prime resonance on the other hand is product of the mech pilot and design spirit. That extra factor originally didn't have much relations with expert mechs and true resonance, but through the use of prime resonance, I can make the design spirits play a greater role in combat. Gloriana began to look intrigued. Your story sounds logical, but I doubt it's that simple. I already have a couple of design spirits in mind, but I have yet to figure out how they will be able to affect the Disruptor project. Vase spoke. In a way, I'm glad that we are working on finishing it first. This is a good opportunity for me to explore new ground and try out new solutions. As long as I am able to come up with a successful implementation this time, I can apply the same approach to the other expert mech designs. All of this sounded rather iffy to Gloriana. However, the continuous string of successes caused her to become more indulgent. If the project was running behind schedule and if the work completed by others was disappointing, then she wouldn't be so tolerant to her husband. As it was, Gloriana did not mind too much this time. Vase had been so focused and productively in the last couple of weeks that he deserved a reward once in a while. She could also sense the potential of his latest idea. If Vase was able to integrate the elements together into a greater whole, then the expert mech they were working on would stand out from other ones. Chapter 3074. Diplomatic Strategy. Vase did not make life easy for himself by aiming to go big on the spiritual design of the Disruptor project. This was a rare opportunity for him to combine the strengths of a prime mech with an expert mech. With a rare resource like unending alloy at his disposal, there was no way that Vase wanted to squander its potential by maintaining a cautious approach. In truth, one of the reasons why Vase behaved so well lately and tried his best to meet and exceed Gloriana's expectations was because he knew her too well. If he didn't make her happy, how could he get away with any stunts? Fortunately, his ploy succeeded. Gloriana was so upbeat about the progress of the Disruptor project that she eventually allowed Vase to have his fun. Everything would be fine as long as Vase succeeded in his implementation, but if he screwed up in any way, there was no doubt that Gloriana would turn into a demoness again. Vase shuddered as he imagined the reckoning he would face if he caused the project to be delayed because of his distractions. Despite this threat, he did not intend to scale back his ambitions. A moment like this would not come again for a very long time, and he instinctively felt he was working on another powerful innovation. Though he wasn't able to predict the power of his latest preoccupation, he guessed that it would not be weak. This is the key to differentiating my work, Vase whispered to himself. He wanted to make a mark on the mech community. The invention of prime mechs and prime resonance had already given him a lot of fulfillment, but they were clearly inferior substitutes to the real deal. Now that he was able to work on actual expert mechs that were able to evoke true resonance, what would they be like if he was able to alter this established dynamic by leveraging his spiritual engineering capabilities? While Vase didn't exactly know how seniors and masters enabled expert mechs to exhibit true resonance, he theorized that this was a completely different approach from his own ones. He was absolutely certain that no existing mech designer had ever created anything comparable to prime resonance. Since design spirits played a key role in making this phenomenon possible in the first place, he predicted that he would gain an absolutely extraordinary result if he increased the union between design spirit and mech. However, before he could explore this topic any further, he received an important message. Sheddarin Pernus had finally formulated a diplomatic strategy for the Larkinson clan. The man spent weeks poring through numerous archives, speaking to many different Larkinsons, looking up information on the galactic net and so on. He tried his best to come up with the most fitting plan for the clan in order to showcase his value. Vase took a brief moment off his schedule to meet with the former ambassador at his new office. The Larkinson clan had recently set up the Foreign Relations Department in order to emphasize the growing importance of forging ties. Sheddarin had come in at the right time. Though the former Loxian had yet to become the leader of the department, as long as his plan was sound, the job was as good as his. Out of all of the Pernusers, only he had the talent, experience and wisdom to assume this major responsibility. Vase already saw the difference that someone like Sheddarin could make when he entered the compartment which housed the new department. The various Larkinsons assigned to expand the foreign relations activities of the clan had become a lot more focused and driven. The old man was already starting to make his mark here. Previously, none of the Larkinsons knew what they were doing. While they could make simple contacts and conduct straightforward business deals, their level of thinking couldn't keep up with the expanding scope of the Larkinson clan. Now that someone who used to be in charge of the foreign relations of an entire state entered the picture, the existing workers finally began to see the light. The air of optimism in the Foreign Relations Department resembled that of the Design Department. This was a good sign in Vess's eyes, as it appeared that Sheddarin's influence was absolutely not weak. What would it be like if he actually took charge of this department? Once he gained the authority he needed, the Larkinson clan would no longer appear like brutes in front of other people. Vase became more certain that it had been worth it for him to rescue the Pernus family. The trivial losses the Avatars and Vandals suffered during the previous battle were incomparable to the gains. He quickly moved through the main hall and entered a small and fairly barren office compartment. Sheddarin already prepared his presentation. The desk and other furniture had moved over to the side in order to make way for a large projection that displayed multiple key elements. Patriarch Vase, please come in. I think you'll be quite excited to hear what I am about to say. Vase smiled. Let's hear it, then. Our clan has gone on for too long without a clear idea on how to interact with outside parties. I'm very interested in hearing your perspective. The ambassador did not waste any time on pleasantries or small talk. He had already spent enough time in the Larkinson clan to know that its members preferred to be polite but direct. There was a lot of work to be done in the fleet and no one wanted to become a burden to their comrades. I've taken stock of the Larkinson clan and its current situation. Sheddarin began. Before I can formulate a strategy, we first need to define our goals. Based on what you have said and what I have observed from other Larkinsons, I have summarized a small list. The old man gestured to the projection which began to display a few key goals. The primary goal of the Larkinson clan is to exist as an independent organization that is able to provide for its clansmen. It must belong to the Larkinsons and no one else should be able to order them around. The members should also be happy in the clan and be able to live and die in it without any regrets. This was a more general goal, but one that Vase could support. While I haven't exactly thought about it that way, I do think it is essential to achieve all of these points. We have been burned too many times by others to put all of our trust in outsiders. We should be able to take care of our own and be able to make ourselves happy. One of the terms that is rather challenging to work with is that you do not wish to subject yourself to the rule of others, correct? That's the primary reason why I have put so much effort into establishing a spaceborne clan. Only by retaining our mobility will we be able to prevent ourselves from being tied by local power players. Sheddarin nodded in understanding, but he did not look optimistic. I can understand why you think this is the right course of action, but your demand imposes many restrictions on us. At the very least, it rules out the possibility of taking shelter under the umbrella of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Both alliances are hierarchical in nature. If you join the Terran Alliance, you must dance to the tunes of the ancient clans. If you become a part of the Rubarthan Pact, you are obliged to follow any instruction given by a Rubarthan prince. Regardless of their differences, the leading figures of the first-rate superstates only have their own interests in mind. Vase sighed. You're right, the two alliances that are based in the Red Ocean truly aren't suitable for our clan. It's a pity that we have to rule them out from the beginning. They provide a lot of benefits to those who join their ranks. The Terrans were especially generous. With the Red Ocean promise, the strongest pioneers in the Terran Alliance actually had a chance of ascending to the same height as the powerful and prestigious ancient clans that had dominated the Greater Terran United Confederation for millennia. Vase would be lying if he claimed he wasn't interested in this reward. While he did not have a good opinion on the Terrans, they were rightfully considered to be one of the most powerful groups in human space. Becoming one of their top dogs would instantly propel the Larkinson clan to a galactic power. However, how realistic was it for his clan to climb on top of all of those other pioneers who would be willing to do anything to achieve this ultimate ambition? Vase had no confidence that his clan would be able to survive in this horrible competition. Their foundation was too shallow and their starting point was too low. The pioneers who originated from the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Center had a lot more wealth, assets, personnel and connections at their disposal. This head start provided these ambitious competitors with an unassailable advantage. The fact that the expeditionary would be entering the Red Ocean years after its opening also caused his clan to fall behind. Though it pained Vase to cross these options off the list, it had to be done. Then our only option is the Red Ocean Union, right? Sheddarin nodded. It is the only regional alliance that makes sense for us. As we have discussed earlier, it does not impose too many restrictions on its members, but it doesn't offer as much benefits either. If that's the case, why not skip these alliances entirely and try to forge a different path? This is too difficult, Patriarch. I do not advise starting from scratch. The Golden Skull Alliance is still lacking in too many areas. Sheddarin pointed at the projection, which showed a basic diagram of the Larkinson clan and its various connections. It also showed 3 different bubbles which broadly represent the 3 regional alliances. Right now, the Larkinson clan sits outside the alliances. Our contact with the groups that chose to join them will either be hostile and neutral. There is little chance we'll be able to forge friendly ties with them. Even the members of the Red Ocean Union will not open their doors to us. Do you know why? Because the members of these alliances can already befriend others who made the same decision. There is an inherent increase in trust and common ground between different groups. The only partners we can forge ties with are those that have also chosen to reject the alliances. Think about that. What kind of pioneers and groups would reject the entreaties of all 3 major regional alliances? They're crazy. Vase threw out a guess. Sheddarin softly coughed. I would not use that terminology, but my overall judgment is similar. The Red Ocean is highly dangerous. Pioneers and fleets either get destroyed or disappear on a regular basis. The groups that chose to brave these risks while rejecting systematic assistance are quite unique. It is unlikely that they can become one of our trusted partners because the fact that they have eschewed the Red Ocean Union already indicates that they do not like to make lasting commitments. They were all selfish, in other words. This meant that the only option that Sheddarin found acceptable was to apply to join the Red Ocean Union once they reached the Red Ocean. The Red Ocean Union is constantly developing, right? Vase recalled. That is true. It is constantly changing and refining its rules and approach. If we join it at a relatively early stage, there is a good chance that we will be able to gain a lot more benefits as the alliance grows. It's a bit risky, though. Who knows if the Red Ocean Union will actually become better? The Big Two are behind this alliance. That should explain everything. Sheddarin confidently smiled. Chapter 3075. Choose your friends. When the Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan reached the Red Ocean, they had to make a lot of difficult choices. The decision to join one of the major regional alliances was one of the most crucial ones. Rejecting one of the 3 major alliances meant cutting themselves off to a lot of powerful contacts. The Larkinsons really couldn't afford to make this decision even though Vase was attracted by the lack of entanglements. Even though Vase really wanted to keep his clan completely free of outside commitment, that was wholly unrealistic. The Red Ocean is a region that is in flux. Sheddarin explained. The advantage of that is that no one has claimed all of the turf in the dwarf galaxy. The downside is that the star systems outside of the direct supervision of the Big Two are absent of order. Anything can happen over there, and those without friends become very tempting targets to those with malicious intentions. This was where the value of the regional alliances came in. Becoming a part of one of these large gatherings not only reduced the chance that members of the same alliance would break out in hostilities, but also imposed a modest degree of deterrence against outsiders. The Red Ocean Union provides the least amount of protection, though. Vase pointed out, that is true, but this is just the starting point, Patriarch. Don't assume that signing up for the Red Ocean Union and passively enjoying the benefits is all you can do. The Red Ocean Union may lack the structure of the other regional alliances, but that means that we have the freedom to develop our own faction or power base within this gathering. That was new to Vase. What do you have in mind, exactly? The former ambassador turned to the projection and moved the symbol that represented the Golden Skull Alliance into the bubble of the Red Ocean Union. He subsequently began to draw some loose lines within this bubble so that it was split up into smaller groupings. The Red Ocean Union's internal cohesion will probably never be high, but those who gain more prominence and those who try to befriend others within the regional alliance will gain more out of it than others. The establishment of sub-alliances or factions is inevitable for that reason. The Red Ocean Union will become too big and diverse to maintain a united front. It is a given that it will split into different factions led by prominent pioneers. Although this all sounded logical, Vase did not exactly like the implication behind this explanation. Are you suggesting that we should establish and lead one of these factions? It doesn't have to be a major faction. Shedderin clarified, you can use the Golden Skull Alliance as a starting point and expand it to encompass 20 different groups. You can also pursue a more ambitious agenda and opt to gather over 1,000 pioneers. Vase almost had a heart attack when he heard the latter. 1,000 pioneers, that was too ridiculous. Leading 1,000 prominent and powerful pioneers was no different than herding 1,000 cats. Since Vase already had trouble trying to control a single cat, how could he possibly restrain so many of them? He would probably tear his hair out if he tried to manage so many different groups. The latter scenario is not as difficult as it sounds. The Pernusser said, as long as you set up a suitable hierarchy, the burden of controlling so many pioneers will become manageable. I understand what you are saying, but it's quite dangerous to rely on powerful groups to maintain control. What if they betray us? As long as the benefits are great enough, it's possible for them to launch a coup. I don't want to invest so much hard work into forming a large faction only to allow someone else to benefit from our hard work. The old man paused. Vase was known as a risk-taker within the clan, but he was overly cautious when it came to trusting outsiders. This limited a lot of options that Shedderin had in mind, as trust played an important role in establishing ties. To be honest, Shedderin had never worked with such a difficult case before in his life. The Loxians were much more willing to extend their trust to others. The Pernus family eagerly developed an expansive network under the umbrella of the Hegenarian party. Unfortunately, the death of the Loxic president and some other disasters caused the downfall of the party. All of the connections forged by the Pernus family became worthless as the situation changed too rapidly for him to form an effective response. His eyes lowered. Perhaps it was best that he was working for a more distrustful leader this time. He could not afford to make the Larkinson clan repeat the mistakes of the Pernus family. If this is your will, we will limit our outreach and seek to form a smaller and tighter network of friendships and alliances. This approach entailed partnering up with like-minded pioneers in order to build up a collective that could make it easier for them to achieve goals that could not be accomplished alone. What is important is that our growing alliance must incorporate groups that each offer a useful benefit. The old man said, for example, we should ally with a technological group that engages in comprehensive research and development. Such groups tend to have shortcomings in their military and cultural aspects. We should also seek to partner up with a trading company or commercial conglomerate. As much as the LMC is able to fund all of the expenditures of the Larkinson clan, its current business model is anything but ideal. They already had this discussion before. The Red Ocean's mech market and distribution network was still in its infancy. Vase did not relish the headaches he would have to deal with in order to increase the sales channels of his mechs. Are you telling me that we should give up on trying to build our own sales and distribution network? Vase frowned. You shouldn't be too worried about that, Patriarch. Your mechs are intrinsically valuable. You'll be able to sell your mechs in many markets sooner or later. Therefore, it does not make a significant difference if you pick one trading company or another to sell our products. If this company is truly short-sighted enough to break these relations, it will not be difficult to establish a new trading relationship with another distributor. It was actually very normal for mech companies to operate in this manner. Low-ranking mech designers and smaller mech companies especially needed help with selling their mechs and delivering them to their customers. Even Vase used to cooperate with Marcella Bollinger once. Of course, high-ranking mech designers usually didn't need to rely so much on mech brokers or distributors anymore. Their mech models had become popular enough that customers proactively sought them out. It made a lot more sense to cut out the middlemen and start selling mechs directly to the company's target audience. While Vase preferred to adopt this model, the biggest problem was that the Larkinson clan wasn't based in any state or fixed position. Without establishing his clan in any single location, it was a lot more challenging to establish a distribution network. It wasn't impossible, though. Still, investing in sales and distribution channels not only tied the Larkinson clan down to an extent, but also served as a big distraction. It was a lot more convenient if he just dumped this responsibility to a partner that excelled in trade. "I'll take your suggestions under consideration," Vase replied with a noncommittal answer. "We don't have to make any immediate choices, so we can afford to take our time. What matters most is finding suitable partners that we can trust. For example, I know I can count on the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan to back me up because they proved their commitment in the past and we are bound by mutual interests. Any other partner must be able to provide us with similar guarantees. I shall do my best to look out for partners that are willing to cooperate with the Larkinson clan in the long term, but it shall take some time. Right now, we are too far away from the Red Ocean. The galactic net is not enough for us to understand the true situation in the new frontier. Once we pass through the Beander Gate, much will become clear when I am able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to others in person." Vase nodded in understanding. "I hope you succeed. I do agree that we cannot completely rely on ourselves and a small handful of friends to survive in the Red Ocean. A certain degree of cooperation is essential. Since our goals are rather modest, we do not need to become the most prominent or powerful group in the Red Ocean. Our faction doesn't need to be too big as a result. The point of starting a faction within the Red Ocean Union was to secure their own safety and positions." Vase did not want to stick his neck out too much. He wanted to gain enough allies to deter enemies but not enough to turn into a leader who vied for hegemony in the Red Ocean. Even though the dwarf galaxy was a lot smaller than the Milky Way, it was still huge in absolute terms. There was no way for the Larkinson clan to have any serious chance of occupying a significant slice of the pie when Rubarthan princes and Terran clansmen were already competing to do the same. The only outcome of trying to get in between these two giants was to get squashed in the middle. All of this sounds nice and all, but most of these plans won't come into action until we reach the Red Ocean. Vase remarked. "What about the period before we arrive? We can still do something while we are traveling through a couple of star clusters." "That is a different matter," Sheddarin said. "To be honest, I have already identified numerous potential partners that are at least of the same caliber as the Cross clan that might be suitable to add to our growing alliance. However, I think we should refrain from partnering with these groups." Vase raised his eyebrow. "I thought an ambassador like you would be happy to make a lot of friends." Sheddarin Pernus smiled. "You are not wrong, but some friends are more valuable than others. The local groups who are begging to join a pioneering alliance are usually leftovers that have failed to gain passage early. Their potential is lower and the benefits they can provide to us are not as attractive. If possible, you and your existing allies should seek to accumulate the required amount of merits by yourselves. This will give you much more leeway in banding together with other pioneers once you use your Beander ticket." There was a vast difference between pioneers who were able to earn enough MTA merits to reach the Red Ocean and ordinary organizations that were still stuck in the old galaxy. On the one hand, these weaker groups were much easier to control. On the other hand, they weren't as useful. "Patriarch Vase, don't forget where we come from. We originate from one of the furthest star clusters from the center of human civilization. Our wealth base, resource endowment, technological base and development level pale in comparison to the more central star clusters. The pioneers who come from the latter are much more powerful and a lot more worthy to befriend. Won't it become difficult to form relations with those powerful organizations?" Vase frowned. Our Pernus family is not unfamiliar with forging ties with these kinds of organizations. It is one of the core strengths of the Grand Loxic Republic. Just leave it to us. There is always a way to forge a common understanding between different groups with different backgrounds. This is especially the case when you have something unique to offer to them. Your unique abilities as a mech designer will play a central role in expanding our network once we reach the Red Ocean. Chapter 3076. Wider contributions in general. Sheddarin Pernis didn't think it was worthwhile to associate with any local organizations. Don't misunderstand, he said, we are not the strongest or most impressive group in the surrounding star clusters. Far from it, we may meet several other individuals or organizations that may be willing to make heavy concessions to become a part of the Golden Skull Alliance. However, taking them in is a grave mistake. We must not only look at the present circumstances, but also take our future trajectory into account. What do you mean by that? Vase leaned back on his chair while clasping his hands. When I evaluate the growth potential of the Larkinson clan, I see many positive signs. Granted, most of them are based around you and your unique products, but that sets us apart from the competition. The enduring success of the LMC and your personal relationship with Master Willix of the Mech Trade Association are two clear indicators of your high potential. For all intents and purposes, at this stage you should be regarded as a highly accomplished senior rather than an up-and-coming journeyman. Now, what do you think will happen once you advance your mech design career in reality? Vase understood the gist of what the former ambassador tried to convey. You're saying that I'll turn into the equivalent of a master by that time. Not literally, and not completely, but it is undeniable that your value and your influence will vastly surpass that of a more conventional senior such as the Cross Clan's resident mech designer. The power of a real master is not simple. Aside from their individual design prowess, their ability to network and make deals with similarly powerful individuals is enviable. It is a relation manager's greatest dream to work for a master. Sheddarin Pernis exuded excitement as he imagined this scenario. The look he directed towards Vase hinted that the old man thought very highly of his new employer. If Vase was able to advance to master one day, then Sheddarin or his descendants would likely be entreating some of the most powerful and influential individuals in human space. It appeared that Sheddarin Pernis's research on Vase and the Larkinson clan fully convinced him that he should embrace his current situation. The old man no longer held any reservations about giving up the Pernis family in favor of becoming a member of a more powerful and promising family organization. Vase waved his hand. This sounds nice, but let's not get too excited. Much of what you said won't become relevant until later on. Right now, we shouldn't neglect our short-term needs. Not only do we need to find more opportunities to earn MTA merits, we also have to procure enough goods and assets to prepare us for our trip ahead. It will take around 1 to 2 more years to reach the Beander Gate. Time will be tight, but I have faith that we will be able to find a solution. It was easy for someone like Sheddarin to say that Vase should earn more MTA merits, but it was anything but simple. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed so easily to Master Willix's latest assignment. Right now, Vase had no idea how many MTA mech pilots he could successfully elevate to expert pilot at the end of the 5-year period. Perhaps he might only be able to pull it off once or twice, which hardly made any difference in the greater scheme of things. He briefly recalled that Professor Benedict managed to earn a couple of million MTA merits not too long ago. The speed in which he earned this reward was rather unreal and only further emphasized that the Skull Architect hadn't been driven out of the Friday Coalition because his products were bad. The presence of Professor Benedict in the expeditionary fleet exerted a lot of pressure on the Larkinson clan. If he didn't want this ruthless but incredibly capable senior to dominate the Alliance's mech industry, then Vase had to work harder in order to narrow the gap. He frowned. There are several opportunities to earn a lot of MTA merits, but none of them are quick and easy to accomplish. It will be very hard to gather all of the required merits in a short amount of time without partnering up with more aspiring pioneers. I have a different view on the matter. Sheddarin confidently replied. First, our 2 allied partners are not standing still. I have heard that even the Glory Seekers are trying to make up for the shortfall. Vase looked surprised. That's new to me. I thought they would just continue to freeload off our merits. You haven't been paying attention to them lately. The Hexers are proud and arrogant people. How can they be satisfied with their current situation? Marshal Ariadne Woden is aware that the Glory Seekers is the weakest of the 3 partners in the Golden Skull Alliance. The strength of our clan is already evident, and the Cross clan has just started to enter its own rapid growth phase. If the Glory Seekers wish to remain relevant, they have to develop their own specialty in order to maintain their value. Sheddarin Pernis had become a lot more sensitive towards this dynamic due to the tragedy that had befallen the Pernis family. Before the Pernisers joined the Larkinson clan, It had been a part of a large and broad coalition of the Hegelian party. However, his family had become so complacent about its apparent value that everything went drastically wrong when Crown Uprising upended the status quo. The current situation of the Glory Seekers highly resembled that of the old Pernus family. Compared to the two clans, this Hexer organization did not really bring that much value to the table these days. The advantages it used to possess, such as superior military power and extensive ties to the Woden dynasty and the Hexadric hegemony, became less relevant. The Larkinsons already took advantage of most of what the Glory Seekers was able to provide. Their well-trained mech pilots fought and died on behalf of the Larkinson clan when it was still weak. The dynasty supporting them from behind also extended a lot of favorable deals to Vase. However, now that Vase had just obtained the core technical library of the Hexadric hegemony, the state had less and less to offer to him. If not for the fact that the Glory Seekers were supposed to be his wife's personal household troops, he would have sought to assimilate them in his clan already. Do you have any indication of what the Glory Seekers are up to? Vase curiously asked. I have my guesses, Patriarch. Currently, the Glory Seekers do not have the capital to earn MTA merits, but do not forget the Hexers that stand behind them. If the matriarchs of the hegemony throw their support behind the Glory Seekers, the problem of accumulating sufficient merits will not be a great concern anymore. How, for example, transferring one of their master mech designers to the Glory Seekers? For a moment, Vase became speechless. Would a Hexer master really condescend to join the Glory Seekers? A woman of this high status already possessed a powerful network and organization of her own. Hexer masters were fully capable of banding together in order to secure their own passage to the Red Ocean. If a Hexer master truly wants to butt into the Golden Skull Alliance, I won't give my approval. Vase stated. I can imagine the Cross clan doesn't want to get overshadowed like this as well. An outside master is far too powerful and will completely break the balance of power within our alliance. Of course, the benefits that a master could provide were also great. Ever since Vase started to collaborate with Master Willix on the current round of mech design projects, he gained a much greater appreciation of what it was like to work alongside someone with greater skill and vision. Though Master Willix rarely issued any remarks on the ongoing work of the Larkinson mech designers, the corrections she made over the course of her highly effective implementation of resonating exotics to the expert mech designs provided a lot of help on the sly. Though the influence of a master inevitably meant that Vase and the other journeymen lost some of the ownership of the mech designs, the increase in performance was worth the trade-off. The possibility that a Hexer master will seek to join or merge with the Glory Seekers is a low-probability event. Sheddarin reassured Vase. The greater point that I am trying to make is that you are not alone in trying to earn enough MTA merits to redeem a Beander ticket. In fact, I think you are actually underestimating your fellow colleagues. What do you mean by that? Out of the 4 journeymen in residence in the Larkinson clan, 2 appear to be fairly normal. Both your wife and Juliet's Demeros will not be able to contribute much to the Mech Trade Association until they advance to senior. Your judgment isn't wrong, though Gloriana won't be happy to hear the truth. Vase replied. Regardless, that leaves 2 journeymen who possess unique and unusual talents. I don't need to say anything about you, but have you ever thought about the implications of what Kedis Larkinson can do? An existence like her is unprecedented. If she is able to leverage her abilities as a swordmaster in her mech design work, she can create novel innovations that might be able to catch the attention of the Mech Trade Association. The old man made a good point. Vase knew exactly what the MTA was like. Master Willix's persistent attempts to squeeze his secrets out of his mind reflected the organization-wide compulsion to acquire more knowledge and advance the level of mech design across human civilization. The MTA's mission might sound noble, but the mechers were undeniably looking out for themselves. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I think you are onto something now that I think about it. The problem is that Kedis hasn't really shown off her capabilities yet. We'll have to wait until we deliver our first expert mech design in order to see if your idea pans out. I'll be happy if she can succeed in her ambitions. Kedis did not keep her goals a secret. She frequently stated her intention to give Venerable Tusa and every other melee expert pilot an extra advantage by imparting an extra gift to their weapons. It was similar to how Vase planned to supercharge the performance of the expert mechs by combining true resonance with prime resonance. As long as either or both of them successfully implemented their ambitious ideas, the expert mechs of the Larkinson clan would definitely stand on a greater height compared to equivalent machines designed by other mech designers. Such unique machines would likely possess significant research value to the MTA. Master Willix had already awarded Vase with MTA merits before, so this might be a good opportunity to earn another sum of merits. Don't forget that merits represent real and significant contributions to human society and the galactic mech community. Sheddarin reminded Vase, the most obvious contributions are directly related to your profession, but it doesn't have to be so narrow. As long as you are able to come up with any other means to advance humanity, you should present it to the MTA and see if they will recognize your accomplishments. The association has always been generous to those who contribute their strength as opposed to reserving all of their advantages to themselves. Vase responded with a cynical smile. Yeah, right, I'm sure that all of those selfless people will receive a nice pat on the head from the association, but the latter will always gain the most benefit. He hated the fact that the relationship between the MTA and its contributors was so lopsided. Still, as one of the most powerful organizations in the galaxy and the definite authority on everything related to mechs, Vase had no choice but to obey the prevailing rules of the game. Chapter 3077. Implicit understanding. Sheddarin's diplomatic strategy and advice roughly covered 3 different time periods. In the short term, the Larkinson clan should seek to earn MTA merits as much as possible. Vase agreed with the Purnacer that he shouldn't be the sole provider of merits. If Kedis and anyone else in the clan could pitch in, he would gladly welcome the assistance. In the medium term, the Larkinsons should immediately join the Red Ocean Union. However, rather than settling for that, it should seek to find strong but trustworthy partners within the Union in order to develop a more personal and intimate faction. In the long term, well, Vase didn't take Sheddarin's vague aspirations seriously. Anything could happen in the next century. He had no idea how quickly he would be able to advance to master and be able to enter into the true upper circle of human civilization. The distant future would look drastically different depending on how many centuries it took for him to reach the coveted rank of master. At the end of Sheddarin's presentation, the office fell silent as Vase mulled over what he heard. This was a very important moment for the former head of Purna's family. This session was a demonstration of his capabilities. While he wasn't able to show off his ability to charm and negotiate with outsiders, his vision and judgment was on full display at the moment. Though Sheddarin did not entirely feel comfortable with seeking the patronage of someone who was just a fraction of his age, he did not show any of his misgivings on the surface. The galaxy wasn't fair, and the old rules no longer applied. Talent, ability, strength and background were far more important than the accumulation of age and wisdom. Just because Sheddarin was a century older than Vase didn't mean the older man had the right to look down on the young man. The difference in status was too great. If the Purnas family was still in power, then Sheddarin might be justified in treating Vase like a youngster, but the current reality no longer allowed him to act as a patronizing elder. It was good that Sheddarin was accustomed to adopting different faces and attitudes towards vastly different people. His adaptability was so good that his change of behavior went far beyond acting. If necessary, he was even able to hypnotize himself to believe in different truths. Vase wasn't aware of these thoughts. His mind focused on other concerns. He did not agree with everything that Sheddarin suggested. The former ambassador wanted to accomplish more than what Vase felt comfortable with. Building up an influence in the Red Ocean, however small, would put the Larkinsons in a position where they had to make more commitments and put their trust in a lot more people. None of that appealed to Vase, but he recognized that the Purnacer offered him a coherent path to survival in a very dangerous and chaotic region of space. Yet just because the proposed strategy fell outside his comfort zone did not mean he should dismiss it out of hand. Mr. Sheddarin, in our first meeting, you told me that you gave a very low judgment on the survival odds of the Larkinson clan. Now that you understand our situation better, do you still stand by the percentages you stated last time? The older man smiled. The numbers may have shifted, but my overall conclusions haven't changed. If the Larkinson clan continues to develop along its current trajectory, I think there is a 20% chance that it will be able to survive the challenges to come. That's better than before. Vase decided to look on the bright side of this prediction. What are the reasons behind this upwards adjustment? Well, I was already aware of some of your potential, but your clan has gathered quite a number of impressive talents. Your expert pilots have plenty of untapped potential. Miss Calabast Arnland has made a considerable impression on me. Miss Gloria Woden is a brilliant mech designer whose drive to improve is the highest that I have seen among her kind. The former citizens of the Life Research Association and the Heavensward Association are already becoming the pillars that can share the burden of supporting your clan. Due to the existence of this mysterious kinship network of yours, you have been able to gather and assimilate a diverse population of helpers. This is actually one of our main points of strength. Shedarin was right, in a sense. Vase was far from alone these days. He already tried that in the early days of his career but quickly bumped into many limitations. These days, the Larkinson clan had grown to a scale where Vase hardly ever had to address trivial issues anymore. He completely delegated the running of the LMC to Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and just assumed that General Verl would be able to manage the increasingly stronger and more diverse mech forces. Alright, I'm glad that you think so highly of the Larkinson clan, but a 20% survival chance is still too low. What are our chances if we follow your strategy to the letter? The Purnacer did not immediately beat his chest. It is difficult to summarize a difficult prediction in a single number. There are too many variables at play. I also cannot fully account for large, epical shifts in the society we live in. If I had that ability, I would have never allowed our Purnace family to suffer a rapid fall from grace due to the ripple effects of the Crown Uprising. Still, if you insist on hearing my estimate, then I cautiously think that I can double our chances. 40%, more or less. I do not have the confidence to raise this figure. Suffice to say, 40% hardly sounded satisfactory to Vase. Yet there was more to this figure than what was obvious from the surface. Vase did not feel that Shedarin Purnace exaggerated or massaged the numbers. The old man was being brutally honest because Vase and the Larkinson clan needed a reality check rather than misleading flattery. In addition, doubling the Larkinson clan's chances was already impressive. Shedarin had to work under disadvantageous circumstances. Compared to the more impressive pioneers that were already starting to become famed in the Red Ocean, the Larkinsons were still too lacking at the moment. The only way to close this gap was to bank on the future and do their best to draw out their potential. That was the entire point of seeking more allies. Vase and the clan needed to buy a lot of time to grow powerful enough to be able to survive on their own. The best way to do that was to borrow other people's strength. This was also why Shedarin was so eager to partner up with higher caliber organizations. All of it made sense. The plan was not overly complicated, nor did it attempt to steer the Larkinson clan in a direction that Vase could not tolerate. This was enough for him to conclude this trial. Alright, I've made my decision. He spoke in a more imperious tone. I'll give you a chance to implement this strategy yourself. From today onwards, I'd like you to work as the chief diplomat of our clan. While the final word on matters always stays with me, I am willing to give you a lot of space to realize your own vision. Your family members are already a part of us anyway, so I trust you will work earnestly to keep your bloodline alive. It was quite crass for Vase to refer to the hostages so directly, but Shedarin merely brushed it aside and responded with a formal bow. Thank you for this opportunity. I shall endeavor to do my best to provide the best possible service to our clan. My family members will also prove their worth in the next couple of months. As long as you give them a chance, they will definitely give you a surprise. Last he heard, the Purnacers were just starting to graduate from their so-called training regime. Though Vase and the Larkinsons only hastily set up the indoctrination program, the tender mercies of the Sword Maidens and several other groups that had taken charge of reforming the former Loxians reported a lot of progress. None of them were snobs anymore. After enduring several weeks of harsh training, basic food, no luxury and constant one-sided lectures, the Purnacers had become a lot more manageable. The ones that adjusted well to their new circumstances had already been released from the training program. They were already assuming vacant positions in the fast-growing clan administration in order to help with the enormous backlog of bureaucratic work that had been piling up in the last few months. As for the more stubborn ones, none of them should be able to hold on for much longer. The threat of undergoing extra training from the Sword Maidens would definitely motivate the Purnacers to get their act together. It didn't take too much work to finalize the appointment. Everyone in the clan already knew that Shedarin Purnace was on trial for this position. As long as he didn't cross any serious lines, he was practically guaranteed to become the highest-ranking diplomat. The clan didn't have any alternatives. There was little point in settling for one of the younger Purnacers because there was a substantial gap that was difficult to overcome. Vase signed all of the documents and went through all of the formalities quickly. Once he was done, he issued some instructions to Shedarin before he departed from the Foreign Relations Department. He didn't exhibit any surprise when Calabast quietly appeared by his side as he made his way to the design lab. I take it you were watching and listening. You know me too well. She threw him a quick grin. I must say that I am a bit disappointed with your performance, though. You allowed yourself to get caught by his rhythm. Though Mr. Shedderin has tried his best to portray himself as your subordinate, there is no question that he seeks to exert his own influence on you. The interests of the Pernus bloodline surpass that of his new clan. Vase dismissively waved his hand. That's fine. In fact, I expected it. He's too old, wily and experienced to fall for our indoctrination, and I doubt that the Golden Cat is able to influence his mentality. Even though Shedderin Pernus was not a high-ranking mech designer or mech pilot, the two professions weren't the only ones who could produce strong-willed humans. His lack of concern did not alarm Calabas too much. Mr. Shedderin should be clever enough to work earnestly for the clan. Many of his relatives should make the same conclusion. The problem is the bad apples among the Pernusers. You cannot expect that all of them will be able to accept the fact that their old lives and the continuation of the Pernus family have been sacrificed in order to become a part of us and receive our protection. You know how proud people can be about something that is personal. A brief reminder of Venerable Ganso Larkinson flashed through his mind. Vase absolutely loathed people like his least favorite cousin. He released a sigh. I hope that Mr. Shedderin will be able to teach them a lesson. What if that doesn't work? If they're harmless, then just leave them be. If they don't keep their opinions to themselves and try to persuade others to deny their new reality, Vase didn't need to finish this sentence. Calabas merely responded with a minute nod to signal that she received the message. The two of them had cooperated long enough to develop a thorough understanding of each other. While they may not fully agree on many points, they were still united by a common cause. Neither of the two wanted the Larkinson clan to fracture from within. Even though the Larkinsons enjoyed a lot of rights and were able to express themselves in different ways, as long as they turned into a problem, they had to be taken care of one way or another. Chapter 3078. Tussa's Feedback. Chapter 3078. Tussa's feedback. Shedderin Pernus's appointment as the chief diplomat of the Larkinson clan did not result in immediate changes. Vase understood it would take a lot of time for the Foreign Relations Department to produce noticeable changes when their role wasn't so big at the moment. Most of their current work entailed facilitating the Living Mech Corporation in opening up new markets and forging important deals with local business partners. The Foreign Relations Department was also tasked with cooperating with the military and logistical wings of the clan to help with procuring additional supplies and hardware. Vase hoped that Shedderin would be able to accelerate the long and tortuous acquisition process of additional capital ships. It was already difficult for private organizations to get their hands on brand new capital ships. The strategic shipyards that were capable of constructing these huge and complex machines were obliged to meet the needs of governments and powerful stakeholders first. Foreign customers had to join the end of the line, which happened to have lengthened considerably now that more people recognized the value of greater protection. It was virtually impossible for the Larkinson to get their turn fast enough if they followed the normal process. The only way to skip the line and get their critical capital ships fast enough was to find a way to go through the back door. This entailed a lot of persuasion and horse trading. Vase did not envy Shedderin Pernus for having to negotiate with lots of foreign shipyards and officials in order to place an order. At least I don't have to devote any time to this issue myself anymore. He muttered. The integration of the Pernus family in the Larkinson clan would hopefully reduce a lot of headaches for Vase. The rapid growth of the clan always produced more issues for him, so he truly needed a large influx of directors, executives, managers and other officials to lighten his own load. Though Vase still held some concerns about entrusting newcomers with so much power and influence, he knew he could count on Goldie and Calabas to watch out for anything untoward. In fact, either of the two should already be sufficient enough, but the two of them together should ensure that no one should be able to slip the net. Vase made Gloriana happy again by returning to the design lab and placing his full attention on his work. Time continued to pass. The Disruptor project moved past the halfway mark and became more and more complete with every passing day. The minor interruptions failed to stall their momentum. Gloriana had become more demanding than ever, but the assistants and the other lead designers rarely failed her expectations. Each of the journeymen continued to deepen their influence in the expert mech design projects. One of the more interesting moments during the design process was when Gloriana invited Venerable Tusa to the design lab. Since the Disruptor project was so closely tied to a single pilot, it was essential for Tusa to make himself available for additional measurements and request his input on various influential design choices. For example, Should the disruptor project carry a spare pistol or carbine or no ranged weapon at all? Should the expert light skirmisher add additional boosters or strive to maintain as much protection as possible? These decisions and more were quite personal, and every mech pilot had a different idea on what their ideal mechs should look like. While the mech designers constantly made a lot of smaller and less important decisions on Venerable Tusa's behalf, it was improper not to cut the expert pilot out of the loop entirely. Hence why he became a frequent visitor of the design lab. He drew attention whenever he showed up, and his force of will exerted a considerable influence on the assistants. Fortunately, the design lab was big enough to lead Tusa to a separate room in order to discuss important matters without disrupting the work schedule. This was one of the many benefits of operating on a capital ship. During one particular visit, Vase and Gloriana provided their client with an overall update on the disruptor project. The first iteration of the expert mech design was 75% complete. The projection already displayed a remarkably complete wireframe diagram that allowed laymen like Tusa a pretty good idea of what the end product looked like. The pleased expression on his face already made it clear that he was optimistic about the outlook of this design project. He never enjoyed such luxurious treatment in his mech piloting career. "Do you have any questions about our work?" Gloriana sincerely asked. "Yes." Tusa turned to Vase. "I still haven't heard anything solid yet about the abilities that I can expect to use when I am finally able to pilot this expert mech. All I've heard are vague promises and uncertain answers." Vase helplessly shrugged. "I can't really help you with that because I truly don't know what I'll be able to accomplish until I integrate it all into an actual mech frame. I'll give you a proper explanation once we are ready to begin actual trials. I can reassure you that I have completed most of my preparations." He already formulated the designs of the spiritual constructs that he had in mind. However, the more important step was to create the design spirits that would lend their unique strengths to the expert mech. Vase intended the inexorable one to become the main design spirit for the disruptor project. The former avian dark god should possess a high affinity for light mechs and speed-based machines. Though the inexorable one also stood out for her wind-based abilities, perhaps this might add an extra surprise to the expert mech. Arnold was also supposed to play a key role in empowering the disruptor project. The chubby little exo-beast had been enjoying Calabast's affections for too long. It was time for the little critter to pay his dues and contribute to the Larkinson clan as the design spirit as he was meant to be. With his extraordinary ability, Arnold had the potential to supercharge one of the disruptor project's key resonance abilities. Perficious Steel bestowed the expert mech with the capability to confound distant opponents, but what about up close? The closer the range, the weaker the illusion. This was where a short but extremely effective decoy ability could give the disruptor project an edge against nearby opponents. In fact, this was just the basic expectation that Vase held towards adding prime resonance to an expert mech. What he was really looking for was to merge a resonance ability with a prime ability. The results were completely unpredictable and could even blow up in his face. However, if Vase successfully managed to pull it off, his body shuddered with excitement, which inadvertently caused him to look a bit creepy in front of Tusa. What kind of deviant thoughts did Vase have in mind for the disruptor project? Tusa suspected that he might not want to hear the details. Gloriana leaned over and placed her hand on the expert mech's shoulder. "Don't worry, Tusa. Vase often tries to hide the truth, but he usually delivers. What if he does?"